Good evening. We'd like to call the meeting of May 11th to order, please. We'll begin with a roll call from Tina.
Mrs. Davidson.
Here.
Mrs. Hill.
Here.
Mrs. Catulli.
Here.
Mr. Forehand.
Here.
Mr. Fayette.
Here.
Thank you. Now I'd like a motion for adoption of tonight's agenda.
May Catulli, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll
second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
We'll need a roll call.
We need a roll call.
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Catulli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. We'd now like to open the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Pulver, would you like to lead us in that?
I would be honored. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Oops, I'm on mute. Sorry, I was on mute. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now it's with great sadness that I have to share, we've lost two people in our community. Javier Fryer, the husband of Velma Fryer, who teaches in our district, and Stephen Bell, a father from Lee School. So in honor of their memory and prayer for their families, we'd like you all to take one moment of silence. Thank you. We are now going to move on to reports and recognitions. At this point would be the board president's report, but in the interest of time and my desire to give more time to Dr. Stone, who has some fabulous presentations, I've deferred my report. So we'll be moving on to student body rep, Nico, who will be reporting from home and giving us a report about our schools. Nico?
I don't see him. I don't. It's great to see you, Nico. You are welcome to begin your presentation as a student board member. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver, and hello and good evening, President Davidson, esteemed board members, Dr. Pulver, executive cabinet, and community members watching live. I'm happy to be here virtually with all of you tonight, and without further ado, let's get right into this week's board report. Next slide, please. So first things first, I just wanted to share, I've decided to go to the University of Washington in the fall. I will be studying biochemistry as I was admitted into the biochemistry department, and I'm planning on either double majoring or minoring in environmental or oceanic studies. It's going to take some getting used to the Seattle weather, but I'll make it work somehow. Go Huskies. Next slide, please. So our annual college wall is underway, and a Google survey went out to all the seniors so that they all had an opportunity to fill out their information, their name, where they plan on attending next fall, and the wall will be on display for baccalaureate and the last couple weeks of school. Next slide, please. Another exciting upcoming event is our prom. And yes, I know it's so awesome to hear that we're having an in-person prom this year. It will be held on June 5th. The theme will be A Night of Your Dreams, and it will be held outdoors at a venue in Anaheim. If you're a senior or junior, you're able to buy your tickets in the activities office right now for $100. And as this is a big event, people probably have a lot of questions. We have made a QR code that you can scan with, and it'll take you to a page of frequently asked questions so that you can have all your questions answered, as I'm sure a lot of people probably have some. Next slide, please. All right. In sports news, many spring sports are wrapping up their seasons and are celebrating their seniors on senior night. Boys and girls soccer, as well as boys and girls lacrosse, held their senior nights recently and ended their victorious season with a happy celebration. That being said, our boys and girls soccer teams have both advanced to the first round of CIF. The girls will play Woodbridge High School on May 12th, and the boys will play San Clemente High School at San Clemente on May 13th. A good job to all our spring sports and good luck to boys and girls soccer. Next slide, please. And as this year comes to a close, all of our end of the year activities come with it. Yesterday night and tomorrow night, the PTSA Awards of Excellence were and will be presented at the ceremony, which is taking place outdoors behind the PAC, split up by cohort. Since I'm in cohort A, I already got to experience the ceremony, and I can now say that the outdoor venue was actually very nice and the weather was perfect for it too. The next event to follow it will be a ping pong tournament that starts on May 17th. Now, this next event, I want to take a second to talk about more in detail because it's going to be really cool. And since we've returned to school, we've gradually started to take steps back towards normalcy. But one thing we haven't gotten to do yet is have lunch together. And although it seems like an insignificant thing to consider, eating lunch with all of our friends was a fun part of our day-to-day lives. And so, for the week of May 17th, each day, except for Wednesday when we're online, there will be socially distanced class picnics. That way, each class will have an opportunity to see and eat with their classmates and friends in the other cohort, or even just meet some kids they've never met before. There will be food, games, and music, and it will be a good chance to have each class come together for one day. Then, on June 2nd, and possibly 3rd as well, we will have baccalaureate. On June 9th, we will continue the tradition of the senior car parade that begins at the shops of Rossmore and does a route through the community. Our second to last event of the year will be the traditional elementary school visits, where seniors can revisit the school where it all began and take in all the nostalgia. And then, of course, we have our graduation on June 11th, which will be in person, both cohorts together, which made me so happy to hear. It's going to be such a special event, even if it is a little bittersweet. But before I go and get sad about graduating from Los Al, I'll continue to make the most of my time. And what better way to do so than with another student spotlight? Next slide, please. This week, I'm proud to introduce you all to our student spotlight, Jared Kirkendall. Jared is a senior at Los Al who was on the lacrosse team for 3 years, the football team for 2, a member of the Mother-Son Philanthropic Organization, the National League of Young Men, a part of Model United Nations at Los Al, a 12-year boy and Eagle Scout, and a 4-year volunteer at the Youth Center Summer Camp. As you can probably tell, Jared is very involved in the community, and it's only fitting that he is being spotlighted for one of his many contributions to said community. For his Eagle Scout Award, Jared made a weathered American flag retirement drop box for the American Legion Post 716. This project is a freestanding mailbox that will go outside of the American Legion and serve as a place to leave any and all American flags that need to be retired properly. He tells me that he came across this idea when being interviewed by the American Legion board members for Boys State last year. They noticed on his resume he was an Eagle Scout and presented him with this idea and full creative reign over the project. The members of the American Legion explained that a lot of people leave them with their retired flags, so this project would greatly help them out. And in October, Jared got right to work drawing up the plans and creating the paperwork for the project. By the end of December, he had gathered all the materials, and for the entire month of January, Jared spent any and all time he could with his fellow helpers constructing and painting this flag drop box. Jared spent 85 hours in total planning, designing, constructing, and painting this drop box, along with the help of others. Upon finishing the drop box, Jared tells me that at first he felt relieved because it was a very stressful couple months for him, but now he says he feels proud more than anything because he was able to help out the American Legion Post and the community. Jared is a great example of dedication to putting others first and how Los Al students go above and beyond, inside and outside of school, to better the lives of others in their community. And if you want to see this drop box for yourself, it is outside of the American Legion Post right across the street from Oak Middle School. Congratulations to Jared and all his hard work. Well, that's all I have for this week's Student Board Report. Thank you all for listening, and I will see you again for our last board meeting of the year. But until then, I hope you all have a great night.
Thank you, Nico. That was wonderful. And congratulations on deciding to be a Husky. I have to tell you, magic happens in Seattle. It's where I met the love of my life. So, hey, you never know what's going to go. Good luck. And we are very proud of you. That was a great report, Nico. We're now moving on to our superintendent's report. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Pulver. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. Is the voice going through? Great. So it is a little bit disappointing, I know, for all of us this evening that we are having to change our board meeting format to a virtual format, because we have been really proud that we've been one of the few districts that has continued to be able to maintain our board meetings and open it up to the public. We originally posted our agenda on Friday with that anticipation and taking a look at a lot of safety precautions, knowing that there would be diverse opinions and individuals who'd want to be able to share their input to the board on some of the matters that are presented tonight on the agenda. However, based upon recommendations from our local law enforcement agencies, who've also worked with federal and county agencies who've been monitoring internet chat, there has been some concerns with various individuals, some even out of state, potentially threatening some level of violence or a level of concern that we wanted to ensure that both our students, our staff, and our community members, if they came to the board meeting, we're going to be able to do so civilly and safely. And so upon the recommendation of our local law enforcement, we did go ahead and make a move to move our board meeting virtually this evening. I do want to make sure nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing about this move was intended to silence or suppress any voices. One of the things that I am very proud of this board is that for the past several months, we have listened, I believe, thoughtfully and intently to every individual who's reached out to us via email, via phone, conversations in the community, in the shopping market, or even here at our board meeting. Our board has always respected the voices of our community, whether they agree or disagree, and has always extended the time to allow any community member who wanted to speak to be able to give their input. And we've done that at every board meeting. We've even made sure, even when the last comment card was there, is there anybody else that wants to speak and provide their input? And in some ways, as we take a look at our public comment a little bit later tonight, in some ways, maybe it's possible that the virtual format provide even more opportunity. Well, as you'll see, we have over 170 comment cards or members from the public, and that is almost double from what we've had from others. So I think it would be hard pressed for anyone to say that this process is suppressing voices. It might have actually encouraged more voices, because people didn't have to stand and wait for 3 hours, however long it takes for us to review the public comment, to be able to share with the board their input. And so I do want to acknowledge, as well as I've shared, we really do acknowledge there are diverse perspectives from many parents and members of the community, students and staff. While many have shared with us, they support the actions that are under consideration for the board tonight. We've also heard from parents who don't support it, or from some who have concerns and wonder how might it be applied. And so I will spend a portion of my superintendent's report tonight to try to talk a little bit more about that, to provide some more context. But first, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. May is always a very exciting time in our school district, not only as we're starting to recognize students for end of the year activities and scholarship award nights, et cetera, but it also really is the month and how we celebrate employee appreciation. And so there are various days of the teacher, day of the school nurse, day of the speech therapist, day of the administrator, classified appreciation week, bus driver, et cetera. And here in LaSalle, we choose to always celebrate the first week in May as appreciation for all of our employees. And what we are so grateful is that we will have a wonderful supportive parent community who also showers our employees with their love and their appreciation. And so it does happen a little bit differently at each school site. Our PTAs and our friends of groups and parents do pick different weeks, but I thought I would just highlight a little bit of some of the appreciation events that have gone on at some of our schools. So we'll go to the next slide. And so our elementary schools, this is just a sample. I wasn't going to share all of them. That most of our elementary schools are celebrating staff and teacher appreciation this past week, May 3rd through the May 7th. McGaw is celebrating it towards the end of the month. It's part of their culture that they've done. And so various samples that our parents and others have really reached out to celebrate is they've provided different themes for each day, whether it be donuts and coffee on Monday, to a power lunch on Wednesday, to hero and supplies on Friday. And of course, little things throughout the week that I won't read the entire slide there for you, but we'll go to the next slide. And then some of our school sites were able to share how they've been able to, just some sample pictures, whether it be, and I loved walking through schools this week and a little bit last week and seeing the flowers and the various different ways that we show our love and our appreciation for one another. And so you'll just see a few pictures here of some of our students or some of the goodies, as well as even a food truck that was brought in at some of our schools. Next slide. Los Al at Home also wanted to make sure they showed all of our Los Al at Home teachers some love and care for all the work that they've done. And for many of those staff members, this was a whole new trail, almost trailblazing this year. And I believe that they've really stepped up to the challenge. So our TK through 12 teachers received a little notebook containing words of gratitude from our Los Al at Home administrators. And then our families also found ways to, once again, show their appreciation. So there was appreciation week at each day of the week, something a little bit different. And so we're really grateful for that. And next slide, we'll go to our middle schools. So at Oak on Monday, they had coffee carts for all staff. You can see that we had sunflowers and signs and banners. They had a dessert truck between cohorts and a Subway lunch. And as many in our community love, Nick's Burritos breakfast. And next slide. And McAuliffe, we would see some of the similar, really just reaching out of our parents and our community, coffee and breakfast, taco truck in the quad, Kona ice truck after school. And, it seems like a good way to many of our employees' hearts and to all of us is through food. And food is one way to show our appreciation. And next slide. Los Alamitos High School, as I said, they all do it a little bit differently. And so they're celebrating their week through May 17th through the 21st. On Monday, the 17th, they'll have some grab and go snacks. They're partnering with Jamba non-dairy smoothies. They have Java on the go on Tuesday and Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwiches all the way through Friday. Well, they're going to have some Italian ice. And on Friday, they'll have a catering lunch for staff. So we could not do this without the wonderful gratitude and support of our parents. And so I just want to say thank you to all of our parent community as well for showing love and appreciation for our amazing employees. Next slide. And then lastly, it's something the district, we always do on behalf of the board and administrators, as we bring them baskets of candy that they can kind of grab and go at their leisure. And at our last board meeting, we did pass the resolutions in appreciation for Staff Appreciation Week for the various areas. And our staff, the candy bars went quickly, and our staff expressed their gratitude for that as well. Next slide. And so I thought I'd take some time knowing that the social justice standards are up for consideration for the board this evening to once again try to shed a little bit more light on some of this. It is interesting that we have seen, whether people agree or disagree, we've also seen people from the outside continuing, or other people share false narratives despite of the messages that we continue to say. One of the things we continue to say is that critical race theory is not something that we're implementing. And it's interesting, early on, that buzzword, critical race theory, was really attached to ethnic studies. And after we debunked that, it's almost like that must be a buzzword that gets people's antennas up. And so now suddenly they've slapped that word on our social justice standards. And once again, I'm just going to sit here and refute that the social justice standards is not critical race theory. But I would like to provide a little bit more information to that and maybe give some examples of it, because I think one of the things, so we can go to the next slide. One of the things that we have heard from students and parents along the way, and our Human Relations Advisory Council, which started off as a task force, has been working for 3 years. And these have been some consistent messages, but even we heard from a lot of students and family members last summer in various venues. And really, while their request and wanted us to consider an ethnic studies course, they also really believed that waiting until 11th or 12th grade or at any grade level at the high school is too late. That many of our students of color and of different ethnic backgrounds have really expressed that they want to see themselves more within their curriculum. They want to see themselves more within their classrooms, and they don't want to have to wait until the high school when they get into high school, and then let alone take an elective ethnic studies course. And along the way as well, our teachers have been asking for tools and resources of when different conversations or different issues come up organically in the classroom, how could they potentially shape their lessons into a way that is a little bit more culturally relevant. And so sometimes we use the word, we're looking at ways of how we can create more culturally relevant instruction. And so one tool that our teachers might find helpful are these social justice standards. And I know in some ways we didn't create this name. And so maybe if we were coining this in LoSal, we might have used a different name, because I think just the vernacular alone might put some individuals off. And so I wanted to be able to once again just kind of unpack this a little bit, because many of the standards that we would see in the social justice standards really are things that we talk about in our anti-bullying curriculum, are things in terms of social and emotional learning that we would want to be able to see. And some of these things that we have been infusing in some ways, whether it's when groups of teachers several years ago came out to try to find how can we create a peace week and create different activities, or whether it would be some of our schools who found that they wanted to really tackle isolation among students, and created a whole week dedicated to trying to break down barriers of student isolation, whether it be Start with Hello and a myriad of activities for that. So I thought I'd unpack a little bit and shed a little bit more light, because sometimes the words sound scary to some individuals when we hear the word social justice standards. I want to remind our community that these standards, it's really a framework. So like I said, we didn't create this name, but it's really a framework or a guidepost for our teachers and administrators. It is a supplemental resource. It's not student curriculum. It is a supplemental resource that teachers can be able to use to help frame their lessons, take a look at different things that they're looking at. And then they are broken out by grade levels. And so they break it out in chunks of kindergarten through 2nd grade, 3rd through 5th, 6th through 8, which is middle school, and then 9, 12. So I thought I'd give just a few. Obviously, there are about 6 pages of it, but I thought I'd unpack it for some of you, for everyone. So, and a concept within is identity for kindergartners through 2nd grade. And the standard is, I know and like who I am, and I can talk about my family and myself and name some of my group identities. And so that really is about understanding who I am, who my family, and group identities. I might be a Girl Scout. I might be a Boy Scout. I might be a big brother. I might be a big sister. I might be Catholic. There are different identities that individuals have. It doesn't necessarily have to be a political identity, a race identity, but that also could be one as well. I'm not so sure political identity would be in K through 2nd, but in any event, so I wanted to share a little bit there. In one of the diversity strands, diversity 10 for K2, I find it interesting that groups of people believe different things and they live daily lives in different ways. Another action, one of the action ones, action 20, I will join with my classmates to make our classroom fair for everyone. And so it's not uncommon for us to have circles that many of our classes have always created the class rules together, and then they've created, whether it's their declaration for their class rules or their constitution. So this is another way in which we could look at this lens to make their classmates and their classroom fair for all. Next slide. So unpacking some of them again, just to shed a little bit more light, because sometimes people don't read them thoroughly, and wanted to provide that. So I'll give a few examples at the 3rd through 5th grade. The diversity standard 8 for 3 through 5. I want to know more about other people's lives and experiences, and I know how to ask questions respectfully and how to listen carefully and non-judgmentally. I think these are some of the foundations of really just civil discourse, foundations of our democracy, as well as that we can have agreements and disagreements, and that we can do so and listen to one another carefully, even respectfully when we disagree, etc. Justice standard number 11 in grades 3 through 5. I try to get to know people as individuals because I know that it's unfair to think of all people in a shared identity group as the same. I think that was a typo there. So that is, once again, really knowing individuals as opposed to making blanket statements because of a particular group or something that I belong to. An action standard within grades 3 through 5. I pay attention to how people, including myself, are treated, and I treat others how I like to be treated. To me, that sounds a lot like the golden rule. For a lot of us. And I think that is something that we would continue to hope that all of us could do. Next slide. So as we move to middle school, I wanted to give a couple other examples. The diversity standard 9. I know that I'm connected to other people and I can relate to them even when we are different or when we disagree. And talking about even this time when we've continually shared, even with the consideration that the board is considering, we've heard from people who agree with them or disagree. And I think that is part of the fabric of our democracy. For 6.8, one of the action items, action 19, directly from the standards, I will speak up or take action when I see unfairness, even if those around me do not. And I will not let others convince me to go along with injustice. In fact, one of the things that we talk a lot about in terms of anti-bullying curriculum is we know that research continues to show that the bystander
Is everybody frozen or just Andrew?
I'm not frozen.
I'm not frozen.
I see Chris moving.
Stay tuned.
I'm not frozen
We'll be right-
either.
We'll be right back.
Yes, stay tuned myself.
Too bad I didn't bring my juggling balls. I could entertain.
We're having some technical difficulties. We're going to pause to make sure, and then we'll come back live. Okay, I think we can continue. I think, sorry about that. I think we lost part of the YouTube connection or part of the Zoom link. So I'm not exactly sure where we left off. So I'll repeat the 6 through 8 slide. But a sample in middle school for diversity 9 is, I know I'm connected to other people and I can relate to them even when we're different or when we disagree. And as I shared earlier, I think that is a life skill for all of us as adults as well, about knowing how to be able to know people and understand disagreement respectfully. And then when we take a look at action 19 as middle school, it says, I will speak up or take action when I see unfairness, even if those around me do not. And I will not let others convince me to go along with injustice. And that's one of the things that we talk about with bullying. We know with a lot of the bullying curriculum and a lot of the research that we've continued to work with bullying is the bystander effect, that if the bystander can speak up when they see an act of bullying or an act of meanness or injustice, by them simply speaking up can really curb almost 80 to 90% or more of the bullying instances. And so this is really something that we continue to just support some of the ongoing work that we've had ongoingly throughout our schools. Next slide. So as we get older, obviously, sometimes the content can get a little bit more, hopefully it's getting more age appropriate as well. And so at the high school, grades 9 through 12, sample is from diversity 6. I interact comfortably and respectfully with all people, whether they are similar to me or different from me. And it really is about being able to be respectful. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to have agreement, but it's being able to interact within a diverse society. And then a sample goal is action 19 for at grades 9 through 12. I have the courage to speak up to people when their words, actions, or views are biased and or hurtful. And I will communicate with respect even when we disagree, which again is something that I think is part of the fabric of all of what we need as humanity, as well as a nation. I think we're really founded on being able to have our freedom of speech and freedom of opinions, but that we can operate so with respect when we disagree. And that great debate is always what makes us, I think, healthier individuals as well. Next slide. And so I wanted to be able to further unpack that and try to provide what could this look like in a classroom if a teacher was using these as a guidepost as they're planning their regular lessons. How could they take some of this framework and adapt it into a lesson that they're already doing? And so in kindergarten, under the Identity 4 standard, I can feel good about myself without being mean or making other people feel bad. This is just a sample, doesn't mean this is what they must do, but students could watch the video from PBS Kids, You Matter, and meet the author, Christian Robinson, as he reads and explains why he wrote the book. And from there, the teacher could choose to also use the story to help students understand that everyone matters by seeing how they're all connected. They could use this to have students talk about why it's important for people to know why they matter. Students could even draw someone that matters to them, discuss why they matter, and ways that they can show and tell others how they matter as well. Next slide. So another way in 4th grade that a teacher could use this within something that they're already working on. I'll give an example of diversity strand 6. I like knowing people who are like me and different from me, and I treat each person with respect. So another way that a teacher could, again, these are not things that they have to do, but after a teacher was working with their students, maybe after doing a close read of Junkyard Wonders, the students could evaluate the Mother Teresa quote. I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot, but together we can do great things. And so with that quote, students could also then maybe find examples of this in the story and discuss how other students in the text work together to accomplish a goal, how each student with their own unique gift or their strength. Students could also think about what gift they will offer to their classroom community. what students could pick maybe an adjective to describe what gift they bring to the classroom or to create a community of support. Or it could just be the first portion of that. These are just different ways that a teacher could choose to, if they found that it was helpful for them as they're planning their lessons, to work with students. I'll give another example at the middle school. The next slide, please. So a sixth grade example that could be used, again, these are just samples, they're not, why we chose to illustrate this is there are times where perhaps a teacher isn't going to focus on all aspects of the standard or of the framework within there, that they're not going to touch base on attitudes, speech, and behaviors, and they're just going to close in a little bit more on practices and laws. So in this justice standard, I can recognize and describe unfairness and injustice in many forms, including practices and laws. So again, they don't have to do everything within there, they might just do aspects of it. And so in the novel The Giver, which is a novel that is often read in our middle schools by Lois Lowry, the community transitioned over to sameness, where many choices were eliminated. At the age of 12, every community member is assigned a job for the rest of their life based on their abilities and their interest. And so a teacher could after reading The Giver, could have students participate in a Socratic seminar and discussing maybe some of these following questions. 1, what are the advantages and disadvantages of living in a society with little to no choice? 2, what would it be like in our society today to have little or no choice? Or 3, how might Jonas and The Giver define a just society at the end of the story? So again, these aren't mandates that how teachers must use these standards. We just are trying to provide parents and the community some concrete illustrations of how some of these could be used, because I know some people have shared how they've seen maybe other districts across the nation use these, and I think LoSal's always been different about how we plan curriculum and how we reflect our community's needs, as well as providing for unparalleled preparation for our students. So I'm going to give you one more example at the high school level, so we can kind of just get some snippets of that. So next slide. So at the high school level, here's another potential way that they could be used to support ongoing instruction that a teacher is using. Identity number 2, I know my family history and my cultural background, and I can describe how my own identity is formed and shaped by my membership in multiple identity groups. So maybe in drama or in an English class, this unit could answer the essential question, what happens when people begin to explore the stories of ordinary people, families, and their self? Students could listen to oral histories, StoryCorp's website, or examples of spoken word of ordinary people and their experiences. And the activity could allow for students to write poetry, memoirs, or spoken word, investigate their family history or life experiences, and perform a reading for their writing piece. And so just wanted to be able to provide another example at different grade levels or at different levels for our community. But one of the things that I want to just remind people is we're the same district that we have been. Certainly, I think we evolve and we grow. We need to be responsive to our students, and our demographics certainly have changed even within the past 10 years. But we're the same district that was very proud to partner with our teachers and be the first school to open up in Orange County and many and across the state back in the fall. And we're the same district as well. So I hope that over time, our parents really know who we are as a district, and that we have exceptional teachers who care deeply and passionately about our students. They're connected with our students, they're connected with our families, and that we're going to continue to that path through this as well. I think that's the end of my report. If we go to the next slide. It is. So thank you very much, Madam President, esteemed members of the board. We will now turn it back over to you, Mrs. Davidson.
Okay. And I just lost my. Thank you. We have an excellent resource here saving us all the time. Thank you, Dr. Pulver. That was an excellent reflection of how we view the standards and how we see them applied in our district. And once again, I want to support you in your comments about how LaSalle does it our own way. And we always work together as a team. And our whole goal is to do what's best for every child on our campus. So thank you. That was a great explanation of social justice. Now we're going to move on to a special report. And this is going to be done by a person who is really a hero to the district. In the midst of the pandemic, last summer, when schools were closed and we were trying to figure out how to reopen, we needed a new principal at the high school, and Dr. Stone came out of retirement in the midst of a very challenging, actually multiple challenging situations, and guided us through some really tough times. And so we just are so honored to have him back on our team and so grateful for everything he's done. And so right now we would like him to present the Los Alamitos High School student report, high school report and student report. Welcome, Dr. Stone.
Dr. Stone, you are now in, you're on mute, and we are welcoming you. We're excited to hear about Los Alamitos High School. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Great. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Great. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. President Davidson, esteemed board members, Superintendent Pulver, Executive Cabinet, and LaSalle community, thank you for this opportunity to share a bit about the goings-on this year at Los Alamitos High School. Next slide, please. We do have some new faces. Mine, one of them, but I didn't include on this one, but we do have some new math teachers. Deidre Botello and Catherine Wen there are both in the math department. Eileen Jewell is now at our media center. Connor Brown does our Griffin News. And both the Bryans there on the end are campus supervisors. Next slide, please. Paul Crockett is leading our marching band. Emily Letterman is in the counseling department. Mercedes Aguirre, she's an educational specialist. Megan Eide, speech pathologist, and Christina Villasenor is in our ROP preschool. Next slide, please. Priority goal number 1 is to passionately pursue academic excellence for all students, and share a little bit about that. Next slide. So this slide here shows you, if you look in the upper left, you can see Mrs. Rofe, who was our teacher of the year, I think 2 years ago. And she's teaching anatomy and physiology, but you might see, well, there's nobody in the class. Well, Ms. Rofe is one of a number of our teachers who teach part of their day face-to-face, and part of their day is LaSalle at home. So this period, Ms. Rofe is teaching anatomy and physiology to her LaSalle at home class. In the center, though, you can see the labs in our chemistry classes are alive and well. There's a student, and that's in Mr. Jones' chemistry class, working with a partner on a chemistry experiment. On the right-hand side, upper right, that's a little bit different looking classroom. It is a classroom though, it's right outside of the wrestling room and near the 800 building. We have some outdoor tarps there, but that's an outdoor classroom. Some of our teachers off and on will use these, some use them regularly. We had 5 or 6 at the start of the year, and now there are about 2 that are used on a fairly consistent basis, but teachers can use them. You can still see that the students are socially distanced, and this provides a nice cover for kids. If we do get a situation where inclement weather or it gets too warm, we do move inside. We have some spaces there, but those are a little bit unique, both with Ms. Rofe and the other outdoor space as far as actually classroom spaces this year. Next slide, please. Upper left is Martin Valenzuela, and he is our engineering teacher. He's still doing his, he does a little bit of a blended class. Here he's with one of his classes, face-to-face and blended. In the center, you can see Karen Yoshihara Ha. It's an English 1 honors class. You can see that the students are spaced, but also they have the shields there. And then Ms. Yoshihara Ha is there in front, distance as well as masked for instruction. And the upper right one is Greg Snyder. He's teaching AP World History here. Very similar, but half the class at one time. So he probably has 16 or 17 students at a time when he has cohort A, and then the same number when he has cohort B, just in the morning or afternoon. Next slide, please. Upper left there is Jackie Wells. Again, she teaches in the technology building, the round building on the corner. Jose Martinez, world language in the center there. He also teaches a class that is a combo of class with Los Al students, but we also have a fair number of middle school students come up for, it's their 0 period, it's our first period, so they come up to take Spanish 2 honors with us. Upper right is Laura Berlanga. If you look closely, just to the right of the teacher, you'll see a small little camera. We have a fair number of teachers also teaching what we are calling blended classes. So Laura is here teaching her students in person. She probably has another, I would say, 5 to 10 students who are streaming in at the same time. So it's a simulcast, if you will, where she's teaching the students at home at the same time she's teaching students face-to-face in her classroom here on campus. Next slide, please. We still have academic supports and enrichment. We still have our Griffin Virtual Lab, and we run those 3 days a week. And we've done multiple times. We tried to offer some different times for them because we found that a lot of the kids, now that we have activities back in session, if we run the labs right after school, that's the same time as maybe practices or rehearsals or things like that. So we have staggered them so the kids have, if they're on the website, you can see which discipline and which times they can go to get additional support for them. We are still doing co-teaching in the math, science, and social science and English classes, not at all levels, but we do have co-teaching. What that is it's 2 teachers in the classroom. One is a gen ed, one's an educational specialist, and they truly do teach the class together. And in the perfect setting, if you ask the teacher who the teacher of the class is, they really couldn't tell a difference because they both are doing the instruction on a daily basis. We did add some Wednesdays in-person tutoring. So Wednesdays is our distance learning day every week, but we do have in-person tutoring after the morning time. So we have from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, another group from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. That's on a drop-in basis. And we have it staffed out in the skills lab. So students that would like some more help, but on it in person, they have an opportunity to come in person on Wednesdays. We have our Apex, which is UC A through G credit recovery. That's offered in our social science and our math, our science, and our English. So if a student may have not earned a C or higher in a semester, they can make up that course through credit recovery of Apex and still maintain their A through G UC standing. We still are doing some science test prep study halls. Those have been in virtually, and those not as many this year taking advantage of it, but we still have that opportunity for kids if they would like to do that. Our skills labs, we have a 9th and 10th grade and 11th and 12th grade. Those labs are out kind of near the football field, geographically on campus, and they're staffed by primarily in the morning, TJ Fenton and Tammy Siaka, and in the afternoons, we have other teachers from different disciplines that teach periods 4, 5, and 6. And we also run the lab with Sylvia Chavez, an after-school lab. So kids that would like that additional support after school, beyond the school day, Ms. Chavez runs the lab, period 7. Cypress College has been a partner with us, I think at least 3 years now, with the dual enrollment program. And the dual enrollment program, in fact, we're just getting ready to jump started again for fall enrollment for students interested. So the dual enrollment program allows Cypress College classes to come to the Los Alamitos High School, be offered to our students, so students can actually get a jump start on earning college credits while they're still here at high school. A lot of them are in the A through, or they would be gen ed requirements if they're going to a 4-year college right out of Los Al High School. We have been able to offer an upper level math class for our students. Mrs. Bright, our teacher, has taught the next level of math following AP Calculus BC. So we do have some kids that are very strong math students who maybe have topped out with BC Calculus as a junior. And so we're able to offer that class to them here on our campus through Cypress High School. Next slide, please. Advanced placement. Last year was a bit different. I wasn't here, but I've talked with Mr. Farver, and he shared a little bit of the intricacies. This year's a little bit different too in terms of the logistics of exams. So Last year, the exams were done distance or online. This year, students, with the exception of the languages, so a Spanish or a French, Japanese, those have to be done in person because there's a language component, oral component to the French and the Spanish piece. But kids in many cases have the option this year. They could choose to do it online, or they could choose to come on campus and do it in person. So by offering that with the College Board, they have actually increased the testing window. So we started the testing window the first Monday of May. And actually, I think the window, it doesn't close until actually our last day of school on June 11th. Now, most of the kids will be done before the end of this month, but there will be some kids still testing. Hopefully they're not seniors on the day of graduation, but I do think we have a few kids that are going to go all the way to June 11th because that's where the testing window will extend for this year. You can see some trends in where we are in terms of the number of students enrolled. You can see we had in 16, we were a little over 1,000, and it kind of dipped into the high 900s. And this year we're back over 1,000. In fact, we're over 1,100 this year in terms of the number of participants. That being said, our overall enrollment at the school has maintained about the same. So what we see is actually an increase of kids taking it who wouldn't have in the past maybe taken those exams. You also see this year we broke the barrier at 2,000. I can remember probably 10 or 12 years ago going to a conference, and I was happy because I was sharing that LoSal went over 1,000 students in AP until I talked to a administrator from another school, and they said, well, they regularly go over 2,000. So I humbly put my data away, but I think now I can go back and share we're over 2,200 now. And so a key thing here, though, is not just the numbers of exams, I don't think. So you can see we're over 2,200. We've been over the 1800s, but look at our pass rate. A lot of people would say, especially when we started increasing our number of exams taken, they felt, well, we're going to see the pass rate go down. If anything, just the opposite has happened in many cases. So we've had more exams being taken, more kids participating in the AP opportunity, but we've been at 79 in 2016, and we've been over 80% the rest of the time. So what that means is 80% of those students earn what would be a 3 or more on the exam, which is considered a passing score, which means you can parlay that into college credits when you go on to the college or university. So I think you need to look at all the numbers. It's great that we've got 2,200 exams, but I think is important, if not more important, is that pass rate. We haven't slipped in pass rate as we've added the number of exams being given. So kudos to our AP teachers for doing that, and kudos to our kids for stepping up for that. Next slide, please. SAT, I apologize for this. I took it straight off of the DataQuest website, but I think the key pieces in this, you might see that our numbers of SAT test takers dropped last spring, actually last year, because from March all the way through the end of the year, the tests were canceled. So there was no March test, no June test, no May test last year. So kids weren't allowed to take the test because it wasn't available. In conjunction with that, and you may have read, two things have changed with colleges. One is a lot of colleges are no longer requiring the essay portion of the SAT. So kids are, in the past, almost everybody opted to take the essay. So I would say that's reversed now. Most kids do not take the essay. And some colleges are not requiring the SAT or ACT at all. So when the requirements have changed with the colleges university, that also led to a decrease in the total number of kids taking the exam. The other data, if you want to look at closer, they also have a cut score of what they would consider proficient. So you'll see where we are in terms of what College Board would say our students are with proficiency level. The ACT below that, their data is still what I'd call more traditional. 21 is kind of, I don't know if I call it a median or an average, but they kind of use 21 as a benchmark. If a student's not at 21 or higher, they typically will want to retest and maybe do some test prep. But if you're over 21 and your retest is probably because I want to get it even higher. A 36 would be a perfect score on the ACT, and then the 1600 on the SAT. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. You see CSU, the A through G requirements. So we use that as kind of our standard in terms of student admission to colleges, because most schools outside of the state or even privates in the state will use that as the same metric in terms of whether a student has met their minimum requirements for admission to a four-year college university directly out of high school. So again, you can see our percentage of students is at the 70, this last year we were 79.76, so we're almost 80% of a senior class that has met that requirement. I can require, I've been around for a little bit, but I can require when Carol Hart was here as our superintendent, and Carol and I had conversations that, Craig, your charge is to get this over 60 to 65%. So Carol, if you're out there watching, we did that and we broke through it in flying colors. So hopefully this year we'll maintain that and potentially maybe even hit the 80% mark at some point in time. That doesn't mean a student has to do that, but it also helps kids. If you can meet that UC CSU benchmark and you decide because you'd rather go to a community college or do something else, it'll also probably alleviate you from taking remediation classes there. So even if you choose not to go 4-year, it's going to help that student be prepared to go to either a trade school or a community college because they have that background. It's not going to go away. It's just going to be revisited, but they're going to be a leg up if they can meet that UC entrance requirement going into, regardless of their post-secondary spot, leaving Los Al. And down there, I put in that photo, the senior parade. I heard all kinds of good things about it and thought I'd put a picture of the senior parade, which, as Nico said, we're doing that June 9th this year in conjunction with Rossmore Homeowners Association and the shops at Rossmore. Next slide, please. The arts, in this case, the visual arts. The student there on the left is in a drawing and painting class, Ms. Mars' drawing and painting class. The student in the center is in Ms. Farrell's 3D design class. And on the right-hand side, Mr. Carthew's student is in the ceramics class. You can see the students are still doing their projects, still creating things within the visual arts classes. That hasn't gone away. In fact, I think we may have seen a bump in some interest in some things there. Next slide, please. Performing arts on the left-hand side. And again, kudos to our dance folks as well as their boosters. Those two pictures on the left, those are pictures of the screen at the shops at Rossmore where we had the drive-in dance performance. So the dance performance was filmed, and then we had a large screen kind of on the back side. I don't know if it's the home goods store maybe over there, but the back side where the parking is, we had a large screen, and kudos to the boosters again, as well as Ricky Jones, her kids, and her assistants, because it was a great show. I know Dr. Pulver, you were there, and I do know that Mr. Forehand, you were there, so we were able to see that. Where that wasn't live, but it was the next best thing. On the right-hand side, though, that one is live. That was our first live performance this year for performing arts. So kudos to Stacy Castiglione. The audience was small, but she has what she does these 1-minute plays. They do these 1-minute plays, and kids come up and perform, and they were able to do that the latter part of April, and we had a live audience in the PAC. So kudos to our performing arts folks. And there'll be more of those happening this month as well as on into June. Next slide, please. Our color guard and our drum line were participating virtually this year. And 2 Saturdays ago, they were able to do their shows on the John Barnes Field here on campus for an audience. So we had an audience in the stands. That shows the picture on the left of our color guard doing their performance. I think it was May 4th. And then the right-hand side shows our drum line. That's in their outfit that they use for performing. And both groups performed well. They had to perform virtually this year, but they scored high in their performances. In the lower pictures there, it took a while, but we got our musicians outside and playing instruments. The low left corner, if you've been on campus, in the springtime, we added a canopy out there if you enter the John Barnes Field Stadium. So that's Mr. Padilla with his students outside under that canopy. And then the right side is Mr. Padilla with his kids right outside the little patio area outside his classroom. Next slide, please. I know that they didn't get their due last year, so I did want to show, this is a picture from last year's orchestra. Some of the kids are returnees, but last year's orchestra, I thought was a great shot, so I wanted to include that for Mr. Perdia's group from last year. Next slide. Choir also, they kind of led the charge for us at the start of the year. Upper left, Mr. Molenkamp and Miss Sterling. We had an outdoor drive-in movie, and there on the upper left screen is the drive-in movie screen. So I think the show went about an hour and 15 minutes. It was packed. I wasn't sure what to expect, but it was a great show. The kids did a great job, and might be something even when we come back that maybe we would still want to do that from time to time because it was well received and just a great evening for everybody. They did that. From there, they went into a holiday show. So they did again. It wasn't in person, the holiday show. It was done filming. But I did take some photos of the kids there on campus, both in the upper right and lower left, filming the holiday show on the Los Alamitos High School campus. And then the lower right is just another picture from the drive-in movie back in early November, I believe it was. Next slide, please. Our athletes practice probably more this year than they've ever practiced because we had on again, off again, on again, off again. So I just got off the phone earlier today with Mark Celestin, who retired, but he still coaches cross country. And he said, "Hey, Greg, I don't want to have an 8-month practice season next year." And I said, "I don't think anybody does, Mark. And I think we're out of that woods there." But anyhow, athletics are back, and cross country did lead us off with that in, I believe it was February. And Mr. Fayette, I know I saw you at some of those helping us out because your boy runs. And Ms. Davidson from a distance, I know, because we couldn't bring too many people back. But then when we had more of those meets, we were able to bring some back. But it was great. We actually ran the meet on our campus. The kids had so much fun. And what was kind of neat about it is both schools, we could only run dual meets. We didn't have an all-comers kind of a meet. But what was great about it is at the end, no one really cared who won or lost. They'd been pent up for so long. They just wanted to be out there and run. And the fact that they were running, the finish really didn't matter as much as the fact that they got to get out there. Softball is still in season. You can see them there, as is baseball. Water polo finished their season. Theirs was about a 6-week season. They finished theirs in the end of, I think, the latter part of March. Next slide, please. Girls golf is still in season. Boys basketball, we're about midway through. Boys soccer, as Nico shared, their regular season is over, but boys soccer will start on Thursday at San Clemente High School. We had a admin meeting today, and I drew the short straw, so I'll be driving to San Clemente on Thursday afternoon to root them on, and hopefully we'll go to the next round, which would be then on Saturday if they advance. Next slide.
Do you mean the lucky straw, not the short straw?
Yes, the lucky straw.
Yes, the lucky straw.
Yes, lucky straw. That's right. Athletics, another one there. Our runner on the left there, she's an up-and-coming superstar in terms of cross country. Only a freshman, but great things ahead for her. Boys tennis is still in session. Football season finished, I think it was the 16th of April we finished. We had a good season there. Some young kids, so I think Coach Fenton's looking forward to the next couple of years as well. Girls lacrosse lost a heartbreaker to Corona Del Mar in overtime last week, 11-10. Their season is finishing up, and I'm not sure where they stand in terms of playoffs, if they're going to make it or not. But we still, I believe, have 2 more games with girls lacrosse. And right there, we have boys golf is still in season as well. Next slide, please. Girls basketball, we have 2 more league games in the surf league. Speaking of surf, the right-hand side, yes, our surf team has been going strong. They've been going strong about the same time as cross country kicked in. Wrestling there in the middle, their season is finishing up, I believe, either this week or next. And Nico also referenced the girls soccer. We have a girls soccer game on Thursday. It's going to be here at Los Alamitos High School. And hopefully we will go on to move to the next round. We play Woodbridge High School, 7 o'clock here at John Barnes Field. And those are 2 of our graduating seniors and 2 kind of superstars. One is going to Santa Clara and the other to Pepperdine. Tabby is going to the Pepperdine. And then I think of Marilyn's her mom, Marilyn's grandmother. But Barnett, help me, Marlis.
Colby.
Colby
Colby.
Barnett. Colby Barnett.
Colby.
I know her grandmother well, but Colby, Clara, and Tabby is going to Pepperdine. Next slide, please. We have activities. They've been looking a little bit different, but you can see Model United's competed, but it looks a little bit like the Brady Bunch competition there, upper left corner. Our Griffin News did an anti-stigma campaign at the start of the year when we brought students back. We also wanted to be sensitive because we thought if a student's out on quarantine, we don't want them to feel like when they come back that they did something wrong or they would be scrutinized in some way. So we had Griffin News put together an anti-stigma campaign, and those two students with Griffin News, and they actually submitted it to Orange County Human Relations, and they actually won a $5,000 scholarship for the program based on the anti-stigma campaign. The 2021 homecoming court, yes, we had a homecoming on April 16th. On our field against Newport Harbor, we crowned a queen and a king, and we had a court. The low right corner, we did have some students there that had to be there to set up, and so we did have a few of our LoSal locos there, and we did decorate the campus during the week for homecoming. Next slide, please. Griffin News, about every other week they're put it out, and I do know that Mr. Forehand is one of our avid subscribers of that. And so Connor Brown, you saw him earlier. Connor is one of our new teachers. He's the one that teaches that class. Our ASB presidents in the low left corner did a video for all incoming freshmen as a orientation and welcome back, and they almost did like a walking tour of the campus on the video. The right side, they did Otter Pops as a drive-through. Right before school started, our ASB did. And then the picture in the middle at the bottom, our PTSA, what a pleasant surprise it was. Our first day back, they had this as a lawn sign, and I can't tell you how many people appreciated that for PTSA putting that as our lawn sign coming back our first day. Next slide, please. Science Olympiad competed this year. Kelly Raffay and Michael Stone coached that group. The ASB works diligently day in and day out. That's one of our students there. As I shared with you, drama did an indoor performance. Peace Week just finished up 2 weeks ago. As Nico said, our prom is June 5th. Tickets are on sale now. In the lower right-hand corner, ASB decided to use the hallways this year for Halloween, and each group could choose a hallway to decorate in a Halloween theme. And the theme was supposed to be based on a Halloween movie, if you will. Next slide, please. So to ensure a healthy, safe, and secure drug-free environment. Next slide. Well, COVID has been probably our biggest one in terms of the healthy, safe, and secure environment this year. You can see the desk shields there on the upper left corner. Down below, there's signage throughout campus, just like they are on the other campuses, to kind of remind kids about social distancing or masks. We also have directional signs, as you can see in the center one there. We have the air purifiers, and our teachers do the daily temperature checks. And in the center, kind of who quarterbacks most of it here on campus for the health part is Cassandra Palacios, and we'll talk a bit more about her later. But COVID has been our primary in terms of the healthy piece. And we've had some starts and stops, but I think where we are now, we're in a good spot. Next slide, please. Our counselors have done some things to reach out, some morning kind of welcoming for kids to be on campus. The counselors, along with our psychologists, to try to make more availability for drop-in time because they are sensitive. It's different for kids just as it is for staff. Sometimes the drop-in has been staff people just wanting to talk as well as kids. Our inclusion committee has done a few things more with staff as opposed to students just because of the nature of what we've gone through this year. But we have done something to staff, again, via Zoom, but more of like just more of a time to be able to talk and share kind of what's going on with them. We have student study teams and the SARB. And the student study teams, actually, I think it's maybe a benefit of COVID. We've had to do our student study teams, our IEPs via Zoom. And we found that participation both on staff and parents tends to have improved with Zoom using student study teams or IEPs. So that might be something we want to hang on to even when we do come back to a more normal situation. Next slide, please. Enhanced communication process to engage, inform, and educate all stakeholders, priority 3. Next slide, Tina. So we have Parent Square this year, which is our new way of communicating via email. It also comes through on your cell phones. And so my secretary, Marlene Wagner, did the first few. And then I realized, nope, Greg can do this on his own. So I'm doing my own and try to keep the parents updated on pertinent information. And if there's anything that might be going on that might concern them, to make sure that goes out. So that might be if I see something in the area, a helicopter out there, I might send something out to let them know what's going on so that they aren't concerned. Last week, I sent something out to confirm what our end of the year activities were going to be for our seniors. So it's been a great tool for us to use this year to push out information. Dr. Sprados uses it on a weekly basis to send out our weekly newsletter. The center one there, that e-newsletter, our career and College and Career Center uses that on a regular basis to push out their monthly newsletter. Counselors and students use Navient still on a regular basis. ASB uses Instagram quite frequently, or Twitter. And Remind, our teachers will use Remind, or we use it with our staff to remind, just to send reminders to students or staff, upcoming tests, or maybe if we have bells out or something like that. But it's more of a quick reminder for people. Next slide, please. Manage and allocate financial resources to maximize student educational experiences. Next slide. We've been fortunate. A few years ago, our PTSA helped us out with some more devices. And those extra devices, along with our district through IT and John Sprados and his crew to keep them up and running, they've been more critical this year than ever with kids in LaSalle at home. Some kids have had their own, some kids have not. So those devices have really, truly been a godsend for us this year, especially with the LaSalle at home kids, to make sure we have it. So thank you to Mr. Sprados and his team, and to PTSA and the district for supporting that, because they're utilized on a regular basis. Next slide, please. Provide high quality facilities to meet educational needs of students. Next slide. Well, when I left, we were under construction. I'm back, we're under construction. As I leave, we'll be under construction. So I think that's kind of a theme. The high school will be under construction for a bit longer, but some of the results we can see, and some of the results we can see pictures of what they will be. It's going to be all good once we get there. So next slide, please. The left slide is a little bit earlier picture of the building. I was coming back from the gym one night or late afternoon, and I thought, wow, I think I'm going to capture that. It's a great shot with the sun behind it. So that's been a few months old. The one on the right is more recent. We've got the scaffolding up now, really starting to take shape. And I talked with Edwin, who works with Racklin. It's not going to be long before they start closing in that building. So it's really coming along. It's going to be a great facility. And they've started on the backside to build the steps that can be used for outdoor performances if you want to. It's almost like a risers, if you will. But those, we can see the beginnings of those are coming in as well. Next slide. So there's what it will be looking like. And as I said, you can see the bones are there. We just need to put the rest of it on it. Next slide. I referenced those steps. If you're on campus at all, you can see the beginnings of those blue steps on the backside. That structure is also now well underway. Next slide. Well, until the STEM building gets here, this is kind of our crown jewel for right now, because we had a ribbon cutting back in October. We've had a full season of water polo now, both boys and girls in there. We've had swim meets in there. So it's a great facility. We're able to host them on our site without having to go off site or to some other school to participate in games. So Thank you to our residents for the bond, and thank you to our board for the direction, but the pool is fabulous. So I know I've talked a bit, but that concludes my report. If you have questions or thoughts, please ask those now. And I do have a bit more once we finish with questions though.
Would any of the board members like to respond? Okay, Mrs. Cattouli?
Oh. The microphone is right next to the video and I have fat fingers. So I just wanted to say, Dr. Stone, thank you so much for your presentation. It was really comprehensive, but we have a very comprehensive high school. So I appreciate the detail that you went into. And I also want to say very publicly now, and you'll be hearing a lot of it for the next couple of weeks, thank you so much for coming back to LaSalle for this incredibly challenging and important year that gave us enough time to concentrate on how can we educate our students in the midst of COVID? How can we transition out of COVID to hybrid to back to normal for next year? And then have enough time to look for a replacement, for your replacement. And I just really want to thank you and kudos, and you've done a fabulous job.
Thank you, Ms. Cattouli.
Thank you. Somebody else? Any other ones?
Yes, Mrs. Hill?
Okay, Mrs. Hill?
Dr. Stone, Mrs. Cattouli said it perfectly. And you know that you have a very, very special place in this district's heart, in my heart personally. And you are an incredible man and leader. And I just am very, very thankful. And I do want to say that I really appreciated seeing that our A to G is almost up to 80%. That is really amazing. When I was here, it was like, when I started on the board, it was like 61%. And that is an incredible increase. And so thank you. And thank you for all that you've shared. And I know you're going to come back and visit us, but we will miss you at the helm.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill.
Are there any other comments? Dr. Pulver?
Well, I always like to wait for the board to go first, but Dr. Stone, I just want to thank you. What an incredible man that you are. Your service. It's no wonder that Leif took the proud honor to name you King of Hearts for here and really this community for an unprecedented time that so many have said. And I know I keep saying this, but I don't know of another individual who would leave retirement, do a full-time job for almost no money because you're limited in how much you can earn in retirement. And it's just that you have a passion for high school students, for working with our teachers, working with our parents, a passion for this district. And I can't thank you enough for that service. I want to thank all of our high school staff as well. This has been a very difficult year, and our staff have found ways to how to learn remotely, how to learn in a hybrid, teaching students within the classroom, teaching students simultaneously on Zoom, and just have really stepped up to the plate. And then really the second half of the year almost just feels like it's been extremely intense and busy with all of the extracurricular activities and athletics that have been gearing up. And so the administrative team and your counseling team have just been superb in really providing amazing opportunities for our students and for our families. And I know that this year has had a lot of weekend support, and I know we're going to recognize another one who's worked with you a lot on weekends with COVID and in close contacts. But you never shy away from difficult conversations. You're always someone who's just calm and unflappable. So I just want to thank you on behalf of myself and really this amazing community. What an exceptional man of integrity and of service, and an exceptional role model that I look up to. I want to thank you very much for that, Dr. Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. Appreciate
So,
that.
thank you, Dr. Stone, and your staff, administration, and all the kids, that your whole Griffin family that have just done remarkable accomplishments in such a tough year. And now I think we're going to let you continue to share with us. Go ahead.
Before I continue, I'm sure, Colby, you're not watching, but I do have to apologize to Colby. As I saw your picture there, all I can think of is Marilyn Barnett, but I know that's Grandma. That's not Colby. So I apologize, Colby. But I'll be rooting you on Thursday night, and I'll remember your name then.
That, she's just fine. I'm great
Okay.
aunt. I'm great aunt.
Okay,
She's tough. She appreciates being mentioned. Thanks, Dr. Stone.
you're welcome. I do want to take this time. I talked to, we have a fine young man who's going to be going to West Point next year. His name is Tyler DeLeon. Tyler plays on our football team, and I don't know if the DeLeons are on yet or not. Are they in? But Tyler, he's number 6. If you saw him on TV, number 6, anchoring that defense. He'll be doing the same thing at West Point next year. But I talked to Tyler a few weeks ago, and I said, Tyler, here's the deal. I need to get your parents to a school board meeting, but I don't know how to do it because I got a secret. So anyhow, hopefully, Corey, you and Darren are there as well, because you guys are our heroes of the heart for Los Alamitos High School this year. Darren and Corey DeLeon. So I want to talk a little bit about them, but I just want to, what is a volunteer? Does it mean giving yourself at every level of the district, elementary, middle, and high school? Does it mean giving in hundreds of hours each year to support our students? Does it mean serving on fundraising committees of booster clubs? Does it mean helping out at sporting events, carnivals, choir shows, and the like? Does it mean giving your time and talents in the wee hours of the night, on weekends, during summers, over holiday breaks? Does it mean donating supplies, snacks, meals, money, and more? If you do any one of these things, you're a hero. But when you do all of these things, year after year, for 20 years, you're a hero of the heart. So the DeLeons have done that. And some of you know that I do like to write from time to time. So I did write something for you. That this is for the DeLeons, the Griffin Heroes of the Heart. So bear with me. It's not about giving back to the community. It is simply what one should do. When talking about volunteering, the DeLeons believe this to be true. Darren and Corey have been mainstays in our schools for over 20 years. At times they were shoulders to cry on, other times to celebrate with cheers. Darren volunteered coaching football and found this to be quite a treat. However, keeping up with his wife, he found was no easy feat. The Griffin Choir needed help, and the DeLeons saw the need. They jumped in with both feet, with Corey taking the lead. Attending a choir performance, one can see coordination as a must. Serving as the house manager in Corey, Mr. Molenkamp could trust. Taking tickets or handing out programs, the guests she would meet, ringing that bell at intermission, she warned us to get to our seat. We have an inflatable Griffin on display for every home game. Making this happen on a weekly basis is one of Darren's claims to fame. Prior to every contest, through this Griffin, the players do run. Many of future Griffins would watch, hoping one day they could join the fun. Football players and choir performers can certainly work up an appetite. The DeLeons coordinated post-performance gatherings where the kids could get a bite. It was never just what's in it for my child, but they wanted to be able to serve all. Their volunteering was not out of a sense of duty, but simply heeding a call. There were some who stepped up with Corey as she encouraged us to help with bingo. After I worked my first evening, I realized this activity has its own lingo. I began to walk the floor, but hurried patrons forced me into a job. Keeping up with their needs could be demanding as they shouted, "I want fire dog." Corey will know what that means. This bingo thing is no small task, and we needed to cover the floor each week. But Corey was always prepared for the guests. This was not a job for the meek. She is generous with talents and continues to be with her time. Bingo brought in millions for choir. After 10 years, she's just hitting her prime. Choir plans competitions across country, and logistics are no easy task. When looking for help in this area, Miss DeLeon was the first one to ask. Behind the scenes of making it all happen, one simply cannot tell Corey no. It could be sewing costumes or selling tickets or finding new ways to make some dough. The district and community have been fortunate to have the DeLeons on our team. Their selfless giving to our programs has made working with them a dream. As they made their contributions to the schools, they constantly raised the bar. Our heroes of the heart for 2021, Darren and Corey De Leon, you certainly are. Congratulations, Darren and Corey. I see you back there.
Thank you. Thank
Was
you
it a
so much.
surprise?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I had to threaten Tyler to be seated and all the sorts of stuff. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I know that you're going to be dealing with just a whole slew of stuff later on. I can only say to those of you that are on camera and those of you that are watching, this district is special and it's unique and it cares. At one point I spent quite a few Tuesdays at school board meetings doing my own investigations, and I fell in love with the district all over again. We couldn't have asked for a better school, a better district for all of our children. We are so grateful to everybody. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Don't you know that somebody who gives heart and soul to the district is going to turn it around and thank everybody else? I mean, thank you for what you've done. We are a great district because of the families. You make all the difference and you never stop giving. It's like 3 full-time jobs voluntarily. So thank you. Thank you. Would somebody else like to comment? Mrs. Catulli? Yeah.
When I saw you guys back there, I knew immediately you were going to be the hero of the hearts. And I want to thank both of you. I don't think I've ever been to a choir show that you haven't been at, Corey. And in fact, I even looked for you in intermission, like, what are you doing running around? And I know you're active with the football boosters. You're active in the community. And it is just like what Marla said, one of the overriding reasons why we live in such a phenomenal community is because of people like you. And I'm so glad you guys were recognized. And I just thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything you guys have both done for so many kids. You have touched hearts and lives. And I'm
Diana, would you like to speak?
Thank you. And I heard the end of Meg's speech and it was wonderful. Corey and Darren, you are just LaSalle all over. And it's amazing because you are seen everywhere. You are part of so many things, so many parts of Seal Beach, so many parts of our schools. And it's just, I know that you do it out of the love of this community and for your children, but you also do it for all the other children that have come before and that will come afterwards. And you've set some incredible precedents, and just really appreciative for all you've done. And I know how proud you are of your sons, and you should be. And thank you for sharing them with us as well in this district.
Anyone else like to speak? Dr. Pulver?
Thank you, Madam President. Corey and Darren, what an amazing dynamic duo you both are, and just a beautiful family that you've raised and that you continue to be exemplary role models for your kids. I was fortunate, proud principal of Lee Elementary for 5 years, and when I was first year principal, one of the first individuals I got to meet was Corey, and one introduction to Corey, she's a mover and shaker. She can get things done. She's I don't think you or Darren sleep at times. I don't know how the various ways that you're involved in this community, as well as running your own businesses and working for corporations, being very involved in this community, being on the Seal Beach Chamber, actually leading the Seal Beach Chamber as well. And I think as Mrs. Davidson and Mrs. Hill, as well as, I'm not as good of a writer as Dr. Stone, but just the heart and soul that you pour into it for the numerous years, both at the elementary, at middle school, and even as your kids have moved on, you've still supported various programs. And what I love is just, like I said, the dynamic duo. We kind of get two very involved and supportive parents in this process. And so from the bottom of my heart, just please know that we love you and thank you with all of our heart and gratitude. And what an exceptional role model you are for our kids, for your kids, and for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Dr. Stone, this is your night. You've got a very special group of young people that you'd like to recognize now. So we'd like you to begin with that. Thank you.
We do. We have, Tina, could you put up the Gold and Eagle Scout Award recipients PowerPoint? There we go. So we have 28 students. The Gold Award is earned by the women and the Eagle Scout by the men, but they're equal in terms of the rigor and what's involved in that. And so what we did this year, we usually bring them to a board meeting to recognize them in person, but that wasn't going to be an option this year. So with the help of counseling and making some calls to some folks and emails, we're going to recognize them virtually, and we encourage them to go on tonight. So hopefully we have some of them out there in the audience virtually to be able to watch that. So if you could go to the next slide, I'm just doing them alphabetically. So what I did is on the person there, Hunter Barton, his project, he worked with the Huntington Beach Bartlett Park, and he wanted to create a spot where he could create benches and a place for people to relax. So it's an area in a park, a public park in Huntington Beach was Hunter Barton's project for his Eagle Scout. Lucas Blankenstein, Boys and Girls Club of Long Beach is where he worked with some backpacks. So he provided over 200 backpacks for kids at the start of the year. He worked with Katharina's Club of Anaheim to do this, but he had some other Boy Scouts with him, but it was Lucas' project to provide backpacks. Next slide, please. Matthew Borkovich. Matthews is still in process, but he's making this storage unit for the youth center here in Los Alamitos. What you see there are the drawings that he sent me. It's not complete yet, but it should be here probably by June or July is what he shared with me. And so it's a place where they can put their materials for science experiments and things like that, focusing on STEAM. And so that's Matthew's project. Alexia Calderon, she created the QR code there she has an interest in getting information out on bringing people aware of sexual assault and violence, and she's involved with the abuse hotline and things like that. So really trying to get information out there to especially young women in terms of to be careful out there and what things to be looking for. Next slide, please. Hunter Dunn, looks like he came back home because he came back to Hopkinton to create an area that was kind of a neglected part of the playground. So he calls it the Husky Buddy bench, and my kids went to Hopkinton, so I know what Husky Buddy means. And so he created this bench, and it's a beautiful area that he's created. You can see on one of the pictures in the upper left what it started out like, and you can see what he put together. So Hunter went back to Hopkinton and created that for the upcoming Huskies. Kevin Egan, he built a compost bin for the Long Beach Organic Community Garden. You can see pictures of him. They're working on putting it together. So he also wanted to make it a way for the people of Long Beach that could create something and also plant their crops and make it functional. Next slide. Jacob Endelman, Arbor Park. I don't live too far from there. I've been to that park a few times, but not since he's upgraded it. But he went over there to Arbor Park to kind of make some improvements, some areas where things just weren't draining and some water fountain was there. So he just kind of added an upgrade to what was there and added some structures more like play structure, the PVC pipe for the dogs to be able to play there. Odin Robert Ginnivan, he worked on putting together care packages for homeless people. So they might include shampoo, sanitizers, lip balm, masks, socks, things like that. So he prepared over 225 of these packages, as well as sack lunches, just to provide for the homeless. Next slide, please. John Hunter, didn't realize it, but now when I drive up the boulevard, I'll realize that Rose Garden is compliments of John Hunter at St. Hedwig Church. So he went there and redid that front there on the boulevard of St. Hedwig's. Ryan Inez, he worked with elementary school in Garden Grove, Enders, and built some benches for them to be able to use. So 12 new benches for his former school. Next slide. Kevin Jiang, he, along with some of his Scout friends, they painted the south side of the FECC Church of Cerritos, where he attends. You can see pictures of them painting the wrought iron fence there. Jared Kirkendall, earlier this evening we heard about what his project was, but he worked with the local American Legion post to create the flag retirement box over there. Vaughn Lathowers, he built a mulch enclosure for the community garden over in Long Beach as well. Francesca McCumber, she's in the process of writing and illustrating a children's book, and the topic is on bullying. And so there's the beginnings of it there, but it will be completed hopefully by summer. Antonio McHugh, he, along with Troop 105, they built some benches there for the St. Isidore Historical Plaza right down the street in Los Alamitos. And John Brock Montgomery, he worked with last year's band director, Tom Plunkett, and to create some storage space there. So there's some pictures there of what John Brock created along with Mr. Plunkett's guidance. Next slide. Ethan Nemeth, he organized some volunteers to create thank you notes, and the thank you notes went to service members, veterans, firefighters, police, those people who served the community over this past year, just to thank them for all what they did. He touched base all the way to Yountville, Solano, and different fire stations up and down the state. Sam Phelps is working to do a trail for Bolsa Chica Wetlands Conservatory. It's also in process. Next slide. Agostino Perazzi. Agostino got an email from him. He said he will be here in spirit only. He's got a lacrosse game tonight, but wanted to note him that he also helped building a storage unit for the Seal Beach Animal Shelter. Will Renault is in the jazz program, and he built this cart for the jazz program to be able to sell concessions. Next slide, please. Ethan Salter, he and some scouts constructed garden space for the Casa Youth Shelter. You can see the space there in the lower right of his frame. Caitlin Shimahara, she did a personal training program for mindful thinking and time management. They presented to groups in Fullerton and to Los Alamitos. Much of it was done virtually, so you can see some of her pictures there. They're all done via Zoom or YouTube links. Next slide, please. Jacob Summers, they worked with the Holy Cross Lutheran Church just down the street here and built their community garden for them. Dominic Sarofsky, he built some wooden fence garden around McGaw Elementary, again, coming back to his school to help it out with some fencing. Next slide, please. Gavin Watts, his project was to build some privacy walls and restrooms located in Sturdivant Camp up in Mount Wilson. He showed me some pictures there of it. There was a fire up there in that area in the fall, and so his project is still where it is now because he wasn't able to get in there to finish it, but that's his goal, is to build those privacy walls, but the fire last fall prevented him from completing it. Kaylin Yamamoto is on our golf team, and she took her love for golf and wants to then encourage younger kids to also pick up the golf club, and she created some lessons and some clinics for youth golf. Next slide, please. Caitlin Yamashiro, She designed and implemented a street and playground safety handbook for children. She did some teaching of it, and this was done through ABC Unified School District. And Janelle Zietz, she created a virtual education program to promote STEM for elementary and middle school students. She has her own website there if you'd like to go on there, the stemforyouth.org, and you can find out more about her project for Janelle. So congratulations, 28 of them earned it. That's a lot for 1 year, especially for a year like we've had. So congratulations to all of those Gold Award winners or Eagle Scout Award winners.
You all have our gratitude and our appreciation. It's so uplifting when we've been through so much over the last year to hear these projects and the imagination that you all have shown in determining what our communities need. And it's really encouraging to think that you're going to be our leaders in our communities and continue to do these great work. So thank you. Do we have comments? It's hard. I have to look around the screen really fast. Okay. So Dr. Stone, we know you have another very special presentation for a wonderful lady.
Yeah, let me look at the order because there are two wonderful ladies actually that we're going to recognize.
Miss Siaka.
Tammy Siaka. Yes. So Tammy, are you there? We talked this afternoon. We talked yesterday.
She is online.
Perfect. Perfect. So I met Tammy a fair number of years ago. She was teaching at Rossmore Elementary at the time. And then it was our good fortune that she decided she wanted to jump up to the high school back in 2017. So I was able to find out more about Tammy just in getting to know her these past few years, but she hasn't always been in education. She started out as a regional manager for American Golf, but she said her golf game has kind of been put on the back burner since she became an activities director. And I can understand why. But this past year, more than deserving, she received the 2021 Bob Burton Spirit Award. And I, as a former activities director, anybody in that field knows who Bob Burton was. He was an activities director at Fallbrook High School for over 30 years. He passed a few years ago, but he was Mr. Activities in the state of California. And to have your name associated with Bob Burton, as my friend Isaiah Gates said, that's tall timber. So kudos to you, Tammy, for that. But some of the things Tammy does, and she does it without any fanfare. She makes a positive difference every day. And I talked with her and with TJ, her co-activities director, TJ Fenton. I think that they and our ASB kids may have worked harder this year than they've ever worked and seen less results for their efforts. But in doing so, when I go by and visit them, they are never down about it. They just feel like, okay, it's a bump in the road, but it's not a wall, so we'll find a way to get there. So they've kept those kids and themselves positive all year long, even though they've had stuff that said, we can't. They find a way to, we can make it, we can. So under Tammy and TJ's direction, Tammy leading the charge, we've created what they call the Los Al Locos. And some of you may know who those are. You've seen pictures of them in some of the slides tonight. But in 2019, the Los Al Locos were awarded Southern California Most Spirited Student Section. Again, Tammy Siaka was leading the drive quietly behind that. She oversees over 100 student organizations or organized clubs that provides kids with connections to the campus besides the classroom. During the COVID-19 quarantine, she was instrumental in organizing the student-hosted events such as FaceTime Show, Freshman Zoom Connections, Virtual and Campus Spirit Days, and Socially Distanced Griffin Games Field Competition. Yes, we had Griffin Games this spring. We just did it socially distanced. Through Tammy's leadership, we've had plans to have an in-person outdoor prom on June 5th. And Tammy will probably be the first one that she did have to sell me a bit on that. But if Tammy has something and she's passionate about it, I'm willing to go out on a limb with Tammy because everything she does is done well and done with quality. So again, as Nico said, June 5th, this graduating class will have an outdoor prom. She leads by example. She models servant leadership, and this is evident in her students. So if you watch the students, you'll know there's a lot of Tammy in all of her kids. She's also a proud parent of 2 Griffin grads, McKenna, who we have here student teaching, who's going to pursue a career in education, and Mitchell, who's a private first class in the U.S. Army. Tammy and her husband, Steve, have lived in our community for many years. And I found a quote by UCLA basketball coach John Wooden that I think kind of sums up Tammy Siaka, at least how I see her. It says, "You can't live a perfect day without doing something for someone who will never be able to repay you." I think that just tells you who Tammy Siaka is. So Tammy, congratulations on the Bob Burton Award, and kudos to you and all that you do for Los Al kids. So
Thank you. I don't know if I'm supposed to say something.
Sure. Share with us.
Everybody here, thank you so much. Dr. Stone, thank you for always listening to us. You know, I kind of laughed when you said, "Oh, I'll go out on a limb," and I think we really do that every day. We say we go right to the edge of the cliff without jumping off. So thank you for listening and not saying no right off the bat and saying, "Tammy, TJ, can I think about it for a day?" So thank you. We've been able to do a lot for our students, and that's really what it's about. And I speak for a lot of people that our students are the why, and every day we go to school and remember, gosh, they're the why. My husband's sitting across from me. I have to thank him for his patience and support for letting me do this. But honestly, it's the best job in the world. Like Dr. Stone said, I live here, I work here, I go to school here. I might have coined that phrase, although a former superintendent might be using it still, but it's still mine. I do love it here. And to my partner, TJ, I know you're hopefully out there listening. This is something we've worked really, really, really hard for. And to be recognized by your peers is super humbling. And Los Al is a one high school district. So we kind of laugh like, oh, we'll never get that. We'll never get that. And then it just kind of really came together and everybody supported all of us. So the staff, the admin, the students, the community, everybody, this is really for all of us. I just happen to be the one whose name was on the plaque. So I'm humbled, I'm honored, and thank you all.
Tammy, your job is gigantic because you make it gigantic. One of the things that makes me happiest is that I get a lot of your students, a lot of the kids on ASB were my students. And what they say is that you nurture their dreams. You encourage them, you inspire them. You don't say no, you listen to them. And beyond that, they know that you care about each and every one of them personally. I can't imagine a greater treasure than someone like you who really, truly loves what you do and loves your kids and loves to give them opportunities to dream with gigantic ideas and pursue them. So thanks, Tammy. And I'm really excited that McKenna's student teaching for us. That's wonderful. Got to keep you on the campus. Would anybody else like to share? Dr. Pulver?
Yes, Tammy, what I don't know if people really realize is that this award is in essence being like the the ASB Director of the Year for our region. And I know you two are part of a dynamic duo with TJ as well. But it's really just the life lessons that so many students have shared, or families have also shared with me, that being an ASB has taught them, and just through your mentorship, through your leadership, through your guidance, and really just providing spaces for all students. So I know we're on a time crunch this evening, but it would be remiss to just say that we are so grateful for all that you do to find ways to connect our kids, and how our kids find other ways to connect more kids to the Griffin life. So thank you very much, and much deserved, well deserved, I should say, if I'm going to speak properly. And we love you. Thank you.
So, Dr. Stone, you have one final presentation. Would you like to share with us the Classified Employee of the Year?
I would be happy to do that. And is Ms. Palacios with us yet? Is she on?
She is. Her beautiful smiley face is joining
Yes,
us
it is.
now.
We've become very good friends this year. Cassandra Palacios is our Classified Employee of the Year, and she's a gem. She is just outstanding, great to work with. She came to the high school. She started out, I think, around 2013 in the district, and then she came to the high school in about 2017. And I really didn't work with her much in my prior position when I was overseeing the curriculum piece, but we would pass in the hall and so forth. But I didn't realize till this year just what a jewel she really is. And now she's with us pretty much full time, which is great because of what we're going through this year. But she on her own, as she came here, she started to introduce things, you know, some trainings on the EpiPen, some trainings on how to treat people with seizures. So she was really proactive in trying to help the staff look at early signs so she could then move in to kind of help support that. But that was done really on her own, reaching out to them. With the guidelines this year with COVID, I have put her as a standing item on every month of our staff meeting because I feel it's important for our staff to be able to know what the real information is, give them updates, even if it may not be what they want to hear. But Cassandra has been ongoing at all of our staff meetings, giving our staff updates. And in some cases, she's been the bulk of some of our meetings, and she's done that well, and she's just outstanding. But I think her skills as a health professional are one thing. Who she is as a person really sets her apart. She's calm, and what we've deemed a little bit of, I tell her, well, that might be a spicy conversation, but she has such a calmness about her. She just can de-escalate things because all of us know the situation we've gone through this year. It's caused some anxiety and some fears and some concerns, but she has a way of just kind of bringing some calm to any situation. And so that's just who she is. When we developed the system, when we came from hybrid went from distance to hybrid back in September, we worked closely with the staff, and Cassandra was a big player in this to be able to start having systems in place to do contact tracing, notifying teachers, notifying staff, notifying parents, but making sure we did it in a timely manner so that we didn't get ahead of ourselves and making sure it was accurate. And Dr. Jerry Friedman was also critical in helping us put those systems in place, but really Cassandra kind of quarterbacked that. She's also kind of gone beyond just the walls of Los Alamitos High School because the county would love to grab Cassandra and take her under their wing, but Cassandra's a Griffin through and through. She graduated from Los Al. She lives in the community, so she's not going anywhere. But the county has reached out to her. She did willingly go out and work at the Disneyland Vaccine Center on the weekends when they had that center up. She went out there and helped out with giving vaccines. And she told me this story, I think I'll share with you, but she was out there one time and she said there were these two adult children with their elderly father coming towards them, and dad is decked out head to toe in USC regalia. So they're coming up there. He was very nice. And as he approached Cassandra, he raised his hands with the two fingers and said, "Fight on," like all Trojans do. So Cassandra just kind of smiled and she administered the vaccine to the father. And then the father goes, "God, you must be really good. That needle didn't even hurt." Again, Cassandra just smiled. As he started to walk away, she talked to the two adult children. She said, "Be sure your father knows that he was just vaccinated by a UCLA alumni." So she kind of got the last dig on him because she was very gracious, but he was definitely Mr. USC, but she wanted to let him know that UCLA helped him out tonight or that day. And I took a passage from Booker T. Washington that I think talks about Cassandra. It says, "The happiest people are those who do the most for others. The most miserable are those who do the least." In my dealings with Cassandra, you can trust me, Cassandra Palacios is a very happy person. So congratulations, Cassandra, for all you do for our kids, and you and I, all you do for me. So thanks so much, Cassandra.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr. Stone.
just
Thank you,
told Joe I
everyone.
forgot. So I actually went a little out of order. I was on such a roll with Dr. Stone. I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Frazier because he would love to share as our assistant superintendent in charge of human resources. Forgive me, Dr. Frazier.
Madam President, no worries. I just want to say thank you and congratulations, honestly, to Los Al. What a night for you guys. From the school report to our student board representative, to our Heroes of the Heart, And of course, too, what is our favorite time of the year is recognizing our employees. And I think all of you know, and all of you out there listening know that we really have amazing employees in our school district. Our classified employees were really the backbone getting us back into school and making sure that our systems were safe, our schools were clean. And so for Cassandra to be recognized as our district employee, a classified employee of the year, not only as our district, but then onto the county as the county classified employee of the year. And honestly, if the state has its mind in the right place, she will be the state California or classified employee of the year. So on behalf of Human Resources, on behalf of our school district, Cassandra, thank you so much for your tireless work and honestly just being there for kids. I think that's the best thing. The best thing that we can say about you is that you love kids and that you're there for the right reasons and all the work that you do. I mean, I don't know any other person that sends emails at 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. So I've read a lot of those late night emails, Cassandra. So thank you so much, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Mrs. Cattouli?
Yeah, congratulations, Cassandra. Very well deserved, very proud of what you have done for our students at the high school. And I just in general want to say that this past 15 months or so has taken the entire world to start to appreciate people who we trust with our health and keeping everyone healthy and feeling well and being able to work at their optimum level. And I'm sure that a lot of people before, it's like, oh, you just send the sicky kids to the health office and we don't want to really find out what's wrong with them for fear that we'll get it. But I think that you just do so much more, and it's time for the world to be able to realize how you help us go from day to day and take care of all of our students and our staff members. So I just really want to thank you and say I'm really happy that you made it to the county. And I agree with Dr. Fraser. You should go statewide. Thank you.
Do I have further comments? Dr. Pulver?
Thank you, Madam President. And Cassandra, I can remember, I think you were one of the first LVNs several years ago when we were just creating this classification and really wanting to add more health services staff to our sites. And just what a blessing that you have been. No matter what site you work at, you have been superb and exceptional. I want to be clear that it's not because of the exceptional work that you have done during COVID. There could have been any year in the past that were any time that you've worked for us where you would have been nominated and selected as our classified employee of the year. There's such a among giants of many classified employees, but you really are a rare gem among all of them as well. And so just the amazing support that you provide our families as well. And I know we talk about our students, but as a mom or a dad or a guardian or an aunt or an uncle, it's always sometimes apprehensive about the news that comes home from school if their child gets injured or if they're sick, or in this year that they have to either stay home for 14 days or they have to quarantine. And the care and the patience and the love that you exhibit to every single family that you interact with and staff member as well is just something admirable. And you have a grace about you that is something that I think we all could learn from. So congratulations. I'm so glad the county has recognized you as the classified employee of the year for all of Orange County as well. Congratulations, Cassandra. And now we'd like to see if you want to speak.
Oh, yes. Can you hear me? Am I good? Thank you, everyone. I really, really appreciate all your kind words this evening. And I'm very humbled and I feel very blessed to receive this recognition. I think it's important to remember that this definitely was a team effort. Communication has been so important and the main thing to get us through this very last this year full of COVID. And I think all the communication that's come out of it is really important between counseling and school psychologists and the attendance office. My goodness, the attendance clerks have really made such a difference in how I'm able to navigate with who's sick and, that important resource to the teachers and the staff and the families, like you mentioned, the outpouring of support and love, just recognizing the late night emails and the phone calls and the hours that I've, received an email from a family I've never met before, or a card in the mail from someone I've never met. And the staff just overwhelming with thank yous and little notes has really touched me And then in terms of my administration team, my goodness, the late nights with, yes, Jason and Phil, and definitely Greg, Dr. Stone, who I could not have done this without. Definitely, I thank God every single day. And I've realized how important you have been, and it would have been a much different year had it not been you partnered with me. I recognize that all the time, and I'm very grateful for that. And I would also like to thank my family, my husband and my kids, who there were many days where they didn't see me and I was busy working. And I just felt, I think this year really, I felt the weight of all of our families on my back, that I realized that our communication was important in getting the word out and the information out as soon as possible, put everybody at ease, our 3,000 plus families. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Cassandra. Thanks for keeping our kids safe, for coordinating a gigantic team and being so diligent every single day. We really deeply appreciate it. It's a big reason why we were able to keep our schools open. Are there any further comments? I have to scan the screen.
Just if we were in person, we would have your plaque and your award for you. So Dr. Fraser will be delivering that, I'm sure, shortly.
So we thank you, and we thank you, Dr. Stone. You get to go have a tall drink of water, because that was a lot of talking, and we appreciate everything you shared and your wonderful message about the great things that are happening at LaSalle. And now we are going to take a recess before we begin the second part of the board meeting. So we will, how long is the recess?
Probably about 10 minutes, maybe not that
Okay.
much longer. Just want to make sure all of you have an opportunity to use the restroom and get a snack.
Okay, so thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Sorry. Okay. Can I start?
Yep.
Okay. We'd like to welcome you back to the meeting. At this point, we begin the public forum, comments from the public. We would love to have those comments in person, but as we've shared before, it just did not appear to be safe according to law enforcement agencies. So we welcome this input, and the online ability to share your comments seems to have worked. We have over 170. So would the board like to consider a motion, since we normally only allow 30 minutes of discussion, of extending the time and perhaps limiting the time for each letter to less than 3 minutes?
I'll make a motion that we extend the time to hear all comments and limit that time to 2 minutes per comment.
I second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Has to be
Oh,
roll
sorry,
call.
it has to be roll call. Okay, Mrs. D'Angelo?
Mrs. Davidson.
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli.
Aye.
Mr. Forehand.
Aye.
Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
The ayes carry it 5-0. Because we are on virtual for this meeting, we have to do all votes by roll call. So, so we will begin this portion. People were allowed to submit their comments up until 3 p.m. and we took some after that as they came until the meeting got started. They will be read by each one of us. Each of us is taking a section of them. The public comments will be limited to 2 minutes. So when the timer goes off, we will finish that sentence. So our first reader is going to be Dr. Pulver with the first 10 letters.
Thank you, Madam President. And as we will read these, we'll read them just as they are. However, they've been typed onto the form, and we will go through them. So the first public comment from Mossy Kennedy regarding the social justice standards. Thanks for the support of the social justice standards in our teaching and learning. Next public comment is from Amy Lonesberry, topic ethnic studies, and comment social justice standards. Next comment is from Caroline Scheck, says the topic is support for the board, and no other comments. Next comment is Curtis Ushijima, and the description is support for the board, no other comments. Next comment is from Angana Pathak. The topic is social justice standards, ethnic studies curriculum. The comment, I'd like to thank the board, administration, and everyone else involved in moving the district forward. One day we'll all look back, especially in Orange County, and see all kids, especially Black, Indigenous, people of color, know a world that is just. LoSal will no longer be hiding behind the orange curtain and raising our kids in a bubble. We will be preparing them for a much bigger world with all kinds of people. These changes will benefit kids for decades, and they will one day look back and see that there were people who will be willing to go against the loud voices of the opposition. These kids will grow up knowing that they matter just as much as everyone and that they are valued. The social justice standards are being adopted will be another resource that the teachers have in their back pockets. And the ethics studies elective course will give the kids that they are yearning for specific education to be able to get it. Thank you again for your courage and your willingness to listen to the students in this district. Life is about choices, all that have consequences. This one, I truly believe, will have great ones. The next comment is from Reverend Samuel Pullen. The topic is Christian values supporting ethnic studies and social justice standards in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. Christian values, social justice standards in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. Members of my congregation with children in Los Alamitos Unified School District have asked me to speak in favor of the proposed ethnic studies course and the K-12 social justice standards. Even though I'm a white heterosexual Christian man who benefits from the status quo, I support these much needed changes within LAUSD. From my perspective, these policies will help our students and teachers practice Christian values of loving our neighbors, especially those who are different from us, those who are hungry, unhoused, incarcerated, or immigrants. We must stand united with Superintendent Pulver and members of the school board who are honoring the wishes of students and parents to include curriculum and standards that reflect the diversity of the student body. Our future will be brighter when we leave behind divisive politics and let our youth inspire us to celebrate diversity and the
the wrongs of history. The next comment is from Jessica Abel in support of ethnic studies. I'm in support of ethnic studies class, the attention this elective is getting in front of school choice advocates. The next comment is from Julie Tsai, support for the school board. I grew up in Los Alamitos school district and have full confidence in all their decisions. I love the way that they teach kids love and acceptance and to stand up against bullies. This is why I decided to move back home so that my kids can learn what I've learned. Thank you all for your do and standing up against bullies. The next public comment is from Whitney McIntyre Miller regarding ethnic studies and the social justice standards. My name is Whitney McIntyre Miller, and as a parent of a Rossmore student and an original and ongoing member of the LoSal Human Relations Advisory Council, I stand in solidarity with the district in improving both the ethnic studies elective and the social justice standards. I have seen the commitment to our students, staff, and faculty have made to this work, and I applaud that we are speaking to everyone's stories and histories. As a white, cisgender, straight woman, I know what it's like to not learn diverse stories until after compulsory education. I'm glad we are acting. It's about time we celebrate all of our amazing community in our schools. At this time, we're going to have the next public comment. Dr. Jerry Friedman, our Director of Student Support Services, is bilingual, speaks Spanish, and the comment is in Spanish. So Dr. Friedman, we're going to ask you to go ahead and take the next comment.
This comment is from Jorge Tonix regarding ethnic studies. Este mensaje está dirigido a los estudiantes, educadores y comunidades que han continuado la lucha por los estudios étnicos. Mil agradecimientos para todos los esfuerzos que han hecho para que nuestras escuelas puedan enseñar un poco más sobre las realidades de nuestras historias. Nos dicen que los estudios étnicos es una herramienta racista utilizada para dividir a la gente, pero esto no puede estar más lejos de la verdad. A pesar de que venimos de diferentes orígenes, somos unidos en nuestro esfuerzo común contra el patriarcado, sexismo, heteronormatividad y supremacía blanca. En países incluyendo México, Colombia, Palestina y aquí en los Estados Unidos, estamos aprisionados sobre estos temas. La realidad es que ahora más que nunca necesitamos estudios étnicos y maestras, maestros, exes disponibles para educar a nuestra juventud. Por eso les pido que no se detengan cuando se encuentran en frente de gente que critican sus intenciones para mejorar nuestras vidas y encontrar la igualdad. Los estudios étnicos nos enseñan sobre nuestros antepasados y las luchas que nuestros padres y ancestros han peleado para que hoy en día podamos seguir la lucha para una justicia social. Hoy estoy comentando en apoyo de la aprobación de las comunidades para incorporar estándares de justicia social en el plan de estudios étnicos, pero en el futuro cercano espero apoyar la decisión comunal de avanzar los estudios étnicos de ser solo un curso electivo a un requisito de graduación. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman, for your Spanish speaking and helping us translate, well, not translate, but to read the public comment. And then we'll turn the next public comments over to Mrs. Davidson. Once again, we are timing, so if the timer goes off after 2 minutes, we would just ask you to finish the sentence that you are reading.
Okay. Tracy Vuitton about ethnic studies and social justice materials. Thank you for your support of the ethnic studies elective at LAHS. We are grateful for your hard work and appreciate all the efforts you have put into making LAHS better together. Equity, diversity, and inclusion should always be honored and celebrated. John Miller, Ethnic Studies Elective and Social Justice Standards. First and foremost, as a parent of a student at Rossmore Elementary, I wholeheartedly support the Ethnic Studies Elective and Social Justice Standards. Furthermore, while I am not going to go into all of the reasons I find the behavior of those opposing the Ethnic Studies Elective appalling, I will say this. Some of you heckled children, and you should all be ashamed of your behavior. That said, let me get right to it. It's an elective. I repeat, an elective. That alone should conclude the argument here. Don't want your kids to take this course, then tell them not to. But if you do stand in the way of kids interested in expanding their worldview, do not stand in the way. Not your kid, not your business. As a straight white man, I will absolutely encourage my child to take this course when he is presented with this opportunity. Jesus Peralto, in support of ethnic studies. Hello, I'm a senior at Los Alamitos High School, and I'm in support of the ethnic studies class. When I first heard about this class, I immediately was in support of it 100%, and it does anger me to hear that there has been so much retaliation every time a meeting is held. I know that this class will lead the path towards a more accepting and tolerable community. Being part of this school for 4 years, I've seen a lot of discrimination and racism against many different minorities that I feel like nothing is being done about it. I know ethnic studies will not only make people realize that they have just one big family, but also help people understand that every culture is beautiful and unique in their own way, although it is different from theirs. That's why I am 100% supportive of this class, as I know it will help people feel that they're welcomed at Los Alamitos, although they're different. Bill Andrews, in response to 9A, 9C, and CRT. Opposition to supplemental materials, opposing to moving Lincoln's birthday, opposition to CRT elective. Steve Miller, social justice standards. Thank you, board, Dr. Pulver, and everyone involved for making social justice standards a priority. When we stop dealing with racism and other biases on an isolated instance, like we have done for an entire history, hopefully we will work towards an equitable future for all. I appreciate the work you have done this far and can't thank you all enough for taking this head on and dealing with all of this, all that has come with it. While I have no doubt that some will oppose pretty much anything involving educating against anti-biases, it's pretty evident those behind this are seeking to financially gain off of choice schools and are not really interested in our future generations. Much appreciated, and please know that the overwhelming majority of this community supports you and admires the courage you have all have had to endure these few months. Have a good evening. Steve Miller, father of a third grader at McGaw Elementary. Amber Steves, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. Thank you for the opportunity to express my support for the Ethnic Studies elective and the use of the resource guide Social Justice Standards. This type of learning is needed now more than ever. The outcomes and scenarios presented in the resource document are clearly meant to help make everyone feel included, represented and allowed for safe and healthy enlightenment and interaction. Open conversations and learning about one another fosters empathy and compassion at any age. The scenario of girls teasing one another about their weight and bringing it to light is inappropriateness hopefully will be something that is being taught at home. However, I think we heard from the students at the last meeting that oftentimes the bullying and in some cases racism has been excused as they didn't know what they were saying. They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't really mean that, etc. Maybe these values aren't being taught at home, not only out of malice or ill will, but perhaps due to lack of awareness and education. The school district has the opportunity to provide the awareness and the education and to give these future parents the information they need to allow these values to be taught in their homes. We appreciate your willingness to explore options to make the world a better place, a place that would give all students the opportunity to see themselves and their culture in the history books. Lyle Sells, Ethnic Studies Becoming an Elective Course at Los Alamitos High School. Firstly, I would like to tell the board a little bit about why this matters to me. I'm a student at this school who has the privilege of living in Rossmore and has never experienced racism. I am white, and my favorite subject has always been history. Throughout my education, I have heard teachers reference the bias other countries like China, India, and Russia have in their history classes against what truly happened in their past. Some countries refuse to acknowledge genocides, others shy away from the brutality of colonialism, and some burn the pasts of the conquered. What we do is the same. Most Americans would say they seek truth and are working to better themselves. Well, I am personally calling on the board to reflect on their personal biases and acknowledge the way we portray history in our institutions. Education in the United States has been censored, whether you want to believe it or not. Only 2 states in the whole of the United States mention white supremacy in their curriculum. 7 states do not directly mention slavery in their state standards, and 8 states do not mention the civil rights movement. This is a crucial part of US history, and deterioration of historical accuracy is a problem with little remedies currently being offered. This is my plea to you all. After listening to countless personal anecdotes about racism and incredibly shaky arguments against the education of youth, to view the holes in our history and act. There is improvement to be made, and education can help with racism and or at least acknowledging the brutality, the brutal effects racist institutions like slavery have had on our past. I would also like to draw attention to the proof of the moment, a movement which has already been incorporated in countless universities across the nation, has been harassed as well as the people who support it. The threats of violence that have ensued over the incorporation of an elective class just shows the lengths some people will go to censor the realities of our world. These meetings and tensions would never come to the forefront of the implementation of an elective sketch class. Jeannie Schlamm, social justice standards. I appreciate the energy and thoughtfulness that went into considering the social justice standards and ethnic studies curriculum. Thank goodness for our exemplary board, teachers, students, and parents who've come forward to support this and demonstrated the need. Clearly, they have gained my support. Our Los Alamitos USD has always provided the best curriculum for our students. They've earned our trust. Karen Tazam, ethnic studies. A short description of ethnic studies is the learning of histories, experiences, cultures, and issues of different ethnic groups within America. This is extremely important for the future generations, as the current high school history curriculum gives more perspective on white history than the other ethnic groups, such as Native American, Latino, and African American, to name a few. The broadening of our knowledge and issues of such cultures can help people gain a better fundamental understanding of the issues that are plaguing America and perhaps help solve them in the future. As a student of the school and a friend to many, I've heard many experiences in this school that have been extremely rude, and I believe that giving students the chance to learn ethnic studies would allow for better and safer school grounds for the ethnic minorities at this school. Around the world, there are many cultures that have been colonized and have been ruined because of this. A great example of this trends of beauty in current culture, where people favored the beauty of having white skin more than even their own skin, leading to many issues such as body dysmorphia, eating disorders, and so on. The favoritism of white skin is why we need ethnic studies, to demonstrate the history of different cultures that have been colonized and suppressed due to the lack of compassion of those who believe themselves to be better than others. The studying of ethnic studies can help those who don't feel comfortable in their own bodies and make them feel comfortable from those around them as well, through the sharing of their cultures, difficulties throughout history. In these 2 years, we've seen a lot of horrible events happen, such as the raiding of the Capitol building, the pandemic, and Black Lives Matter, as well as Asian Lives Matter. I urge you to push for ethnic studies, as our world is messed up right now, and this is a step in the right direction. Nikki Mendel, social justice standards and ethnic studies. I support ethnic studies because it gives our students an opportunity to learn about themselves and their surrounding communities. The social justice standards teach students to be more aware of the similarities and differences that exist between them, which creates more caring and conscious of their peers. I support these standards with their focus on creating a more equitable society and giving voices to the marginalized people. And I yield the floor to Mrs. Hill.
Thank you very much. Nico Gonzalez, Ethnic Studies. I am Nico Gonzalez, a senior at LAHS. As a Latinx, AP, and honor student throughout my high school career, I have been the only or part of very few brown kids in the classroom. It is incredibly challenging to continue my studies when I feel that as if my Latinx identity does not belong in higher level classes. Thoughts of being too ghetto, unprofessional, or even too dirty ring through my mind. But over many years of self-doubt and self-hatred, I have realized that I am not the problem. How could you expect your non-white students to succeed when all they see is white faces in the history books? white men and women holding such powerful roles and quite literally making history. Though when we see our own beautiful brown skin in our history classes, we are the sources of labor. We are not appreciated for our intelligence or creativity, but only the ability to work in the fields and clean homes. My self-doubt was not something only I experienced. I can assure you that every person of color in our school is wondering why try when they always will be left in the shadows or be forgotten. If our children have role models to look up to and talk to like they did, their self-confidence will encourage them to push their limits and achieve anything. My little brother and cousin would grow up knowing that they deserve of the respect and all the opportunities they could could dream of in order to get where they want to get. This is more than just
This is more than just adding a course, it's bringing our ancestor stories back to life. It is instilling the basic respect for different cultures, which is severely deprived in our community. Opening our eyes to different perspectives and stories will only ever be a good thing. Help your students be the best they can. And that's what you want, isn't it? I'll continue reading as the computer froze for Mrs. Hill. The next comment is Ellie Chen, Social Justice Standards and Ethnic Studies. Hello, my name is Ellie and I'm in the 4th grade. I'm inspired to speak by my friend Claire. I support the social justice standards and ethnic studies. Sometimes in school, I haven't learned all perspectives of one story. With social justice standards and ethnic studies, I will be able to learn all sides of the story. The next comment is.
I'm back.
Wonderful, thank you.
Dr. Pulver. Did you finish, Nico?
We are now on Emmy Fell.
Okay, Emmy Fell. Ethnic Studies at Los Alamitos High School. Ethnic Studies is a very important subject and should be taught at our schools. Our school deals with multiple accounts of racism and hatred, and this class can educate students on different cultures and teach students to appreciate and respect others. Our school needs this, as we can clearly see the white privilege that is shown through the students as they think that a course that is not required, that is teaching about ethnic studies, is an attack on white people. I, as a white person, think that is incredibly ridiculous. And I think the fact that this is an offered course is a great opportunity for students to learn to respect others, because this needs to be taught to the ignorant white students that take this as an attack on themselves when it's education on others and their ethnicity. Cindy Hudson, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. I am in complete support of this class and movement to be more inclusive in this district. Emmy Chu, Social Justice Standards and Ethnic Studies. And I would like to say that if any, I am not wonderful at pronouncing people's names. So if I do pronounce something incorrectly, my fellow teammates, please go ahead and feel free to correct me.
I think this is from Emmy Chen.
Hello, this is Emmy. I am an 8th grader currently attending Oak Middle School. At the last board meeting, a man behind me continuously groaned and mumbled whenever the current speaker said that they were a member of the LGBTQ+ community. His comments only further prove why we need social justice standards. The social justice standards teach the acceptance of oneself and others, no matter how different. These social justice standards are necessary to teaching students how to accept the identities of others. Monica Glicken, Support of Ethnic Studies course and social justice standards. I am an LAUSD parent who is writing to express strong support of the inclusion of the equitable, ethnic studies curriculum and social justice standards. As an American-born daughter of immigrants from Cambodia and the Philippines, and the parent of a mixed-race children, it is vitally important to me that LAUSD continue to move towards adoption of the elective ethnic studies course at Los Alamitos High School and K-12 social justice standards. I can speak for myself and say that when I was growing up, it would have meant the world to me to learn in school about contributions of Asian immigrants to America, such as the Chinese workers who built the railroads, or the Filipinos who fought against Japan alongside American soldiers in World War II. The recent rise of anti-Asian violence is a sobering indication of how critical it is that our youth learn about the diverse voices and histories that make up America. I hope and believe that more understanding and awareness will come more acceptance and peace. Nancy Smith, support of social justice standards and ethnic studies elective. I adopted my daughter, Chloe, from China in 2003. She was extremely friendly and outgoing until she got to first grade at McGaw. She came home crying one day because other children told her to stay away from regular kids. She was only to be with kids with eyes like hers. When I complained to the school, the teacher and principal declined to address it. Chloe became less outgoing. Similar incidences happened at school, and now she is a junior at La Salle. Most recently, we were in a class together in town, and the teacher, a local business owner, told her we had too many Chinese in Seal Beach and needed to be sure no local businesses were taken over by Chinese. So it is not just at school. We both regularly attend BLM peaceful gatherings, and I have been shocked to see my own neighbors split and swear and throw things at us. My own neighbor's 14-year-old tried to blow off the front door to our other neighbors because the couple were interracial. Within the last month, the local kids wrote profanity across our garage door. They have put ugly notes in our door, and I'm afraid to let my teenage daughter be out in town alone. We need this class, and it should start younger to encourage acceptance and break the cycle of hate. Kieran Tisham, did I get that right? Okay. Ethnic studies. A short description of ethnic studies is learning the histories, experience, and cultures and issues of different ethnic groups within America. This is extremely important for future generations, as the current high school history curriculum gives more perspective on white history than other ethnic groups, such as Native Americans, Latino, African Americans, to name a few. The broadening of our knowledge and issues of such cultures can help people gain better fundamental understandings of the issues that are plaguing America and perhaps help solve them in the future. As a student of this school and a friend of many, I've heard many experiences in this school and have been extremely rude. And I believe that giving students a chance to learn ethnic studies would allow for a better, safer school ground for ethnic minorities at our school. Around the world, there are many cultures that have been colonized and have been ruined because of this. A great example of this is the trends of beauty and current culture, where people favor the beauty of having white skin more than even their own skin, leading to many issues such as body dysphoria, eating disorders, and so on. The favoritism of white skin is why we need ethnic studies, to demonstrate the history of different cultures that have been colonized, suppressed, and due to lack of compassion for those who believe themselves to be better than others. The studying of ethnic studies can help those who don't feel comfortable in their own bodies, make them feel more comfortable from those around them. And though sharing their cultural differences throughout history, In these 2 years, I've seen a lot of horrible events happen, such as the raid on the Capitol building, the pandemic, BLM, as well as ALM. I urge you to push for ethnic studies as our world is so messed up right now. This is a step in the right direction. Amada, oh goodness gracious, something Blanco. I have no Spanish, even though I am half Cuban. I can't. Guveria Blanco. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Ethnic studies. This course is necessary for youth to be able to understand and tolerate and respect each other. Sally Sanders, ethnic studies class. I am a concerned citizen in Orange County who's tired of racists and bullies. I've learned, when I learned of the disgusting behavior of the people pushing back against ethnic studies at your school, I came to support the students and their families. What are these people so afraid of? White supremacy knows that education is the enemy, so it scares them to death. We have to stand up to them. We have to educate our kids with truth. Thank you. Mrs. Cattouli?
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. From Drew Sells, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. Esteemed Board, I am a father of 2 at the district, teacher, coach, and a member of various committees at LAHS. I have had the privilege to meet, collaborate with, encourage, advise, and protect numerous outstanding students from both LAHS and our middle schools. They have been giving of their time, their effort, and their knowledge of what our school needs. Many of them have spoken more eloquently than their adult counterparts about what our school's direction must be. I know you have all heard their voices. They have spoken virtually in unison about the need to include social justice and a way of life from K-12. They want to know each other's backgrounds, histories, and connections. We should celebrate these brave students by honoring the request to include the social justice standards and proposed ethnic studies course. It is a rare occasion when the WASC committee, school board, administration, teachers, and students all agree. This is the rare occasion. Let's implement standards that teach multiple perspectives and let all those positive voices begin to silence the ignorant, the uninformed, and the hateful few in our community. I commend you on your decision to put safety first for this board meeting and only wish that this was done sooner. It is now clear that we put students in harm's way during the last board meeting. There should have been a need for teachers there should never be a need for teachers to protect parents and students from speaking their minds at a board meeting. It is my hope that future board meetings will have protocols in place that honor the students' time and need for a safe space to express themselves so they can get back to their families and their busy schedules without fear of reprisal. Please consider having student voices heard first and whenever necessary, providing them the opportunity to do so in a safe environment of their choosing. Lynn Lee, Ethnic Studies Elective. My name is Lynn Lee, and I have taught ethnic studies for 4 years in Santa Ana Unified. This class is such a great class for your students. Over these years, I have watched how this course really benefits all students. First, all students are appreciative of the new learning they receive from multiple perspectives, and that is usually missing from their history classes. Second, it helps students of color build their confidence. I have seen many of my students change over the course of the year from being apathetic about their academics to becoming serious about going to college and pursuing a career. They do better not only in ethnic study courses, but in all of their courses. And third, students also become engaged in community projects that give them experience in civics. As a social science teacher, part of our goal is to strengthen our democracy by encouraging civic engagement. This class does just that. It encourages our students in a topic that they care about and allows them to take steps towards the bettering of the community. This class promotes student voice, choice, and leadership. Your students deserve it. Thank you, board members of the LaSalle School District, for reading my comments. Catherine Ye, Social Justice Standards and Ethnic Studies. As a LaSalle parent of 2 children in the district, a 4th grade child at Weaver and an 8th grade teen at Oak, I am writing to express my strong support for your decision to vote in favor of the adoption of the social justice standards and the inclusion of ethnic studies as a course offering at the high school. My support comes from the core reason why my husband and I chose to move to an area so that our children could attend LaSalle schools. We share the district's commitment to ensuring academic and personal excellence that prepares students for a global society, which requires every child to be in a safe, nurturing, supportive, and inclusive learning environment. As an educational researcher, I also support the decision as it aligns with educational research, which shows that the foundation for growth is built on acknowledging and appreciating what children bring to school, their experiences, interests, culture, language, family roots and structures, talents, and distinct ways of being and knowing in their world. The social justice standards are developmentally designed for every stage of K-12 education to promote more inclusive, equitable, and safe classrooms. In fact, the social justice standards have been adopted across the schools in the state of Hawaii, recommended for their usage by the Indian Department of Education, and across many districts in the state, and its pillars guide the design of teacher preparation courses at UC Irvine and Chapman University. I trust the district to continue to align with research-based practices, as well as the brave worlds of students who have spoken at the board meetings throughout the last 3 years. Thank you for leading and serving our beautiful community. Natalie Chang, item 9A, approval of supplemental materials, social justice standards. Good evening. My husband and I have 2 students in the district, one at Weaver Elementary and one at LaSalle High. Our family believes equity, acceptance, and safe spaces for all students should be at the hallmark of every school classroom. We fully support the implementation of the social justice standards in our district. These grade-specific standards give both teachers and students the tools necessary to foster acceptance and create safe spaces in our classrooms and in our community. Thank you for working to ensure all of our children are receiving the space and support that they need. Laura. K-12 social standards public comments. I love America for so many reasons, but the biggest reason is our freedom of choice. Tonight, the board may choose to adopt what I consider to be incredibly divisive and toxic K-12 social justice standards provided by the Southern Poverty Law Center with resources drawn from tolerance.org. If they choose to adopt these standards, then I will choose to remove my son from this educational setting. I know I am not alone. I have spoken to over a dozen parents who are seriously considering a change of educational setting in order to protect their children from this poisonous indoctrination and mindset. There are an incredible array of educational choices within a 10-mile radius of this district who remember that it is not the school's responsibility to teach children how to think or what to think. It is the parents' job to teach values, not the school. The social justice standards emphasizes one's race, gender, sexual preference, religion, and identity goes against the vast majority of this district's constituent beliefs on what should be focused on in school. I strongly urge the board to vote no on adopting these standards. Natalie Chang. Item 9A, approval of supplemental materials, social justice standards.
Mrs. Catulli, that's a duplicate post. That post will come up later. So we're going to skip any duplicate post.
Thank you. Jamie Sulu, critical race theory. I strongly disagree with passing this as it will reintroduce segregation to our children, not only in schools, but in homes of multicultural families, bringing further confusion and mental concerns. Ray Coriarty, ethnic studies course. We are all aware that knowledge is power, that open-mindedness is a hallmark of a powerful discourse, and that the future health of the world at large resides in the hands of our daughters and sons. When given this chance, we simply cannot miss another opportunity to inspire our kids to view complex issues and problems from multiple perspectives and to actively participate in the democratic process where the voices of all people are not only heard, but also valued. The adoption of the ethnic studies course can, without a question, be a vehicle where insensitivity is replaced by acceptance, where apathy is transformed into action, and where narrow-mindedness is supplanted by understanding. All stakeholders need to seize this chance to remind our students that they can be the change that leads to the future of hope, trust, and love. Embracing the ethnic studies course will prove to be a decisive and purposeful step in that very direction. Christine Levis for CRT. I do not want CRT taught in Los Alamitos schools. All lives are equally important. Please don't do this to our children. And then I'm going to hand this over to Chris.
Thank you, Meg. I have Marilyn Barnett, C below, comments on the people outside of the district who are misrepresenting the motives, actions, and position of the school board, administrators, and teacher. Laura Forrest, support ethnic studies course as a parent and educator. I am a parent of 11th grader at Los Alamitos High School and a professor of education. I appreciate all the work the LAUSD board has done to offer this important elective course, and my daughter will certainly sign up for it. I resent all of the protests against it from the outside our district. Obviously, they have a political agenda. To those parents of current students who oppose the class, you have a choice, and it is an elective course. To those residents of Los Alamitos who may have had children attend the schools in the past, please stick to the facts. The world needs this course, and the vitriol you are promoting has no place in the curriculum. An ironically named group, Protect Los Al Schools, has been stirring this pot. I want my kids protected from their political agenda. Kristen Braithwaite, Ethnic Studies course, Social Justice Standard. Esteemed board members, each school day I stand behind my podium, socially distanced away from my students in the classroom at Los Alamitos High School. Physically, they are present and ready to learn. I look beyond an array of plexiglass shields into their eyes. They are earnest but vacant. My students are divided by both physical space and the perception of isolation, and they are becoming hollow. A once tightly knit thread of symbiotic connection between students has become frayed, tenuous at best. They deserve better than this. We have a significant opportunity through the introduction of an ethnic studies class and social justice standards to close the gaps that are driving our students apart. They need each other now more than ever, and learning to understand one another through uplifting marginalized voices without denying the value and dignity of other people is paramount to the healing that undoubtedly needs to take place within the walls of our classrooms. Our ethnic studies class will strive to cultivate students that effectively listen to others and give a voice to people in need. There is no time more crucial to adopt both this course and the social justice standards. Carter Camago, implementing ethnic studies. Hello, my name is Carter. This is now my third year attending Los Alamitos High School, but I've been in LAUSD since kindergarten. There's little to no representation so to see an ethnic studying program set in a place would be amazing. I am African-American/Mexican and have been discriminated against, bullied, and developed high anxiety due to my skin color. Maybe if our curriculum was changed, non-POC would understand a little more. It doesn't seem like any of my friends truly see my perspective when it comes to being a POC in America. Although I know that we will never be able to walk in my shoes, it would be great if they could stand by me instead of being against me. Joel Block, Social Justice Standards, Ethnic Studies. I and my family strongly support the board's incorporation of social justice standards in the school curriculum, as well as the offering of a course in ethnic studies. Our two sons spent their entire K-12 years in Los Al schools, and my spouse volunteered for the schools as PTA officers, Gate Advisory Committee members, and in support of the drama program. From our perspective, students need to be provided with a truthful and comprehensive understanding of the key roles played by slavery, immigration, and their consequences in the history, economy, and culture of the United States. Students also need to appreciate the impact these phenomena have had on the life experiences of communities of color. This has generally not been the case in the past, and we applaud the board for its current initiatives. Devin Vatuk, Ethnic Studies elective. I support this elective as a current student at Los Al. Catherine R., Ethnic Studies elective. I am an alumni from Los Alamitos High School, and I am in full support of ethnic studies. I've experienced racism from this school, and I think it's insane that anyone would be against an elective. Leslie Weber, La Mirada High School English teacher and coach, ethnic studies elective, and social justice standards. Thank you, board and cabinet, for considering the safety and security of all by moving to an online format for this meeting. Thank you also for your continued support of the ethnic studies elective and in addition to the social justice standards. To our students who have bravely taken a stand and spoken in favor of these needed additions to LoSal, thank you. To those questioning why the district is taking these steps, simply look at our WASC report. Look at the records of several years of board meetings in which parents and student reporting feeling unrepresented. Look at our changing demographics and some of the unchanged curriculum. There is a need as well as a directive to include all of our students, to offer them different voices to read and hear, and to allow them to form their identities and conclusions a little more before they leave our classrooms and homes for their post-secondary pursuits. So much of what we as a high school community do on a daily basis connects to the social justice standards already. Navigating where one fits in, identifying oneself as a member of multiple groups, communicating effectively, and grappling with how to do so when the language or content is unfamiliar or uncomfortable, expressing empathy and compassion when needed, taking a stand when something is not right. The standards are not new, the ideas are not new. They do, however, serve as a reminder to many of us as to why we got into the profession. Thank you for your time and continued support of these needed additions to the high school and district.
Just to clarify, the speaker was from a teacher at Los Alamitos High School, not La Mirada High School.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Melanie Barcinas Dixon, Ethnic Studies for Los Alamitos High School curriculum. I'd like to express my support for keeping ethnic studies an elective in Los Alamitos High School because it benefits the students via providing more in-depth education and a wider perspective on U.S. history. The curriculum isn't anti-white, but is embracive and inclusive of the other races that played key role in U.S. history. And Scott, I will toss the baton to you.
Thank you, Chris. Jacqueline Post, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. School hours have been roughly the same for over 100 years, and it is challenging to teach children everything they need to know about their own histories. Therefore, ethnic studies is a great way to capture more time for students to learn about the past and how it affects their present and future. Character education is taught in one form or another throughout public schools. For example, Project Self-Esteem, Pillars of Character, etc. LAUSD is utilizing a structured form of this education with the social justice framework, which basically teaches the golden rule of respecting others the way you want to be respected. Let's be kind to one another, please. Amy Hant, 9A, Social Justice Standards. I am the parent of a McGaw student. I fully support the adoption and integration of the social justice standards to promote inclusion, understanding, compassion, and the social emotional growth and well-being of our children and our community. The goal of the standards is to make school more just, equitable, and safe. Isn't that what all parents want for their children? By teaching not just tolerance, but acceptance, inclusion, and celebration of individual differences, we'll be preparing our children to be better students, friends, colleagues, partners, parents, and human beings. The Sea Lion Pledge calls on students to recognize and appreciate individual differences, and the incorporation of social justice standards will ensure that the pledge is more than just empty words. My daughter is in the Community of Learners class in McGaw, a wonderful environment where children of all backgrounds and learning styles learn together, help each other, and thrive. Adoption and integration of social justice standards will help make the entirety of the Los Al student body a true community of learners who care for each other and strive to lift each other up. Corey Inglis, Ethnic Studies. Thank you to the board and our educators who are in favor of ethnic studies in our school. Knowledge is power. Those who are fighting it are choosing to stay stagnant and refusing to grow and learn. Give our children the gift of knowledge. Stop the hateful lies and educate yourself on the value it will bring to the children. To those fighting it, do you have children in the district? I do. Let me choose the path for my children and not someone who is completely disconnected. Leland J. Thank you to students. Public comment for the May 11th meeting. Good evening. My name is Leland J. I'd like to use my allotted time to address the students. Dear Griffin Coalition, we have watched you step up to this microphone time after time after time to speak your truth. It didn't matter if you were heckled in the room. It didn't matter if you had to overcome your own anxieties about public speaking. We have marveled at your eloquence, your fearlessness, and your love for one another. These moments brought forth the collective realization that we all know to be true now, that the students had to become the teachers. And you were teaching us how to face our fears, how to stand up for those we love, how to be the change we wish to see. Many of us has come before you deeply regretting not having the awareness to be more of an ally for our friends. Perhaps we have done something to change things so that you would not have to have this on your shoulders, this burden. We are deeply sorry for this. But you have not shown us any bitterness or resentment. Instead, you just keep coming up to this microphone time after time after time, undeterred by the ugliness around you, in order to give us a gift for our children. And with this board's approval, a gift of hope and opportunity that this elective class, future Griffins, may be a little bit more compassionate with one another, a little bit more empathetic, a little bit more understanding. It's not lost on us how many of you are seniors and won't even be here next year. You're off to college. Some of you will go out of state. Life will take you places and some of you may never come back. Please hear this. When you are faced with your own disappointments and self-doubts, always remember what you did for us, our community, in the year 2021 was significant, and we love you for it. Sincerely, Leland J. Kristen Whitfield, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. Dear board members, I am a teacher in the 9th year at Los Al High School, who has been working directly with Los Alamitos High School Inclusion Committee for 5 years and now a DEI coordinator for our K-12 effort. I feel that what we are trying to do is for the benefit of all of our students. Every student should be heard, represented, feel safe, and feel supported. It is our job as educators to give them access to the best education that we can within the safest and most inclusive environment that we can. Thank you, board, Dr. Pulver, and to all the teachers who have been working on both the Ethnic Studies course and the Social Justice Standards. I know that they will both add so much value to our already incredible community. Dawn Southern, Critical Race Theory, Ethnic Studies. Having been an employee of LAUSD for 23 years and working in the health office, coached my kids' teams in the area, I saw and heard a wide demographic of students over the years. White privilege was prevalent, and many students who were gay, poorer, dark-skinned, non-white felt like they were not treated or represented by the school district or attitudes of many students. Sports cheer were filled with rich, white, non-minority, and not much diversity was seen other than football. The kid who didn't fit in that category felt like they couldn't try out, afford to make such teams. They expressed the feelings of not fitting in the Los Al box. Our statistics showed that less than 5% minorities in the district and no programs, clubs, etc. were geared towards them. I heard many over the years express frustration over not being taught any history, literature that represented their non-white culture. Many were targeted and singled out for disciplinary actions because they were poorer or darker skinned than the other students involved. Kids commented on white supremacists on campus and how nothing was done, even though staff knew they existed. I witnessed a non-white administrator come in and pick up their student in the health office, then the next day inform the principal he was treated differently because he's African American. And only when she realized he was staff was he treated differently. No no such thing occurred, but it made me wonder why this administrator felt the need to say it and wonder if he was subjecting it throughout the system, so he just expected it. We do have a problem with non-white students being non-represented, and that needs to be changed because the world outside the LoSAL box is multi-rainbow, not just white. The new classes being offered are not targeting whites as falsely rumored, but geared towards teaching that the world comes in many colors, tradition, and ways of life other than seen in the LoSAL box. Steve Admonson, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. In this ever increasingly competitive world, we need to equip our children with tools they need to help keep America growing. Chinese students attend school 6 days a week from 8 to 5 p.m., studying math, engineering, and science. They are slowly taking over our competitive advantage in these crucial areas. And this is what we need to be teaching our students. The ethnic studies curriculum does not provide our students with the tools necessary to be competitive. And most ESM curriculums have embedded them critical race theory, which serves to divide this great country instead of encouraging students to strive and do their best in their studies. This, in my mind, is a waste of the limited resources we have to equip our students to be leaders and innovators in the years to come. I urge you to redirect the resources to STEM classes and electives instead of ethnic studies curriculum. Thank you. Nancy and Tom Hetherington. Opposition to diverse social justice curric. If the board wants to prevent divisiveness from within and create indoctrinated, angry, resentful children, by all means, move backward with passing the socialist CRT curriculum. Oh, excuse me, I meant your CRI, culturally responsive instruction. That is CRT in sheep's clothing. Don't for 1 minute believe it isn't CRT. Look what is being shown and indoctrinated to kindergartens across the country. CRT, sex ed, and dismantling the nuclear family. If you want to create cohesiveness and a love of our country, America, do not pass the social justice CRT, CRI curriculum. We strive for equity in our country to celebrate each person's God-given talents, not equity through communism, race baiting, and telling one race they're better than another. Precisely what will happen if this social justice curriculum passes? The so-called CRT, CRI is a step backward with a resurgence of segregation and telling people they are not equal because of skin color. Los Alamitos will see a mass exodus of families if actual and real classes aren't taught. Why are people clamoring to enter our borders? Because we are racist? No, because we are the greatest country in the world with the greatest opportunities available for all. No one needs an anti-American indoctrination and radicalized view of America. If that is what the board members want, then the board members need to step down with a new board. That is happening all over the country, as people are fed up with this baloney. Board members are not listening to parents, grandparents, or students. Refresh your memories. Reopen the history books and remind yourself what Hitler and the brown shirts did to children and youth. How many civilizations and soldiers gave the ultimate sacrifice to keep our country free and free from this indoctrination and brainwashing? Audrey Cranston, Ethnic Studies and Tolerance. Hi, I'm Audrey. I play tennis on the LoSAL tennis team. I'm encouraged by how open and collaborative the LoSAL team is. But when practicing outside of school, I have heard people use the phrase such as, "you hit like a faggot," and remark how someone or something is gay. These things were not only being said by other kids, but by people of power in the tennis community, my instructors. The adults are the role models of my generation. I respected and looked up to these people as great tennis players. Players like I would not want to be someday. Back when they were in high school, they have no option to learn about any other cultures or identities. Instead, they predominantly learned about the culture of the heterosexual, European heritage white male. When I heard them say these things, I was shocked and felt that, as a young gay woman, I was worthless and even unsafe. I have heard many of these same remarks on our campus at LoSAL. I have also heard many other slurs about race and words of hate being used. I can only imagine how many people of color in the school feel every day hearing those things being said so casually. I know that I felt incredibly uncomfortable being a gay female, and I can't imagine going through that level of discomfort as often as people of color must. The students of LoSal have no resources to be able to learn about the cultures that some students are spreading hate about. The minorities of this school have no space to learn more about their own culture. This elective will hopefully be able to spread awareness to those who are interested in learning how to relate to all walks of life. When we graduate, we will all be moving to new parts of the country or world and will be forced to understand how to successfully interact with people of other cultures and identities. This class will be an important resource of knowledge for our success in future. At this point, I'm supposed to turn it over to Andrew, but I do want to make a comment. We are required by law to read these exactly as written without editorials or substitution of the verbiage that is used.
Thank you, Mr. Fayette. The next comment is from Danny Moore, Ethnic Studies elective course. The Ethnic Studies course is a course in which students of all races and identities learn about the histories of all races and identities. This course is completely inclusive course in which students of all races and identities can learn empathy and grow together in a safe space. The Ethnic Studies course does not place any race or identity above another, nor does it exclude any race or identity. This course must be approved. The next comment is from Teresa Miller regarding the social justice standards. LoSal school board members, please remember that you work for the parents and our community as elected representatives where our children are educated in Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, and other surrounding areas. Hear what we are saying. We do not want your CRT, social justice, or ethnic studies agenda pushed on your children in our schools. I hope this is crystal clear. No matter how you dress it up, we know what the larger agenda is, and we are not on board. There is no unity in the curriculum of CRT, social justice, ethnic studies. It teaches differences, amplifies the victim narrative, discounts cohesiveness, and the general goodness of humanity. We have objected to the content as it was presented, and you need to hear us. We have shown up to the school board meetings, written letters and emails to the board, attended the workshops, and have held other information meetings. We have been clear that this is a resounding no from the LoSal parents community. You must listen to the community and vote against this curriculum. Divisiveness, hate, victimhood, and oppression does not represent our values, strengths, or families in this district. Do the right thing for our children and the community. Thank you. The next one is from Gail Brown. Ethnic studies is a very important subject for a well-rounded curriculum. Please support ethnic studies in our schools. Our kids need it. The next post is from David Rist, Social Justice Standards. I ask sincerely that the board vote no to adopting the social justice standards, as it is a direct violation with my son's rights as an individual with a disability, as protected by IDEA, LRE, and FAPE. To introduce a resource or curriculum that encourages students to identify his diagnosis without being legally or professionally able to handle such discussions, it will create unrepairable damage to my son's relationships with the school and his peers. I also urge it will create a very unhealthy environment in our classrooms and further distract our children from learning the foundational skills they need to further their education. After extensive research and community discussions with teachers, parents, and students, it's not in our district's best interest to adopt such an unproven set of standards without further data and support from our educational community. Lastly, I believe the need for such training is so much needed that I implore the district to seek a solution outside of such a divisive and biased source as tolerance.org. Our standards as a district are much higher than using the First Source Fund. I believe we are much better than adopting a poorly put together resource as this and actually find a well-researched and data-driven program that a project, the SPLC, has sponsored. Not to be confused, I support the ethnic studies and only impose the social justice standards as outlined in the packet provided by the district outline. If we choose to adopt the standards and it's implemented the same way Nadia has been piloting it, we will have handled the school choice people exactly the ammo they need to promote a ballot option to take funding from our public schools.
If I was in your position, I would vote no and stand fast by it. I have openly asked for many people to convince me tolerance.org and its standards are a benefit to my first grader and have not had one single person even know what these standards are to achieve such a goal. Nadia, the only one who could possibly convince me otherwise, has only shown me that we must not move forward with these standards. I actually asked you to speak to Mr. Willems while the family left for school, and she taught 5th grade math during these standards. The next comment is from Alicia Packard from Ethnic Studies. I believe we should have an ethnic studies class to learn more about different cultures. Ethnic studies would be a good class to take if students wanted to. It should not be taken away, and I want to learn more about others and their background. We should be able to have an ethnic studies class. If a parent doesn't want their student taking it, then don't, but do not stop the kids that want to learn. It's just unfair. The next comment is from Contesta Mendoza, Ethnic Studies, Social Justice. We'll address in person. The next comment is from Barbara Farrell, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice. Honorable Board and Superintendent Dr. Pulver, I have 2 grandchildren who have been in Los Alamitos schools. One is currently enrolled. I strongly support the offering of ethnic studies with the teacher's view to social justice. I believe that this enhancement of the curriculum will bring much needed critical thinking to the students. Thank you for your careful consideration and forthcoming positive vote. The next comment is from Stacy Miter, adoption of the social justice standards. To Los Alamitos District Administration, Board of Education, and community. 3 years ago, I attended a board meeting where many parents and students of color expressed their feelings of marginalization. The district listened to those stories and moved to action, forming the Human Relations Task Force, which is now the Human Relations Advisory Council. As a teacher and a parent, I was part of those many meetings and heard from the people within Los Al community who, because of this district's call to action, felt hopeful and included for the first time. The adoption of ethnic studies course at LAHS and the K-12 social justice standards are the results of the work done these past 3 years with administrators, teachers, and parents who together want to create a more inclusive and compassionate community. None of this is meant to teach that white people that they are racist, but rather to look through multiple lenses in order to seek to understanding people of diverse backgrounds. We must not allow people from the outside of this community who want nothing more than to sow division distract us from the good work the district is trying to do, which is creating an environment where all students, regardless of their ethnicity, socioeconomic standing, gender, sexual orientation, can be heard and feel safe and understood. Thank you. The next comment is from Randy Goddard, approval of supplemental materials, AKA social justice standards. I'm a resident within District 3 and I have 2 wonderful children who attend Los Alamitos High School and Oak Middle School. There's no lack of emails that I receive from the district with current information, especially on COVID. However, it seems that I've received more information about social justice standards for TK-12 from community groups in the district. I received Dr. Pulver's email on April 26, 2021, attacking these groups with which I have no affiliation and do not have enough information to know if their point of view is factual or not. I found the language of the email to be unusual for a school superintendent and defensive. I received a second email from Dr. Pulver on May 8th about a virtual board meeting on Tuesday, May 11th. This was the first such email I've ever received about a board meeting out of the hundreds of other emails I received from the district. This leads me to believe that there's an item on the agenda that was potentially controversial and related to material I've received from community groups. I used a link to review the agenda and came across item 9A, approval of supplemental materials. I find this title to be lacking appropriate description and read further to discover that it was an item to approve social justice standards for TK-12. I've attempted to educate myself on the material, but there was no link to any material and it was noted that the material was available for review at the district office. Not allowing the public to attend in-person board meetings and then telling them that they have to come in person to the district office to review materials can very easily be posted on the website and conflicting and lacking transparency. Furthermore, I was disappointed that the public comments portion of the meeting is essentially a reading of comments submitted. Parents are concerned over social justice standards and what tools are going to be introduced to our children. This deserves transparency and constructive dialogue. I would ask that you postpone any vote on social justice standards until which time there is full transparency and parents are appropriately allowed to thoughtfully provide public comment in public or at the very least on a video platform such as Zoom, where there can be two-way communication. I would also suggest that the item, when heard in the future, not be buried in a full agenda, but be allowed to be fully heard by parents and the board.
And I turn it back over to you, Mrs. Davidson, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. My first comment comes from Greg Herrera, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. What is the position of the board and the superintendent regarding the flyer published 2 times by proponents of the Ethnic Studies class that calls many, if not the majority of Seal Beach parents, right-wing extremists that are attacking our students? What actions will be taken to support or denounce this? Is the board aware of any threats against the school district and/or Seal Beach community in general by Black Lives Matter, Antifa, or any other group? If so, what are the specific threats, and to what extent have these threats shaped your support for the Ethnic Studies class? It appears that the poll in the Sun showed an overwhelming opposition to the course. In addition, many other parents are still not aware of the course, and it's very likely that a majority of these parents will also oppose the course. Given this, why is it necessary to approve all topics related to ethnic studies this year? What are all the reasons and explanations why this cannot wait until next year so the entire community can have a voice in this topic? Is the state of California, other governmental agencies, or any other third parties exerting pressure? Thank you for considering my questions. The next presenter, Bill Honigman, MD, in support of ethnic studies. Thank you, board members. My name is Dr. Bill Honigman. I'm an emergency room physician who practiced here in Orange County for over 35 years before retiring 4 years ago now, and raised 2 sons here who attended public grade schools, community colleges, and Cal State universities. I want to thank you for your strong support for teaching ethnic studies in our schools. It's vital to our students developing a broad understanding of the diverse cultures that make our communities, to critically evaluate public needs, and to engage in actions that will bring us all together to enact meaningful solutions to our shared challenges. Thanks, and keep up the good work. Our next presenter is Michaela Martin, Ethnic Studies. I would like to start by thanking the district and the board for keeping everyone's safety in mind by electing to do the meeting virtually. It's extremely sad and telling that a school district board meeting about ethnic studies resulted in the need for safety measures due to the spread of misinformation and lies. Above all, I want to commend the students who have been speaking in favor of this curriculum. You are far braver than I was at your age, and I'm proud of each one of you. Despite what you'll probably hear older people say, your generation will go on to do great things. Thank you for advocating for this for yourselves, your friends, and for students to come. My future children may be able to take this class one day thanks to your courage and passion. Please do not let anyone scare you into silence. We've heard from parents, community members, and those outside our community. Most importantly, we have listened to Los Alamitos Unified students. They are advocating for themselves, for others, and for their educations. They've been advocating for ethnic studies. As an educator, I urge the board to place priority on the opinions of the students. It is their education. We should show them that self-advocacy provides positive results. It is our duty to serve them. I'm confident that you will. Thank you. Lorraine Miller is our next presenter on social justice. As a longtime resident with 3 children, 2 have gone through the district, I would hate to have to remove my child from the school, but I will if you continue with this agenda you are pushing. Don't forget, you can be voted out or legally forced out. I also resent Mr. Pulver calling anyone who isn't in agreement with his agenda to destroy our schools right-wing extremist. Brian Miller on social justice agenda. If you continue on this social justice agenda, I will pull my child out of the school district. It is not your job to push unwelcome personal agendas on our children. It is our taxpayer money, and you are overstepping your place. You will be voted out as far as I'm concerned. Brandon Miller, social justice curriculum. As a former student of this district and current resident of this area, I completely disagree with this agenda you are pushing, and I know many people are not happy about this and will pull their children out because of this. Other states are banning it, and they're doing that for a reason. This is a bad move. Do not do it. Jonas Lamb speaks in support of the board's decision to implement social justice standards. My name is Jonas Lamb. I'm an Oak Middle School 7th grader, and I spoke at the April 27th board meeting. At the last meeting, I shared why I think we need an ethnic studies course. Now I will share why I think social justice standards are necessary. I've heard that some people think these standards promote white shaming. Well, I don't see how it does. I've read the guidelines and all they do is show teachers how to help treat everyone equitably, and to do so without bias based on religion, gender, sexuality, disability, or race. It talks about how to be kind to one another and what the social justice standard goals are within that context. They gave some examples based on age where you can see how these standards could impact the mindset and thinking of students who have these standards active in their schools. In elementary school, I witnessed anti-Semitism, racism, and ableism. This made me wonder, why did some of the speakers from the last two meetings say that the kids don't know what these are, or that they simply are too young for these standards? I'm just astounded that they actually believe that when movements like BLM, even why they need to even exist. Kids have got to learn that those actions and ideals are not okay. That's why our district needs these social justice standards. We don't want to have bullies on our campuses, so let's support our board, superintendent, teachers, and staff to be aware, empathetic, compassionate, and assertive to combat these and other isms. Summer Miller, social justice, left-wing agenda. I've lived in this district all my life and attended all the schools here. I received a great education here, and it would be just wrong to change all that just because of the times we are in now. We've all read up on this curriculum and have knowledge of who wrote it and what it means. None of it is good. In my experience, kids here need to learn to be nice to each other and stop making fun of kids that are overweight or disabled or have bad acne or don't drive expensive cars or have expensive clothes. That is the real problem, not what color they are. Many parents do not approve, and neither do I. You will ruin this great school district if you continue with this. Judy Dorbitaskis, on the topic of social justice and sudden Zoom meeting. I've lived here for 50 plus years, and I have always been proud of our schools. You will ruin our great district if you do this social justice curriculum. And obviously you, Mr. Pulver, are afraid if the amount of parents do not want it and are making an excuse to change the meeting to Zoom. Everyone knows that. Do not pass this agenda. It will be a grave mistake. And I hand it over to Mrs. Hill.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Davidson. Once again, if I mispronounce a name, Dr. Pulver, feel free to correct me. Reina Hamri, in support of ethnic studies. I stand in support of the ethnic studies program. Learning about other people encourages compassion, acceptance, and much needed in our diverse America. Leah Rodriguez, social justice standards. I am writing this because I am vehemently opposed to the adoption of social justice standards curriculum because it is based on critical race theory. It attempts to indoctrinate Americans to believe that our country is fundamentally and structurally racist. This is incredibly maddening and could not be more wrong. To me, this is a very hateful, decisive, anti-American, and discriminatory. Unfortunately, this curriculum is being taught in some K-12 schools and universities. And now my beloved and excellent Los Alamitos Unified School District is considering adopting it. I never thought it would come to a school district as respected as Los Al School District. This is heartbreaking to me. I can't believe that my grandnephews will be taught to look first and foremost at the color of his friend's skin before their character. I cannot believe how this saddens me. If that is not bad enough, to teach them that their white friends are racist and needs to apologize for being born white. What would that do to his white friend's self-esteem? That's child abuse. And what about my grandnephews? They were raised to respect everybody, no matter what background, poor, rich, poor. It's the character that counts. Now you are teaching them that it's only color of the skin that counts. This is like the Twilight Zone. His mother is seriously considering taking them out of our public school. And if this gets adopted, I will actively campaign to unseat those who voted to adopt this child abuse curriculum. Terry Goddard, related to ethnic studies topic. Hello, I am writing to state that we are against the proposal to add ethnic studies, CRT, social justice, gender equality into my child's curriculum. The idea to introduce race and culture studies takes us a step back and has no place in school. Its place is in the home, taught by the children's respective parents, guardians. It is not the place of teacher to educate on this topic, and that is based on the opinion and misinformation. That is based on opinion and misinformation. My husband and I moved to Los Alamitos district 16 years ago before our children were born. The primary reason for this move was for the quality of education that they would one day receive. My husband and I have been very pleased with the quality of education our now freshman and middle schooler have been receiving. Our tax dollars have been used as expected and have been used to challenge our students academically so that they can be prepared for university in the near future. The proposed plan to introduce ethnic equity studies goes against the responsibility of the district has to prepare our kids. Our tax dollars are to be used to prepare students academically in basic fields of math, English, science. The idea to step into a completely new realm of education that is based on opinion and misinformation is not responsible of the district. I am a firstborn American, which makes me a minority. My parents had a hard life, but they worked hard to provide for us, their children. They taught me and my siblings values, morals, and the idea to work hard and to be responsible for our own actions. My children, who are considered minorities, do not see color. We are raising them. Did that go off, Tina?
Yeah, that was the timer.
Okay, thank you. Maria Equite Osoroso. I know I butchered that one. Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Pulver, and community members. I support the high school elective ethnic studies course, as well as the social justice standards. I'm a first-generation Jewish Latina. My husband is white and Christian. We have a 7th grader at Oak Middle School. We have been actively involved in the school community since the fall of 2012 when he started TK. We've been Rossmore residents since April of 2006. Since 2016, I'm sorry. Since 2019, I have participated in the Human Relations Task Force, which was evolved into the Human Relations Advisory Board. We love our school district, the administrators, teachers, staff, students, and friends, but we are not blind to the issues that exist here in our district. Our son, Johannes, sadly encounters ableism in kindergarten when he and a friend saw older students picking on one of their friends for being different. In the 3rd grade, he witnessed a student make racist and anti-Semitic remarks. In both instances, our son reported them to the teacher. We are fortunate that his teacher and the school administration acted quickly. We are proud that even at 6 years old, he knew he had to take a stand against this behavior. However, it saddens me to know that he learned about these harsh realities at such a young age. These are but a few examples of why the social justice standards are necessary. Clearly, you all have listened to our students' demand for change with the approval of this course and now the submission to approve these standards. We owe it to our students to use these standards and resources to create a more just, equitable, and safe learning environment for all our students. As most of you are aware, an anti-bias framework that seeks to acknowledge and challenge prejudice in education and works to remove them from the teaching and learning environment will ultimately create a more positive and joyful learning environment. I believe that these standards will help reduce cultural
Mrs. Hill,
biases.
you probably didn't hear the timer, but the timer did go off
Okay.
about 5 seconds ago.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Emily Hagenboom, support for justice, for social justice standards. As a parent in the district, I am hopeful that the board will adopt social justice standards for K-12 students. I think that students will benefit from the lessons that will work to change prejudice attitudes and teach students to work together to improve conditions for unrepresented groups in the classroom and in the greater community. Our diverse society warrants this intervention at the earliest of age and every year after until graduation. Thank you. Nina Nadada Vahicha? Close. Strong support for ethnic studies from McGaw parent. My name is Dr. Nina Nadia Vachicha, and I am a native of Orange County, a family medical physician and a mom of 3 kids at McGaw Elementary School. I am writing in strong support of LAUSD adopting the California Board of Education Ethnic Studies model. I am also one of the co-founders of the LAHS first ever elementary school diversity and inclusion club on campus at McGaw Elementary, the International Culture Club. And most relevant of all, I am the product of ethnic studies. It was one of my majors in college, and I have folded it into every aspect of my life since. To be clear, ethnic studies is not anti-white education. It is not anti-conservative. It is not anti-God. It does not preclude a strong STEM-based education, nor does it foster a victim mentality. If anything, ethnic studies promotes open-mindedness, curiosity, and critical thinking, and enhances all other subjects. By showcasing diverse perspectives, literature, and history, we not just empower our students whose stories have not been told, but for all students to provide tools that will help break down stereotypes, help them not shy away or judge communities, cultures, and other people that don't understand or know for their entire lifetime. Things are changing. The more and earlier we learn about the changing world, the better equipped we will be in our future. As a mom and a physician, I see firsthand how good education, self-confidence, self-esteem, most often leads to success. But a good education is more than just the A's in math, science, and English. It is feeling like you can take those grades beyond high school and change the world in whatever way you choose. It is a feeling like you have a voice, that you belong and that you matter. Ethnic studies will not just help bridge academic success with personal success. Am I over again?
Yeah, that's the buzzer.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing the buzzer, so wave.
No, we're having some technical difficulties on our side. I'm going to try to do it myself as well.
Okay. Monica Pernardo asked to Los Alamitos School District Board does not adopt K-12 social justice standards provided by the Southern Poverty Law Center. The social justice standards, plain and simple, singles out whites to portray them as the dominant culture and must be taught fair, unfair, just, unjust. Allow me to explain. On the 3rd page of the social justice standards package, it reads, prejudice reduction seeks to minimize conflict and generally focuses on changing the attitudes and behaviors of a dominant group. So I wanted to know, who is that dominant group that is being singled out? Well, I obtained the answer by visiting the website of tolerance.org. That is included in the logo located at the bottom of the social justice preview posted in the district website. There I found a lesson that quote unquote says, lesson, white anti-racist biographies, Early grades. For young white students, exploring a fair and unfair, just and unjust can go a long way in advancing anti-racist white identity. Purposefully, these use literature and basic studies of white anti-racism, who are among the key ways educators can advance such aims. Teaching Tolerance presents 4 short biographies of early grade classrooms with activity ideas. Grade level K through 2 and 3 through 5. If the district's intent, as Andrew Pulver said in the Parent Square newsletter, is to bring students and communities and diverse backgrounds together by affirming their identities, stories, and contributions, and the social justice standards provided by then 88 is a complete repeat of one I just read as 86. I just want confirmation on that.
That is correct. Good catch. We didn't identify that one as duplicate, so good job, Mrs. Hill.
Hunter Dunn, Social Justice Standards, Ethnic Studies. Hello, my name is Hunter Dunn. I am a senior at Los Alamitos High School. The other day I was sent a flyer. The flyer encouraged opponents of the Ethnic Studies, Social Justice Standards, and culturally responsive instruction to show their support for a far-right extreme by wearing gold, the color of school choice, to this board meeting. Now that reveals the whole game, doesn't it? For the ringleaders of the opposition, it's never been about ethnic studies. It has never been about social justice standards or teaching methods. It has been about money, power, and political clout. This flyer is proof that the entire debate is a straw man meant to promote charter school, Orange County Classic Academy. It is a half-baked attempt to guerrilla advertise alternative schooling and to promote the notion that federal money should go to less regulated, often for-profit schools instead of public schools. Now, many debates can be had on the benefits of public versus charter versus private. And if you want to send your kid to a different school, I do not begrudge you. But if it is your attempt to stop but if that is your intent, stop interfering with my school. You don't want your child to go here, okay, you don't get to say in what we do in that district. This is the wrong time and the wrong debate. The hypocrisy of trying to protect a school from equality while at the same trying to divert funds for its surroundings. Then again, I suppose this is not surprising as it comes from a group supported by fascists that are willing to send out riot alert for a school board meeting. The only protection Los Alamitos needs is from hijacking, not from school students who want equity. Students of all different races, genders, orientations, and creed, with the support of many awesome community members, come together as a Griffin Coalition and are committed to being proactive in their support of the board's new initiative. Last one.
Well, last one for you at this time.
Last one for this round.
There you
Let's
go.
be clear about that. Cornyn Tiffany, approval of social justice standards. My name is Cornyn Tiffany, and I'm a senior at LAHS. I believe that the ethnic studies course is vital because it celebrates the diversity of our community and country, as well as leads to constructive conversations about the struggles minorities face. As a white student, I would like to have an opportunity to learn more about the country's history from a non-white perspective and develop a stronger understanding of the challenges that my friends and classmates of color experience. Furthermore, I support including social justice standards in the ethnic studies elective because it'll help teachers make the course the best it can be. It would help teachers develop strong curriculum and fosters inclusion in and outside of the classroom. Los Alamitos prides itself on excellence, and the social justice standards will help us achieve the goal of excellence and inclusivity. d- de- 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 I'm
Depriving.
Depriving.
sorry. Oh my God, and it's only 10:20. Depriving students of the standards is taking away the valuable tool that could help bring our school district to a more equitable future. Thank you for your time. Mrs.
Okay.
Cattouli.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Donna Cox, Social Justice Standards. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight against action item 9A. In addition to being a resident and having a young child in this district, I also have the unique perspective of being an elementary teacher in a wonderfully diverse classroom in LA County. Recently, I attended an implicit bias training that suggests that white people are responsible for perpetrating racism in America. It was hurtful to hear such divisive language about the color of my skin in my workplace. I was concerned when I heard rumors that a curriculum linked to similar beliefs may be coming to Los Alamitos. I began to research to form my own conclusions. I examined the resources provided in the preview materials. I understand the importance of teaching children to love and respect one another, so at first glance, I was not opposed to some of the concepts. Many parents stated they had questions about how these standards would be implemented, so I looked at sample lesson plans in the supporting documents. I came across several lessons that raised concern. One lesson called, "What are Gender Stereotypes?" teaches children as early as kindergarten vocabulary like conform, identity, and gender. Children identity traditional or non-traditional gender roles. I find this topic inappropriate for 5-year-olds who have just begun the process of shaping their identities and should be having conversation about this topic at home. Another lesson called Talking Back teaches students about civic activism. It is concerning that the district would teach children about activism through a biased lens, such as the SPLC. I also discovered lessons called What is Body Image and What is Hate Crime for K-3 students. These lessons do not teach children to love themselves or others. The social justice standards should not be implemented. I'm concerned that only certain viewpoints will be represented and not an inclusive in a large portion of the student population. They may seem benign on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one can conclude that they will create more division. Did the buzzer go off? Thank you. Thank you. My next report is from Michael Waschek on racism. Racism isn't acceptable. Hello, I am a concerned citizen. I am a part of my neighborhood watch as a fellow captain for the street that I live on. We must teach our children when they are young. Get it down so when they grow up to become adults, it's already that racism is bad for all. We've got to start from the ground upwards. Cheryl Katz, Social Justice Standards. Benjamin Franklin wrote, "It is the first responsibility of every citizen to question authority. However, in doing so, many parents and community members have been wrongfully labeled by some as right-wing extremists and falsely depicted by the LAUSD board and superintendent in news and publications, all for objecting to a curriculum that the Orange County School Board member, Ken Williams, emphatically stated was unconstitutional against Judeo-Christian principles. It's a critical race theory, and he will use his voice to speak out against it. No person wishes to see anyone discriminated against. Neither do they object to any student learning about the heroes of all cultures. According to the presentation of this curriculum by the Orange County School Board, the goal was all about inclusion. Yet, in spite of the fancy description, instead, this curriculum is based upon the ideology of those who follow critical race theory, which does not accomplish inclusion, but instead creates division. This course has topics such as intersectionality, whiteness, white privilege, and one parent alluded to the fact that her son's 6th grade class was taught about microaggressions, each one of those critical race theories. If this is an elective, why without parent permission are students exposed to this ideology? After reading the curriculum, Dr. Lisa Sparks of the Orange County Board of Education identified lessons that went against our scientific method and told students what to think, not how to think. That is, by definition, indoctrination. Nowhere on the proposed curriculum website are students directed to the writings, teachings, or information from the Bob Woodson Foundation, the Heritage Foundation, the Hoover Institution, Prager University, Hilldale's College, constitutingamerica.org, Ben Shapiro, Thomas Sowell, Mark Levin, and other constitutional conservative voices to give a balanced viewpoint. The scholarly articles in both Cornell University and that of the American Bar Association, hardly conservative resources that denounce critical race theory, are also absent from the reference for teachers and parents. I am a law professor. My mother is a Holocaust survivor, and my father fought in World War II for liberty and freedom. Tanya Schumacher, elective ethnic studies. I am a Los Alamitos High School graduate. My children will enter Los Al High in 2 years. I am very much in favor of ethnic studies elective being offered to them in high school. Please don't let extremists dictate the important works LAUSD does. Please implement the proposed curriculum. Dr. Pulver and Dr. Reed have done an excellent job in presenting the facts about the curriculum, and those facts should not be distorted by extremists looking to push their own agenda. Our community celebrates diversity, and our children want to learn our rich culture and ethnic history. Growing up in Los Alamitos, I remember the open, anti-Asian, and other racist hate I witnessed regularly. When my LAUSD classmates found out that I had an Asian grandmother, I was subjected to slurs regularly. These kids were not educated about diversity and respect. I am thrilled that the district is finally offering the kind of education that would address that kind of racism that I saw and lived in our community. The students that have spoken out to support the curriculum make this Los Al High grad proud. Thank you, LAUSD school board and community, for not caving to the pressure from extremists, many of who do not even live in our community. Please make this class available as an elective. Please implement the curriculum outlined in Dr. Pulver's communication. It is the want of the Los Alamitos Seal Beach community wants. Thank you.
Mrs. Catulli, we missed one comment. It's very short from Gregory Warren for Ethnic Studies, and it says, "Thank you for your service."
Oh, I am Mr. Warren. I just really I want to apologize. All I can say is that you were at the end of a piece of paper, and I did miss you. Thank you for catching it, Dr. Pulver.
The good thing is the board does have copies of every comment submitted. So if we don't finish your comments, they do have them all in front of them and are reading them as they're being read.
Mm-hmm. And the next one is from Tanya Schumacher, Ethnic Studies Elect. Did I just read that?
You just read that
Yes,
one.
I did. Okay, Stacy Mueller, social justice standards. Have you polled each parent in the district to gauge the district on this life-changing agenda? If not, why not? The parents pay your salaries. Why wouldn't you include them in your life-changing agenda items for their children? Why have you not denounced Antifa's attendance at the last board meeting and the Los Al students calling parents right-wing extremists? Why have you communicated so poorly with your district? You have now reduced this once again to a paragraph. I am so disappointed in each and every one of you. Teresa Hill, social justice standards. My husband and I fully support the inclusion of these standards into Los Al curriculum and look forward to when our kids will have the opportunity to enroll in the tolerance elective at LAHS in the future. This is long overdue. Chapman University has a chair in Holocaust education, as well as a Holocaust studies minor and a library that could be an integral part of said curriculum. Students could participate in the university's annual Holocaust art and writing competition based on topics surrounding tolerance, such as communication, memory, and so forth. As an educator, I have long wanted to create a class like this one Los Al is creating at the high school I teach at. Bravo Los Al School Board, Dr. Pulver, teachers, and students for spearheading this curriculum. Eric Clary, social justice standards or teaching tolerance, tolerance anti-bias framework. In favor, love that comment. Maggie Marchese, social justice standards. I request the school board to vote no on social justice standards. Los Alamitos Unified School District needs a broader range of input and collaboration from all stakeholders. There are some lesson plans on www.tolerance.org that I do not want my children to be a part of. The district and superintendent say it is not critical race theory, despite the very contributors cited in your presentation. The district denies implementing critical race theory in K-12 social justice standards, referring it to as a culturally responsive instruction. It is like looking up in the sky and saying the sky is purple. Sure, when the foundation for the ethnic studies are Christine Sleater and Miguel Zavala, the district lost credibility. When the district contracts with a consultant like Danielle Nava, who uses a racial equity lens and framework for all services offered, The district lost credibility when the district uses standards from the Southern Poverty Law Center, who label some Christian organization as hate groups. The district lost credibility when the district recommends www.tolerance.org that contains some disturbing lesson plans. The district lost credibility. How will you ensure the improved lesson plans are used? The district's resources and recommendations are disturbing and one-sided, so you lost credibility and the need to be revisited with a holistic and balanced approach and with input from all stakeholders. The district's handling of the opposition to critical race theory is appalling and indicative of how the district would handle dissent among students, resulting in bullying, intimidation, and silence. The board and superintendent, along with their proponents, dismiss and discredit opponents, even though they are parents, grandparents, homeowners, and community members. Even children are referring to opponents as racist, and no one is correcting them. I predict this will happen on campus. With the relabeling of opponents, the district can disregard us and thereby silence our voices and ignore our objections and fail to evaluate and respond to our very legitimate concerns. The district has favored their proponents throughout the process, as evidence in the way they address proponents.
Ms. Catulli, the timer went off. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. That's no problem. I'm sorry. And this is my last one. Tom Cruise, social justice standards. I am writing in support of LAUSD not utilizing the SPLC's social justice standards as a resource for two reasons. The first is that the SPLC has a well-publicized history of being politically left and, ironically, intolerant to all views. I think the district should not take advice from such a group. Second, if teachers need support in this area, what can a 35-member Human Relations Advisory Council do to create material instead of simply adopting the work of a questionable, controversial group like SPLC? And now I'll hand it over to Mr. Foreman.
Mr. Forehand, you are
You're
on
on
mute.
mute.
You're going to have to restart.
Or is that good?
You're great now.
All right. Febin Work 2, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Standards. My name is Febin Work 2. I'm a senior at LoSal, here to advocate for social justice standards and ethnic studies this fall. From what I've read on the district's website, I don't see a problem in implementing resources for teachers to help students feel more included. I wanted to add that we should push for these tools to be used for those later in elementary school. My most opposing believe that children should learn this at home, but when's the last time you sat your child down and discussed what's culturally insensitive / racist to others? We need to use these inclusive tools to help kids who are often marginalized feel supported. I was appalled at the meeting where adult community members and parents were booing and harassing students. These are the same parents raising children in our district. They're making unsupported claims because they're scared. They're scared their kids will learn about racism and microaggressions and will call those in their community out. They're scared their children will return home and not tolerate their families or community members' racist comments / actions. They're scared of change and acceptance. If you feel offended by this statement, ask yourself why you're so quick to defend the reputation of your community rather than those actually in it. This isn't a political agenda. It's not about critical race theory. It's not a relationship with the Southern Poverty Law Center. It's to make students feel comfortable in their own skin and educate everyone on cultural sensitivity and diversity. Another claim is that kids are too young to be learning about racism, but there are kids too young to be experiencing racism. It wouldn't need to be taught at a younger age if these racist comments, microaggressions weren't being taught and tolerated in our community. Joanne Shumate, Diversity at Los Alamitos. Both of my children graduated from LoSal, good school, now under threat of becoming a bad school if having to go virtual because of the power of threats by the very few is any indication. Do not allow a vocal, belligerent, and hateful minority to decide that they do not want well-rounded and fully educated graduates to come out of this school. Be better than this. Treat every student in the school equally and with compassion and caring. If you can't do then we all lose. Embrace our differences instead of cramming bigotry, hatred, and racism down everyone's throats. Stand up for all our kids. Do not stand figuratively on their necks and stop them from becoming better than you are. There is no hope for the future if our kids can't learn from prior mistakes. Be a better place, Los Al. Amy Allen, this is regarding the proposed social justice standards. Good evening, Dr. Pulver, Ms. Reed, and Board of Education. Thank you for listening to me tonight. I am grateful for the opportunity to share. My name is Amy Allen. I'm a Griffin and have one son who graduated from Los Al, another son who is graduating this year, and a daughter at Oak. I have a lot of pride in our district and how they have continued to keep high standards during the myriad of challenges that we have faced this year. For the last few weeks, I have listened, read, and watched, trying to uncover and understand what is actually happening in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. To be honest, I did not want to believe in it at first because I have so much respect for the leadership and teachers in our district. The district leadership claims that the school board has charged them with the call to action to create an ethnic studies elective and implementation of social justice standards. I looked over the social justice standards from teaching tolerance and learned that the 4 domains are identity, diversity, justice, and action. The document claims prejudice reduction seeks to minimize conflict and generally focuses on changing the attitudes and behaviors of a dominant group. Collective action challenges inequality directly by raising consciousness and focusing on improving conditions for underrepresented groups. The standards recognize that in today's diverse classrooms, students need knowledge and skills related to both prejudice reduction and collective action. These ideologies point to critical race theory. The leadership of our district has stated that this is not teaching critical race theory, but if we look through the standards and scenarios on this website, it suggests otherwise. I am urging you tonight for a call to action from the community and from the students who may not want to speak up. Robert Ostman, inclusion standards. Since its founding, the United States is defined by the phrase e pluribus unum, from the many one. But another way, you can't have unity without diversity. The adoption of inclusion standards and the launching of an ethnic studies class are patriotic acts that embrace what it means to be an American and communicate that understanding and heritage to our children. Leslie Murata, ethnic studies. Ethnic studies is an elective, so students want to learn about American history and study it if they want. It is not a requirement. I strongly support the students who are pushing to get this topic in their curriculum. Harriet Reed, vote no on the social justice standards. I would like to ask Dr. Pulver and the rest of the school board to vote no on the social justice standards. I would also ask that you be transparent about these standards to the community. Own the atmosphere you created at the last board meeting by secretly changing the rules. Unlike previous meetings where attendees who wanted to speak submitted their cards when they arrived, you covertly allowed our special interest groups to submit their cards early that morning. The hardworking families and community members you want to dupe were last or not at all. While they waited to speak, they were harassed by self-identified Antifa/BLM who wore the same purple you and your board wore that day. Why don't you want to hear from everyone? Why do you put the advice of teachers, indoctrinated and coach students and their special interest groups above the community? Who do you serve? Why do you and your proponents continually claim that those who do not want this curriculum are violent? If you truly wanted to inform the community, why not have your own town hall and explain yourselves? Why continue to tell the newspapers there is misinformation by detractors, but dodging any question from the community that you cannot answer or find uncomfortable? Why not talk to media who aren't your puppets? Why tell the community that social justice standards you posted on the LAUSD website is merely a guidepost and lead them to believe that toxic teachingtolerance.org website will not be used when teachers are already using the material prior to the vote? What do you have to hide? Why do you, Andrew Pulver, and the entire board deny the fact that proposed curriculum you plan to teach is critical race theory? Why do you keep telling the community that they are misinformed as though they cannot read for themselves? Nicole Suffel, in support of K-12 social justice standards. I'm in full support of the K-12 social justice standards. These standards are intended to give teachers tools to help them teach students of all ages how to be kind and have empathy and to try to understand what it might be like to live life in another person's shoes. These standards are intended to help teachers support students so that they will learn to stand up for others and to offer their kindness and support to those who may need it. I cannot understand how this community can feel that teaching people about other cultures, races, religions, etc., and how to be accepting of everyone's differences and abilities can be anything but positive. The more we know about others, the more we can empathize and understand what their lives are like. It is not about teaching guilt or superiority of one group over the other, but how to recognize that we all live different lives and have different beliefs, cultures, traditions, abilities, and that we are all human and we should all be treated as such with respect and dignity, even if we may not understand these differences ourselves. How can being accepting of other people's differences and learning to stand up for others and support them when they are in need be considered wrong? It may not always be the easy thing to do, but it is important to always be kind and accepting of other differences. Those that are sheltered and are not aware of these differences have a much more difficult time accepting these differences and understanding that different does not mean wrong. Teaching kids to be kind and accepting and how to support one another and learning about other cultures, etc., should always be the right thing to do. And I really don't understand how this is even up for debate. I know many of our teachers have always taught our children to be kind, open-minded people, and this will just provide them with more ideas, support, and resources to continue to do so. Karen Wade, LAUSF Ethnic Studies. As a 38-year resident of Rossmore, the parents of a LaSalle High School grad and an ordained Christian minister, I urge the school board to adopt the proposed ethnic studies curriculum. If we do not get to know what each of our ethnic backgrounds have to contribute to our community, how can we find peace? There are blessings to be found in unity through diversity. Jennifer Hasty, Social Justice Standards. Hi, my name is Jennifer Hasty and I'm an Area 1 LaSalle resident. I'm here to tell you that I'm not for the Southern Poverty Law Center Teaching Tolerance Social Justice Standard, also known as critical race theory, that the district is planning to use as a guidepost. I don't believe that this is good for our community. I wrote a letter to my area representative and received a prompt response. However, the reply stated that she does not share my concerns. So if you don't like the road that our school district is heading down, what can we do? I'm sure most everyone knows this, but in case there are people that are new to how school districts typically operate, I'm going to tell you my understanding. We, the people, vote for board members and are supposed to represent the constituents of their area. These board members have considerable power. They vote for items on the behalf of children and are responsible for the school district leadership. I believe the superintendent, Dr. Andrew Pulver, and deputy superintendent, Mrs. Andrea Reed, work under limited term contracts at the discretion of the school board. The school board also votes for resources like having Ms. Nadia Williams as a teacher on special assignment for social justice program. Ultimately, this is under the people we elect, since we elect the school board members. If the community doesn't agree with what is happening, when it comes time to elect our area school board members, we need to pay close attention to who we are voting for. We need to ask ourselves what it is about the school district that's extremely important to us and our community. We need to do our research and make sure that our values align as closely as possible with the person that we are voting for. The school board members have a lot to say with school matters. When election time comes, please remember how important each vote is. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Betsy Grajeda, Ethnic Studies class. My name is Betsy Grajeda. I'm a retired teacher from Los Al Elementary and Laurel High School. My children attended the school in the district, and my 2 grandchildren now attend Hopkinson Elementary. I have also always been thrilled with the school district and their decision-making. I am shocked at the controversy that the Ethnic Studies course is getting. I was a history major and taught history in high school. I always have appreciated good discussion, awareness, and diversity. We have always prided ourselves with giving excellent education, and our district board and administration have made good decisions. Let them decide what is not good education for our children. Our teachers have master's degrees. They know what they are doing. The homes should not be so expensive if we weren't one of the best districts in Southern California. Stop the panic and try to believe in our school and our good judgment for the future of our children. The reason I am surprised at some of the responses is that we have never had any real problems with choices in the past. I have never met a parent who hasn't been thrilled with the courses that are offered and where their child goes to college after having attended Los Alamitos School District. Thank you for listening, and please trust the good judgment that has always prevailed in the Los Alamitos education system. On to you, Mr. Fayette.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Jack Watts, social justice. The battle lines are drawn. Common sense. If you have taken the blue pill, life is much simpler for you today than it is for us. Those who have taken the red pill, by going along to get along, you willingly embrace what you are told on CNN, NBC, CBS, ABC, Poverty Law Center, and other progressive outlets. You do this without asking serious questions. Today, your greatest concern may be who will win a sporting event or who you will be reelected. In some ways, I envy you, but the price for embracing such naivete is greater for those of us who have taken the red pill and are willing to bear. To those of you who have welcomed deception, believing right is wrong and wrong is right, your ability to discern reality has practically ceased to exist. Like mindless lemming, in your herd mentality, you race forward the cliff of destruction, but you don't even know this is what you are doing. It's not that you are stupid, you're not, you're just badly deceived. When admonished or warned by us about the impending doom that lies ahead, you don't thank us. Instead, you lash out viciously with verbal assaults. In your twisted worldview, you actually believe you hold the moral high ground. You're convinced your way of thinking is right and ours is wrong. But look around at those who are leading the way for you. They embrace depravity because their lifestyles are depraved. They exploit others through their power, both sexually and financially. But it's okay for them to behave like this. It's their entitled privilege to do so. In their wanton greed, they promote godlessness, lawlessness, and a vision for America that repudiates every value and idea our forefathers ever held dear. They hate us because we are standing in their way. Until we are eliminated, they cannot achieve their ultimate goal, a new world order founded on Marxist ideas. Jane Doe, Ethnic Studies Curriculum. Hello, school board and community members. I would like to comment today on the topic of education for our children, for whom we all want the best. We have all heard voices of growing concern about the erosion of American history and values. As a mother, a citizen, and a person, I also have some grave concerns. I write to you today, the product of an American dream, an immigrant, a refugee, who has benefited in ways I cannot begin to qualify from being accepted in this country as I have been. And here's one of the hardest parts. I am acutely aware that my light skin has not been irrelevant in those unqualifiable benefits. I share that in deep humility and recognition that I have been on the most fortunate possible end of this experience. All Americans deserve these privileges and opportunities. We cannot hoard or designate them. I believe it is my ethical and patriotic duty to protect the values that made this life possible for me and have provided me with the chance to work toward contributing positively to the country that I love, a country that is incredible and imperfect and literally burning with potential. Inclusion is America. Social justice is America. Representation is America. It is not unpatriotic to acknowledge our past wrongs in order to try to repair them. In fact, it is nothing short of our moral obligation. We must teach our children the true and balanced history that has made this country what it is, and give them the chance to learn from it. We must equip them with the knowledge they need to create a better history for their children and their children after them, all of them. They deserve a chance to avoid the crisis to which our historical mistakes have led us. Education is critical in creating a cultural foundation for this kind of growth. For these reasons, among others, I hope wholeheartedly that you will choose to make space for ethnic studies in our children's curriculum. Thank you for your time and consideration. Dr. Ali Anderson, Social Justice and Ethnic Studies. I am standing in support of the BIPOC community here and abroad, as I urge you to support the teaching of social justice and ethnic studies program that not only speak to the truth of history, but also maintain and set a framework of justice, equality, safety, and life-affirming knowledge of the erased, marginalized, and oppressed. I ache for what I was denied in my own education, and I long for the students of today to be supported in their quest for knowledge that helps them to define their past, present, and future. There is simply no other option than teaching the truth. There is no longer room for bias, prejudice, discrimination, and racism anywhere in the world. Equitable ethnic studies and our true history as a nation as it relates to race is about creating safety and growth for future generations. The creativity of safety through education is not owned by the right or the left. It is a human and civil issue, a moral issue, not a political debate. Denial of information is erasure of the identities of your students. I ask that you consider the effects of your decision today on your marginalized students who have pleaded with you on this issue. There is no debate. Debate has arisen from fear and hate. I will never stand with that. Listen to your students, listen to the world, do the right thing. Gerald McMillan, Social Justice Standards and the SPLC. In August of 2020, the Republican National Committee delegates approved a resolution condemning the Southern Poverty Law Center as a far-left organization with obvious bias. The resolution continues, the SPLC is a radical organization and that the federal government should not view this organization as a legitimate foundation equipped to provide actionable information to DHS or any other government agency. Do we need radical organizations teaching our children? The SPLC is losing court battles all across the country. Wouldn't it be wise to delay this vote and conduct more research into their true motivations? Arsene Lockett, Ethnic Studies. I want to make sure what additional history and cultural studies are being taught will not be one-sided and bring more division to the community. I want to make sure the classes teach the facts from both sides, cause and effect. George Somlo, MD, Ethnic Studies. As a parent of two graduates of the Los Al School District who went on to USC and UC Berkeley, respectively, I always appreciated the public educational opportunities in our area. I am in full support of educational programs developed by the district and also in favor of rational discussion by members, students, parents, educators, citizens of our community. However, I strongly suggest that input to the curriculum should only be accepted from locals and disallow direct input from the outside. political or otherwise, left, right, whatever. Individuals or entities from out of state, etc., who have no business in deciding how our children in our town are educated. Let's keep it civil and safe for our kids, with education being the primary focus. All right, don't start the clock early on this one. This is a long one. Fawn Farner, Ethics Studies Curriculum. I am shocked at how poorly such an important and I think well-intentioned curriculum change is being handled by the district. The lack of transparency and misrepresentation of the RUB by the district and Dr. Pulver in particular is worrying. Dr. Pulver's email on April 26 was the first I have ever seen addressing the topic to parents, and it immediately read as emotional, reactionary, and contrary to his normal professional and balanced style. Worse still, it is the email misleads parents by not making it absolutely clear that this curriculum will be rolled out at every grade level from TK through 12. In reality, some form of this curriculum has already been introduced in kindergarten. My son came home one day and said in a very pleased voice, "My skin is light, and that's great, right?" His friend, who is in another kindergarten class, came home feeling self-conscious about her darker skin for the first time in her life because she had to line up according to her skin color and then was not allowed to play with the lighter skinned children. This is appalling. I fully support a curriculum that is designed to instill kindness, recognizes and embraces diversity, and foster a more global approach to problem solving. But the reality is that this curriculum is being rushed and rolled out in a way that is confusing and contrary to its core purpose. Age-appropriate instruction will make all the difference to the success or failure of this curriculum. The district should strive to keep its core promise that we are better together and seek an open conversation with parents about the topics that will be introduced at each grade level. For example, any parent of a 6-year-old would agree that the kindergarten curriculum should be strictly limited to simple messages like, be kind to others, always. Definitions of race, religion, and ethnicity are sufficient. Demonstrations or simulations and simulational instruction should be avoided because it is confusing. There are plenty of books that celebrate diversity and stress kindness. We don't need to line students up by skin color or point out that people are often judged by their beliefs, appearance, or heritage. 6-year-olds generally can't do that. In closing, I would like to reiterate that there's real value to be gained by the right curriculum. Robert J. Walters, Socialization of Studies and Outlook for Students Rather Than the Basic 3 R's. I understand that the teachers union and liberals in general are for pushing for social issues and critical race theory to be taught in the schools along with the 1619 view of history of the USA. I hope this board will stand firm for the belief for the benefit of the students and this country. Focus on basic education and not socialization talk plus distorted view of history and racial identity politics. Train kids how to be great adults and love their country and treat all by their skills and not the color of their skin. Barbara Capannozzi, agenda topic 9, social justice. It is of utmost importance for the board to be aware of the wishes of their constituents to ensure that the board members vote representing the people's will. Regarding the important issue of social justice, how was the will of the people determined here and what are the results? If a survey or poll was not done, why? Why not? Amina Kwazai, Ethnic Studies. I am a mom of 4 and support the adoption of the Ethnic Studies curriculum. There is much misinformation propagated by politicians, pundits, and influencers on social media and traditional media about different radical religious and ethnic groups. I've witnessed the youth of my family very confused and anxious about how to navigate conversations with their peers. Having a curriculum based on research and facts developed by educators would be an invaluable resource for our kids to understand their peers, themselves, and the world around them. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Pulver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fayette. I believe we're on public comment number 121, social justice standards. Public comment from Fred Norris. I'm very concerned about our students. The Howard Stern show on Sirius XM has become very boring. Howard keeps repeating the same boring stories and bringing in awful guests. Next comment is from Justin Hill, LAUSD parent against social justice standards. As a parent of a LAUSD student, I feel important to express my opposition to the implementation of a divisive social justice standards program by the district as it is currently proposed. I have read many fine articles on the subject, even some of the work of Marxist Leader and Zavala, and believe I am more aware than most parents of the real purpose of such a program. That is white shaming and Marxist indoctrination. Attached is a link to an article that I recommend each of you take time to read, and then it has the link. Some 30 plus years ago, when I still watch 60 Minutes, they did a story on Dutch socialism. They mentioned a lesbians barge pilots union. And in those proto-PC days, they even treated that as a bit of silliness. We are living that silliness and deadly seriousness now. There are endless combinations of the aggrieved and endless balkanization of our culture until the knives come out and the scores are settled. It is the socialist way. Our cities burned last summer. White people were targeted and innocent people died. I worry for my son and what effect a program like this will have on his generation. We don't need more division. Justin. P.S. Oh, Karl Marx was a Nazi racist himself. Next comment is from Richard Glassman. Ethnic learning is important. Teaching white kids their privilege will make a bigger divide. My name is Richard Glassman, and I'm a retired youth correctional counselor peace officer that worked in the juvenile prison teaching rehabilitation techniques like anger management, victim awareness, social skills, and drug abuse. I believe strongly in teaching ethnic studies so that the high school students could learn about slavery and discrimination, especially in the 60s. Separate bathrooms, separate seats on public transportation, and most of all, bad treatment by law enforcement when all people were doing was trying to have the same rights to all races. I do not agree with teaching high school students white privilege because that will further the divide. White privilege should be talked about by family. Thank you, Richard Glassman. Next comment is from Felicity Figueroa, support for ethnic studies. My name is Felicity Figueroa, and I am writing to express my full support of your ethnic studies program in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. As chair of the Orange County Equality Coalition, an organization dedicated to the attainment of equality and respect for all people in our country, I am all too aware of how ignorance of our actual history and the contaminant bias against certain marginalized communities have contributed to the discrimination that exists today in so many of our private institutions, public agencies, and neighborhood groups. Education is the key, and I'm so glad you're taking these important steps towards finally achieving our goal of a true democracy with liberty and justice for all. Next comment is from Jackie Bond regarding the ethnic studies and social justice. Jackie Bond, rather. Hi, my name is Jackie Bond, and I'm a senior at Los Alamitos High School. I am in full support of ethnic studies and the social justice standards. As kids, we were always taught to be a good person, but the guidelines of how to do so are a bit unclear. Throughout my experience working with inspiring students and compassionate teachers to promote ethnic studies, this has become my understanding of what a good person truly is. Someone who actively tries to understand, accept, and genuinely care for every person they come into contact with, regardless of their beliefs, race, or orientation. As important as writing and arithmetic are, school is about educating the whole person, and no amount of formulas or grammar can teach kids how to love and embrace themselves and all of those around them. It is your job as educators and our job as human beings to teach kids not to only be smart, but understanding, accepting, and caring, so that one day we will live in a world where adults don't harass kids they disagree with, where the color of your skin isn't considered a political agenda, where no kid enters a classroom preparing to be victimized. Clearly, today's circumstances are not ideal for implementing change, but they never will. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, it is always the right time to do what is right. You will hear a lot of speeches tonight, some kind and inspiring, and others that may make you sad and afraid. But through it all, please remember, it's always the right time to do what is right. I hope no threats or false facts will dissuade you from doing what you know is right, from being the good person that you teach kids to become. The next comment is from Dr. Jacqueline Ritako. Thank you, Ritako. social justice standards. The basis of these standards is critical race theory. CRT is a land created by academics. In this land, they built a framework that houses discrimination against whites, accusations of white fragility if you disagree, equity matters more than equality, and proving yourself by merit is a white supremacy myth. Race is socially constructed rather than a biological fact, and racism is created by whites to reinforce their white supremacy. Children are being taught to organize and fight against this systemic racism. I have read the entire ethnic studies model, the sample curriculum, and I'm appalled at the materials pushed on our youth. All of these readings and materials are meant to reinforce over and over again that these fractious racist ideas against whites, including Black Lives Matter, as a resource. Do not adopt. The majority do not want this theory indoctrinating our youth. Limiting dissent to 450 words won't stop dissent. School board elections can and will stop you if you are not serving the majority of our parents and our youth. The next comment is from Rochelle Roach, support of ethnic studies. I support including ethnic studies in the school's curriculum. Minorities are intertwined with the history of the US, as well as other subjects like economy, math, and science. Black people who were kidnapped from their land are the reason our agricultural economy became a powerhouse. The Jewish man, Einstein, escaping the Nazis was the reason we advanced physics and shaped the development of war from World War II to the Cold War and the present day nuclear issues. Minorities can't be divorced from our history, our politics, and everything that education imparts on us. To claim contrary would be to promote ignorance over education. Next comment is from Tara Barnhart, support for social justice standards. I'm a parent of the Los Al High School graduate, a national board certified teacher, and an assistant professor of education. I'm very pleased with how my daughter was prepared for college by Los Alamitos Unified School District, but I was also dismayed and disheartened to hear her descriptions of the hateful behavior she witnessed on numerous occasions on campus at Los Al. I can be proud and still want and expect better. That is exactly what the social justice standards are about. When I read grade level outcomes like, I can feel good about my identity without making someone else feel badly about who they are. I try to get to know people as individuals because I know it's unfair to think all people in a shared group, identity group, are the same. I pay attention to how people, including myself, are treated, and I try to treat others how I like to be treated. I feel connected to other people and know how to talk, work, and play with others, even when they are different or when we disagree. I wonder how these can be interpreted as anything other than the basics for a civil society, workplace, and learning environment. As a researcher, I value evidence-based claims. There is an abundance of evidence that social justice standards and ethnic studies benefit students both academically and social-emotionally. I have yet to encounter published work that finds otherwise. I strongly support the adoption of social justice standards in Los Alamitos Unified School District. This next public comment is from Salvador Governale. The description says social justice standards. Hi, this is Sal, and unfortunately yesterday I made a few comments that some considered to be racist and offensive. If I did offend you, I deeply apologize from the bottom of my heart. What I was simply trying to do was make a joke over the fact that white women generally don't have sex with Black men. It was simply a joke, and the joke got out of hand, because in this situation, it was true. And with that, the next comment is back over to you, Mrs. Davidson.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. The first one is from Matthew Holm, Ethnic Studies. I would like to congratulate the Los Alamitos Unified School District Board of Education for today's adoption of the social justice standards and your sustained investment in implementing an ethnic studies high school elective, which I believe should be only the first step in developing a comprehensive ethnic studies and racial justice curriculum for all LAUSD students. Your continuous resolve in defense of these initiatives in the face of organized attacks and mobilizations by white nationalists who are unable to grapple with America's 4 centuries of systematic racism and other oppressions, and therefore want to deny that opportunity to our youth, is so incredibly meaningful for communal healing and racial reconciliation. Why? Because this is the community that became infamous as a result of the city of Los Alamitos' shameful assaults against immigrants and sanctuary policy. and collusion with the Trump administration since 2018, which has been met with inspiring and joyful interfaith community solidarity in defense of immigrants and multiracial democracy by the people of Los Alamitos and Rossmore. Please continue with your efforts to provide racial justice educational opportunities to the students, parents, and stakeholders of LAUSD, and do not be deterred by the white nationalist throng that will very soon move on to the next culture war flashpoint that they're told to be angry about. Thank you. Larry, on race exercise for kindergartners. My neighbor's 5-year-old came home yesterday from Hopkinton and said, "Mommy, my skin is white. That's good, right?" He then proceeded to share a diversity inclusion race exercise where the kids lined up according to skin color and the dark-skinned kids were not allowed to play with a toy. My daughter will join this class very soon. My family has dark skin. I double majored in ethnic studies in college and found utility in understanding history, culture, and diversity. Can we investigate this exercise, stop this from happening, and find better ways to foster diversity that do not involve actively segregating and alienating dark-skinned children and creating even more division among 5-year-old kids? The next one, Jennifer W., ethnic studies class. It is important to offer the ethnic studies class as an option to Los Alamitos High School students. This course is optional, provided only to students in their last 2 years of school when they are older, more mature, and getting ready to step out into the world as adults. Interested students should have the choice to enroll in this class if they wish to expand their worldview and learn more about different perspectives. They will gain a deeper appreciation for how the world looks through the eyes of people who have different lived experience and ancestral history than their own. It is imperative that Los Alamitos USD creates an environment that recognizes the need to ask difficult questions and challenge traditional notions in our personal lives as well as our work in education. At this point in their many years of learning, students will be able to apply their own critical thinking abilities to listen, learn, and develop their own viewpoints on events of the past. As a parent to a Los Al freshman, I know that we all want our children to leave high school, diploma in hand, ready to head out into the world and do amazing things. Understanding history through the lens of more cultures and experiences will allow Los Al grads to move forward in the world with the empathy and depth of knowledge needed for success. The next one's Narissa Klump, social justice standards. I would like to state for the record that I do not oppose this topic as an elective, but I do oppose it being required for high school students. For me, I believe that teachings of this sort should be done in the home. If this elective becomes a requirement, it opens a door to push a political agenda upon children who are not really of age to make decisions based on presented ideas that could be swayed by the instructor. Political ideas are usually started in the home for children. They may change their political views or ideas when they are young adults. I further believe that the ideas being presented while they are all around us do not need to be addressed at this young, influential age. Thank you. The next person is Matthew Simmons on critical race theory class. Ushering in critical race theory without public discussion is very upsetting. This issue demands discussion to see if it is the right fit for our school and direction we want to go in as a community. Rather than letting the people be heard, extraordinary roadblocks have been introduced, such as nobody can have their voice heard. Instead, parents are told they can write letters and their letters may or may not be read aloud. And if you are read aloud, they may be truncated as the time each letter will be read may go down from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, or maybe even less. And that is if it gets read out in the first place. The parents are being systematically silenced. Numerous schools have been adversarially affected by critical race theory. GATE programs have been shut down in Long Beach because they promote inequality. We need a school board that fights for equality and opportunity and not equity. Equity is code for forced outcomes. We need a school board that encourages advancement and merit and not focused on equity and holding people back to ensure quotas are met. The privileged will flee to private schools, and the people we are trying to help the most will have their opportunities taken away. Yes, this is an elective course, but as Dr. Pulver says, one of its 3 main focuses is equity, which is part of critical race theory. Changing the moniker of critical race theory doesn't fool anyone, especially when its central focus is, as Dr. Pulver says, equity, justice, and race. Notice he never mentions equality. That's because you cannot have equality and equity at the same time. They're polar opposites. When you guarantee outcomes based upon the color of your skin, then you are making people not equal. But I digress. The big question is not whether critical race theory is healthy for our school district. The question is, how can we have a school board represent the parents when the parents are being silenced? Next one, Ronald Munn, Social Justice Standards K-12. I'm shocked by the outcry over social justice standards curriculum. I just want to apologize to my wife, Nancy, over the social justice Los Alamitos school incident. It was stupid and I will never do anything like that again. She's very upset and I'm very sincere. Please don't make a mockery of this. David Chen speaks on ethnic studies elective and the social justice standards. Thank you, Ms. Williams, Ms. Reed, Dr. Pulver, and distinguished board members for the time and effort put into crafting the materials to be used in the high school ethnic studies elective, as well as the social justice standards anti-bias framework. I personally attended the past few board meetings and heard the emotional stories from members of our very own community and LAUSD students about discriminating encounters, being bullied, and feelings of exclusion and not belonging. How did our community respond to these stories? Most attendees applauded to show support for the courage to speak. However, there were some exceptions that snickered and jeered at these speakers from those whose self-identity as a group of concerned parents opposing the social justice standards. This type of intolerant behavior towards our fellow neighbors and students is disgraceful and appalling. It lacks empathy and demonstrates the inability to be open for understanding and acceptance of others. Their action speaks volumes and only amplifies the dire need for the anti-bias scenarios presented throughout the social justice standards. The stories and lived experiences shared by community members and students must be heard. I want to thank you again for listening and honoring their stories by guiding us in a direction to promote a more thoughtful, inclusive space that represents all people in our community. Hector Ramos, social justice teaching. I would like to talk about the social justice curriculum. We've got to get a message out about brothers working for these white devils and not getting paid what they deserve. Rabbi Stephen Einstein speaks on social justice framework. I'm a former member of the Board of Trustees of Fountain Valley School District, so I understand what it means to sit on your side of the table. I'm also the father of a proud alumnus of Los Alamitos High School. When I was growing up, I had a friend, Jeff. Often when hanging out with Jeff, I would have conversations with his mom, Helen. Helen was a kind woman who spoke often about how we should be tolerant of others. Though Helen's intentions were good, the word tolerant did not seem right. It implied that people who were different from us should be tolerated. Rather, in our country, all should be welcomed as we all are part of the beautiful fruit salad we call America. The fruit salad would not be as tasty if we were missing the bananas or the grapes or the apples. All students in the district should know that they fully belong. Please adopt the social justice framework. Sydney Clary, social justice standards. I'm Sydney Clary, a student in 5th grade at Rossmore Elementary, and I think it will be good to have these social justice standards at schools. It is absolutely horrible that some children, even adults, think of some people are different because they don't fit the mold that they may have deemed as normal. Some people are able to call a ship she, yet not a transgender woman, which is absolutely just terrible. Some people feel that people who are different cannot have the same rights as them because they are not normal. I don't even know where the stereotype of normal came from, and as everyone is different, no one can be exactly the same. I look forward to discussions like this with my peers in class. And with that, I turn it over to Diana.
Thank you, Madam President. Janine Ball, Ethnic Studies. As a 35-year teacher, including 22 at Los Alamitos High School, I know the challenge of teaching young people to respect each other's differences, whether they be race, religion, politics, sexuality, or economic background. Our society is polarized in so many ways, and this class offers an opportunity for young people to become positive leaders of democracy. I commend the Board of Education, administrators, teachers, students, and community for their efforts to make inclusive and welcoming to all, with ethnic studies class as just one step in the process. Thank you for leading our young people to a brighter future of kindness and respect in our society. This is from 3 people: Linda Klassen, Susan Harris, Betsy Grajeda, I think. Ethnic Studies. As teachers in Los Alamitos, we have always been impressed that the Board of Education takes the curriculum very seriously because they keep everything up to date. Our students have been able to get into the best universities. We value this type of administration because they listen to the community. What is important is that the community stick together and not bring in those from outside who have an agenda. Our democracy surroundings have allowed for a very small district to shine. We as teachers have never had to worry about prejudice or restrictions on our appropriate curriculum. As an elective course for juniors and seniors who are interested in ethnic studies course should be wonderful, informative, and exciting. We support having this course as an option for our high school students. Elizabeth Yerke Robbins, Ethnic Studies classes. As has been shown in other school districts in the nation, ethnic studies classes are invaluable in ways that go beyond just the content taught. For non-white students, this may be the first time they're hearing history that echoes with their personal experiences. All students should have the feeling of connection with their education. And for white students and their families, it's important to learn the history of the United States is not that of a shining city on a hill. The United States is not perfect. It never has been, not even for the most privileged among us. And the only way to improve this is to confront fully the actions of our past. Ethnic studies is part of that and should be required for all students. Ethnic studies asks you to think critically about the things that you have been taught and internalized. Cynthia Sells. I strongly support ethnic studies program for Los Alamitos High School. I support ethnic studies program. Janet Murphy, social justice standards. I support a new elective course in social justice standards for teachers and administrators and the cultural responsiveness teaching techniques. Thank you for your courage and perseverance in the face of so much negativity directed towards you. Jared Miller, social justice standards. Last week, my close friend who has taught martial arts to children in our community for the past 10 years was visiting an adult student in Rossmore when he was followed from Rossmore onto the freeway and all the way to Whittier. He messaged me that he was being followed and thought maybe it was because he was Mexican driving in Rossmore. I advised him to go to the nearest public space. He found a Target where he pulled into a parking space. A woman ran over to his window with her cell phone out and ready to record, and she demanded to know why he was in her neighborhood. He provided an answer when he didn't have to, and she erratically explained that she thought he was Antifa and that Antifa and BLM were watching her because of these school board meetings. It's not a surprise this behavior came from a parent who is protesting against having ethnic studies elective for our high school. It is also not a surprise that we have grappled with this issue of prejudice and tolerance in our district when we have entitled, privileged, and possibly racist parents like this. If a parent thinks it's okay to follow a person of color for 17 miles, harass them, and demand to see their papers, how would we expect their children to behave? It's no surprise that my daughter has told me about racist experiences from other children. We should look forward with positivity and progress for our children's future and for our community. Thank you for working to implement this new elective and social justice standards. Protests will protesters will talk about imaginary boogeymen, make outrageous comparisons to historical genocide, and claim the sky is falling. I am proud of our students, parents, board members, and faculty for seeing these extreme.
That's the time, Mrs. Hill.
Jason Glattman, social justice standards. I feel the district is interjecting themselves into something that I believe should not be in our schools. There is no good that can come from it. Like it or not, this has the potential to breed groups from both sides, building more tension, not diffusing them as you intend. I strongly oppose implementing social justice standards. Ronald Reagan said it best. The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Mike Couchway, social justice standards. As a parent with a child entering kindergarten next year, I urge the board to vote no on social justice standards. The organization Southern Poverty Law Center that wrote the standards in itself is controversial, biased, and politically motivated. While the line term standards themselves might not seem wholly unreasonable, the standards combined with the biased materials are without question a template for social engineering, making what amounts to indoctrination. We need to focus on reading, math, science, and English. With our state being at the bottom of the rankings for 12K, these teachings are not going to propel our students to be successful. Eric Broyd, support for ethnic studies and social justice standards. I would like to express my support for ethnic studies and social justice curricula as proposed by the Los Alamitos School District. I also would like to opine that that the reprehensive actions of some individuals opposing this agenda who have attacked children in pursuit of this end should be commended. I'm sorry, I am really tired. Many of these individuals have participated in reprehensible actions, including assaults on activists and journalists, and some of them have participated in the January 6th Capitol riot. The online forums they populate tend to also contain vile, racist, and often anti-Semitic imagery and statements. To say that their judgment is questionable is an understatement. The opinions of these individuals on the topics which discuss themes of racial discrimination should be dismissed. They are a case study in why we need these curricula taught in schools across the county. Jerry Laws, social justice standards. In regards to social justice standards, at least at the high school level, I would like to request that the board strongly consider disclosing if a class is utilizing the available social justice standard guideposts to develop curricula for a particular class as early as practical. In some words, if a teacher would like to use those voluntary standards in the class, that the class be identified as using said standards. I am in full support of the district stated aim of empowering all of our students to be competitive and thrive in an increasingly diverse and complicated society. I would like to have disclosure and transparency as to when these standards are used to develop curriculum, thus enabling me to be a responsible parent to engage in a productive dialogue with my children. I understand that this disclosure may not be possible prior to the class starting, but even if this disclosure and transparency was made as classes begin, it would be helpful to me as a parent. Thank you for your consideration. Mrs. Catulli.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Diane Ripley, ethnic studies. Will all ethnicities be studied? If not, which ones will be? Where can we read the full curriculum? Will this class remain an elective for the next 10 years? Marie Sullivan, social justice. I live in Los Alamitos and have children in the school district. I am totally against the social justice standards and do not want you to adopt them. They are vague and judgmental. They teach white children that they are oppressors based on the color of their skin. They teach brown and black children that they are victims based on the color of their skin. This is not what America is. We teach that America is a land of opportunity and that our country was founded in 1776. We teach that all people are created equal. I do not think that you should have curriculum that is based on a program from the Southern Poverty Law Center. You are off base and following this path, and you need to stop. Just stop. Arlene Ropek, Social Justice Standards, Anti-Bias Framework. I'm writing to tell you, as a retired teacher and community member, that I am opposed to the social justice standards that you will be voting on tonight. I am not objecting to increasing student lessons in understanding other cultures, teaching tolerance and acceptance of individual differences, including races, religions, and gender identity, or expanding history lessons to include more detail of the past and equities against people of differing cultures. These goals could be reached by utilizing other teaching material rather than the social justice standards tolerance.org. These lessons and philosophy bring in far left extremists politics into the classrooms. Politics, left or right, is a family matter. Schools should not promote propaganda influencing young impressionable minds while they are in a compulsory school. As is proudly mentioned in the May 5th News Enterprise regarding the approved ethnic studies course, Mrs. Davison stated, I look forward to going over every piece of it because I know that you thoughtfully developed it in conjunction with other districts and every resource rather than just buying something that was mass produced and doesn't reflect our community. I am requesting the same logic and care to be used in considering adding anti-race topics and teaching materials to the K-12 grades. Sadly, for our community, you did not bring this topic to light until recently, even though it was stated in the news that you've been working on this for the past 3 years. You have heard in recent board meetings parents' concern about these standards. Please do not vote on special justice standards tonight. There is no rush on such important goals for our children. Teach your district anti-discrimination policies and judge not on the color of the skin. Kelsey Roast, social justice standards. Thank you to the board and community for continuing to hear and listen to our voices and opinions on these topics. I am a sophomore at La Salle High School. The need for social justice standards has always been present and now more than ever has the potential to start real change been possible. I hope for a future where my children do not have to attend board meetings to fight for diversity in their curriculum, where children do not have to hope to see their stories and experience be mentioned, much less discussed or even acknowledged. In our schools, celebration, love, unity, and diversity should all be the words that coexist hand in hand. Our school campus and staff should be a safe place and be given the resources to create even more safe places for students of all backgrounds, ethnicities, and differences. Thank you. Melissa Rose, social justice standards. My name is Melissa Rose, and I am a proud La Salle parent to an 8th and 10th grader. When my husband and I were looking for elementary schools for our daughters, we sought out Los Alamitos because of their forward thinking in the areas of academics. Your district was one of the first to implement Common Core and CGI math before they became catchphrases. Your advancements in STEM education is top-notch, just to name a couple. Many districts in the area follow your lead, which is one more reason I am proud that you're stepping up to be forward-thinking and considering the adoption of an inclusive social justice standards and ethnic studies elective. Inclusivity should not be a question, yet we are faced with so much hate and backlash that it makes it incredibly obvious that we need these standards. Thank you for your time. Claudia Schutz, proposed ethnic studies class at high school. My name is Claudia Schutz, and I'm a local resident taxpayer and a parent of a former La Salle Unified student who attended kindergarten through 12th grade. It was due to the good reputation of the school district that my daughter's father and I decided to move here many years ago. I believe all people were created equal by the Creator. In spite of the severe blemishes in our history, I believe strongly that the United States is the greatest country in the world and that we are privileged and blessed to live here. I also believe that we live in the least racist country in the world. That does not mean that racism doesn't exist, but for the most part, we coexist pretty well. I truly believe the famous words of Martin Luther King that people should be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I am against making the proposed ethnic studies / social justice elective part of the curriculum. Today's emphasis on race, while it may be on surface be well-intentioned, is actually having a damaging effect to creating hostility and divisiveness between races. It is teaching some to believe they are victims of racism and unable to achieve the American dream in spite of their efforts and their character. Also, this emphasis on race is teaching young people to hate our country. Any incidents of racism that happen within the LaSalle School District should be dealt with individually as they occur. The important achievement of Americans, no matter what their race, should be, and probably already are, included in the history classes taught in school. Thank you for your time and consideration. Judith Quinones, Ethnic Studies. I've been a teacher of ethnic studies, minority literature in America, and social justice English for the past several years. I've witnessed how healing it can be for all students to engage in a curriculum that honors diversity and complexity of human experience. We can't afford to launch our children into adulthood with a dominative narrative mindset. They need to think pluralistically and critically as global citizens. I hope you will vote to approve the ethnic studies for the benefit of our students and their futures. Eggsonti Estevan, support of ethnic studies. Ethnic studies is vital in the understanding of anyone living in the United States. We are a multicultural country, and students from all cultural backgrounds should feel included during their years of studies. A curriculum that includes ethnic studies both addresses the history of this country from a perspective outside the standard white narrative and addresses the current issues affecting the marginalized people in the United States. Furthermore, it has been shown that at-risk students who have enrolled in ethnic study classes improved in attendance and grades. Let's show students that they are part of history and current events and continue to create a space for ethnic studies in our schools. Susan Soho, support social justice standards. Please seriously consider the voices of your students and the welfare of our future democracy by supporting social justice standards. Los Alamitos may already be a lighthouse school, Los Alamitos has always been a lighthouse school district. Show us the way to cultivate respect and appreciation for all people and stay safe. Pat Davis, social justice standards. I am writing as a white 70-year-old grandmother, retired educating, urging you to approve item 9A, the social justice standards for K-12, TK-12, the teaching tolerance anti-bias framework. We live in a time that reflects how far behind we are in interpreting white privilege and dangerous ignorance that abounds. Unfortunately, we also see many adults needing the same offerings. I have to believe that skilled teachers and administrators working with children will positively impact those homes. Please know your actions today will contribute to generations of reduction in cultural bias and racism. We all have so much to unlearn and explore. The competency throughout the K-12 offerings are age appropriate and will offer positive growth and change. My one concern is what support the teachers in examining their own bias and practices most effective in teaching classroom exchanges, it is late, and learning opportunities. Please assure me that you will provide adequate and appropriate instruction for their learning and self-exploration as well. If you didn't understand that, she was referring back to the teachers. Again, I apologize. Thank you for you will move this forward. Your description is quite clear. The social justice standards is a set of anchor standards and age-appropriate learning outcomes divided into 4 domains: identity, diversity, action, and justice. The standards provide a common language and organizational structure. Teachers can use these standards to guide curriculum development, and administrators can use it to make school more just, equitable, and safe. The standards are leveled for every stage in the TK-12 education and include school-based scenarios to show what anti-bias attitudes and behavior may look like in the classroom. All right, Mr. Forehand.
All right, Emma Perkins, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice Advocacy by Student. Hello, my name is Emma Perkins, and I am co-captain of the varsity song team, 3-year member of ASB, and will be attending the University of Michigan. The number 1 question I receive is, what are you? Well, I'm African American, Korean, and Caucasian. However, no one seems to believe it, not even Aries, which assumes that I am white and Hispanic. How is that my grandfather had to use colored fountains and my Korean-born grandmother went through the toils of becoming an American citizen, yet their cultures are not seen through me? Why don't you recognize all parts of my heritage, only picking the ones that you are comfortable with? There was one instance when all of my ethnicities were recognized. I was called a panda, because I am Black, white, and Asian. At that time, I was gullible enough to fall into my friend's persuasion, believing my reaction was a result of my inability to take a joke. Nonetheless, people continued to make insensitive comments right in front of me, mocking the same thick Korean accent that my grandmother has, not realizing how damaging their actions are and the extent to which they linger in my mind. To recall something that I believe everyone can recognize as wrong, I'll tell you my little plan that began in second grade. After receiving confusion as to what I was, I decided it would be easier. I was solely white. I thought I could find a way to lighten my skin. My kids would inherit an altered gene and wouldn't have to overcome the burden of cultural oppression. The fact that I thought such an extreme action would fix my broken identity should prove that the idea was extremely messed up. What's worse is that I didn't think anything was wrong with the thought until middle school, when I began asking my grandparents about their cultural identity to accept my own. But what if my grandparents hadn't been around to inform me, and instead I lacked access to such a source? Debbie Gunter, Social Justice Standards and Ethnic Studies. I have read the anchor standards and the domains for social justice standard, and as a retired teacher, I strongly believe that these standards would be a great supplemental resource for teachers. Students need to be taught how to develop language and knowledge to accurately and respectfully describe how people are both different and similar to one another. I really like the anti-bias scenarios. Students need a safe environment to learn how to treat people as individuals and not representatives of a group. Lori McCarthy, Ethnic Studies. To me, I feel having ethnic studies is available to all students will help all students feel included. Robert Gast, Opposition to CRT Curriculum in Public Education. Critical race theory, CRT, is un-American and against everything American stands for. Any measure that places CRT or CRT-like materials in K-12 public school education is pure evil. Any board members that supports inclusion of such un-American Marxist philosophy should be ashamed of themselves and be prevented from further serving on the board. Lorraine Andrews, postpone the decision on social justice. It is irresponsible and detrimental to the entire community and beyond our community for all to blatantly ignore heartfelt and legitimate concerns regarding many possible negative results for all children. Please table this and listen to all of community that voted you to your positions. Emma Yosanovich, adding ethnic studies. Ethnic studies is a critical course to produce well-rounded, competent students. By allowing students to analyze history through diverse perspectives, we're able to conceptualize the past as well as modern issues. As Griffins join the workforce, they must leave Los Al with an understanding of the diversity of the state and the rest of the world. Examining history through one perspective will not sufficiently allow any student to fully understand the United States, let alone various cultures outside the country. With the pushback that the course is experiencing, I encourage those against ethnic studies to view it through an alternative approach. Rather than seeing the class as an indoctrination, the class is to give students the necessary tools to understand the diverse human experiences. It is similar to a math class teaching us the necessary equations or an English class teaching us how to analyze literature. Ethnic studies gives students the tools to expand their knowledge of their local community, state, country, and world around them. Francesca Marchese Reader, district parent with full support of district standards. I am a parent of 3 students in the district, and I fully support the social justice standards proposed to implement in the Los Alamitos School District. As a parent and former middle school health teacher, I am encouraged to see this very important and necessary anti-bias teaching being incorporated into the education of all students within the district with appropriate standards at all levels. Alexandra Ito, in support of agenda item 9A, social justice standards.
Hey,
One
Chris,
of the- Yeah.
I think that's 171. That's me.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't
we
see
forgot
that.
to write the yellow mark on that
Oh,
one.
I would have just kept on going.
I should have let you go. This is a long one.
Yeah.
Don't start that timer on me too soon. Okay. Alexander Ito, in support of agenda item 9A, social justice standards. One of the things that makes this community great is the quality of education that children receive in the Los Alamitos Unified School District. The awards received by its schools and its test scores, graduation, scholarship, and college-going rates all attest to the district's success. As a retired educator, I can absolutely guarantee you that this type of success does not happen on its own without the hard work of everyone involved. The leadership and teachers in the district are professionals who are committed to providing the best for our students. Over the last several months, I have watched the district's process for bringing forward the new ethnic studies course to be offered as a G elective to students at Los Alamitos High School. It filled me with pride to see the students and parents from our community who spoke up to identify the need for an ethnic studies course to help broaden their worldview and cultural understanding. I was also filled with pride for the actions of the governing board and their unanimous decision to approve this course in support of providing students with opportunities to expand their learning. I trust the expertise of the professional educators and instructional leadership from the district in developing the curriculum for the ethnic studies class. I know firsthand of the rigorous and dedicated work that must be done to plan and develop a new course. The district has shown that it is equal to the task by clearly articulating the pathway to the development of this course, identifying the course outcomes, and laying out a clear description of the next steps that need to be taken in order to offer the course in the next school year. The decision to provide ethnic studies as an elective course is appropriate and in keeping with similar course offerings that are being offered or being developed by other school districts in Orange County, including Anaheim, Irvine, Laguna Beach, Tustin, Placentia, Yorba Linda, Huntington Beach, and Santa Ana. Ethnic studies courses are also being offered throughout the state, including the Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the second largest district in the country. Ray Joseph, Ethnic Studies and Social Justice. The Social Justice and Ethnic Studies online presentation left out the academic research process that determined each program's materials and standards. Please provide the peer-reviewed scholarly research material to define the material and standards utilized in the programs for the Los Alamitos School District. 20% of the U.S. population has a disability. Do the ethnic studies or social justice programs include individuals with disabilities? Please provide the ethnic studies and social justice programs peer-reviewed scholarly research materials related to individuals with disabilities. Please also identify how each individual will be grouped in these programs. Who will determine each group's standards? Assist each individual to understand their groups. And how will this information be conveyed to the individual and their peers? Who will verify the accuracy of the group standards and each individual's classification? Who will have access to each individual's information? Will this information be recorded within the school records or electronic systems? How will each individual's right to privacy be protected? As a Los Alamitos resident and a parent of a Griffin, I am concerned about the impact of potential legal expenses after the COVID-19 recession. Please outline how the development of the ethnic studies elective and the social justice programs and their implementation comply with the individual rights to privacy, Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution, Title 9 of the Education Amendment of 1972 and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Ashley Locke, adding ethnic studies to the curriculum. I'm writing today to support the demand that the district teach diverse and inclusive history through ethnic studies. The history I was taught as a student was far from inclusive. There's so much I had to learn later on in life, as the curriculum was often created through a Eurocentric lens. We centered whiteness above all else, which does not give students the thorough history they deserve. Tim Sulu, CRT is part of the social justice standards under the Southern Poverty Law Center. I oppose the critical race theory or social justice standards being put into practice without allowing me to review them. I do not feel some kids are mentally ready to understand this kind of teaching or standards. These teachings must start at home and are not the responsibility of our schools. My wife works in a mental health sector of healthcare and cries telling me there has been an increase of depression, attempted suicides, and overdoses in kids as young as 5 years old because they do not understand and because they feel lonely and miss their family and friends. These past 13 months have not only been emotional, but mentally draining for our children. So to introduce this will not only cause more confusion, but in my opinion, reintroduce our children to segregation and do more damage than good. Introducing the standard or theory will not only affect how they see their peers, but have you stop to think about how many biracial, multicultural families you have in your district and how this will affect them in their home? My children are biracial, and they know that we must look at the heart of a person and how they treat them, not a skin color. As a parent, I do not feel it is the school's place to teach my children race. I am no better than my wife, nor is she better than I. How will this theory cause our children to see their siblings if one is lighter than the other? Do you realize introducing this will be going against the 1954 Brown versus Board of Education decision that banned segregation in American public schools and also against mine and my children's 13th Amendment right? If this is introduced, it becomes into place this standard of social justice or critical race theory, I will have no choice but to remove my children from your district and begin homeschooling them. Please think hard about agreeing to this and what the effect and damage it will do and cause our children. Kelly Orr, I 100% oppose your proposed ethnics teaching. Please stop trying to pass this nonsense. You are creating more division and aligning our school system with opposing views. After our kids have been scared, masked, socially alienated, failing grades, you now want to add CRT. Protect our kids in our committee. Didn't Los Al stand up to our state being a sanctuary state? Stand up and fight. There is zero upside to this. Other states have completely outlawed this teaching. You should be teaching equality, not equity. I will no longer trust the decisions made by LAUSD, and I'm shocked to hear you are jumping in the bandwagon. And I believe that's the end.
That is the last of our comments. It's 176 comments. We did take comments past 5:15, even though it said 3 p.m. because we were able to get them printed for all of you. If there are any comments that were received after 5:15, we'll be sure to get those comments to each board member so that you have them as well. Mrs. Davidson, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Okay, so please bear with us. It is now 8 minutes to midnight, so there may be a mistake or two. And we're going to now move to presentations, and Mrs. Reed will be doing a presentation of a textbook.
Thank you so much, President Davidson. Tonight, we're bringing forward Krugman's Economics for our AP Macroeconomics course. This textbook will be on display in Education Services for community preview for the next 30 days.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to consent items now. We are going to pull item 8D. So we have before us consent items 8A through C and E through S. Do I have a motion for approval?
Nicotuli, I so move.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second.
Mrs. Hill seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
It'll be a roll call.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There's my first mistake. We're doing roll call because this is virtual. Mrs. D'Angelo?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And now we're moving to the pulled item. Sorry, you can't see this. 8D. And do I hear a motion?
Also move.
Is there a second?
I
Second.
second.
Mrs. Cattouli pulled this, so would you like to discuss this?
Yes, it's to a Kona for a Hawaiian ice vendor, but the reason, which is a nice thing, but the reason why I pulled it is because because of the benefits that we have. It is late and I'm becoming inarticulate because of how much better we're doing with COVID and the different tiers that we're in. We were able to reinstitute, which we were not able to do last year, our Griff Friends, which is when our football team, all the guys on the football team pair up with some of our special ed students. And they basically have a day at the high school where they play different games, and every football player teams up with one of the other children, and they're just our friends for the day, and they have fun. And I think that our coach Fenton started it. I think it's a wonderful thing. Everyone who's ever participated in it, they get so much out of it. The football players get a lot out of it, and the other kids get a lot out of it. So I'm very happy they're having Hawaiian ice, but I wanted to really just say, yay, we're back to our Griff Friends.
Okay, good. Any other comments? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry, roll call.
That's okay.
Tina?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mr. Fayette.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0, and I think I've got it now. Okay, now we are moving on to action items. If I can get to the right page. Okay. Okay, yes. So our first action item is approval of supplemental materials. And Mrs. Reed, would you like to address that?
Thank you so much, President Davidson. Tonight, we are bringing the social justice standards forward as a supplemental resource for teachers. I would like to note that the uploaded resources and resource of the standards on our website has been amended, and that the resource only includes the Anchor standards and learning outcomes for students in grades K through 12. We did remove only the front and back pages, as there was a bit of misinformation that some of the additional resources and content from Learning for Justice, formerly Teaching for Tolerance, were being up for an action, and they are not being proposed for action. The only thing being brought forward this evening for the board's consideration are the anchored standards and the learning outcomes that were clearly defined in the social justice standards.
Thank you for that amendment and that clarification. Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do we have discussion? Who would like to discuss this? Mrs. Cattouli?
Okay, I'm really glad I thought about this and wrote it out beforehand because it is kind of late. And I don't know how well I would have said this if it's not written in front of me. My thoughts on the social justice standards come from a viewpoint of what we have done in the past and what we think the future will be for our students. And I'm going to start with the past. The tragedies at Columbine High School in 1999 and the Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012 made us look very hard at the safety of our students and staff. We could no longer think that a tragedy of extreme violence could never happen here. We needed to make our sites safe so that they would safe from the outside, and to make sure that our classroom and campuses were safe for the students and the staff on the inside. We put up fencings to enclose the sites. We put film on our windows so a bullet couldn't break them. We made one access to check into the school office, and we're still installing security cameras on our campuses. I was told that we made our schools look like prisons, but if we ever had an active shooter, at least we slowed that person down and maybe hopefully deterred them altogether. And we're not done. Every year we evaluate the sites for safety and we try and improve it. Inside the perimeter of the school site, which is now more safe, are the students and staff. We need to make sure that everyone feels like they are in a safe place from physical or emotional harm, a safe place to take a chance at something, a safe place for all students to grow and to learn and for their teachers to teach. This ties in directly with the social emotional health of our students and staff. We've had many programs over the year to strengthen our students in making good choices and in being supportive friends. We have Red Ribbon Week, Peace Week, Griffins with a Mission, buddy benches, character counts, bumper stickers, award assemblies, bucket fillers, start with hello, and much more. Tolerance and acceptance are all part of these programs. Now, every school does not use every program. Administrators and staff decide what school-wide programs they will use. Even with all that we have in place, bullying unfortunately happens in our schools. Our staff has asked for another approach to teach tolerance. The social justice standards look at individuals as having many aspects in their personalities or identities, as they are referred to. For instance, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a dog lover, I'm a hiker. You might not like dogs or hiking, but you love your kids just like I love mine. If you take time, we will be able to find common ground among people, which is what we all should be doing instead of making assumptions. This approach will not cure the world of bias. I am a dog person, not a cat person, but I can be accepting of others because we are all multifaceted, and I share some of the same identities. Staff members have requested a different approach in teaching tolerance. Some felt they needed something that would be new to us. We responded with the social justice standards that are up for adoption tonight. It does not mean that every teacher in every classroom will use all of them. It does not mean that we are adopting all the standards or lessons that have ever been created or will be created. It means that all, or some, or perhaps even none of the lessons on the 10 pages of our handout could be used by staff. I do not see this as a huge philosophical shift to indoctrinate children. I see this as another support for the safety of our children in their classrooms and on our playing fields. Everyone is unique and deserves to be appreciated for being themselves. I think being tolerant and accepting shows a strong self-image, and that is something that most people want for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cattouli. Mr. Forehand?
Yes, as I have learned a year ago, students and parents approach the Board of Education concerning race relations, discrimination, as well as opportunities within the curriculum to see themselves. It has taken the past year to develop a course of action to make a plan to deal with these issues that were shared. The creation of the Human Relations Task Force, working with experts in the field, reading what experts have to say, and of course, listening carefully to our school parents and students brought us to the point of approving an elective course for 11th and 12th graders on ethnic studies. We are now to the point of approving a set of standards that will guide our work to continue to have our schools be inclusive, equitable, and as safe as they can be to minimize conflict and continue to reduce acts of bullying and prejudice. I'm not voting to approve CRT. Again, these standards are not our curriculum, just a tool to help guide us when issues arise. I have 40 years experience as an educator and now a proud grandparent of 2 students at Lee. And I always listened to my students, listened to their hearts, heard what they were asking for, and made sure I set them up for success. I consider this as what I am still here to do. I want the best for all our students, and I want each and every one of them to feel important and valued.
Thank you, Mr. Forehand. Mrs. Hill?
Thank you very much, President Davidson. So I want to start by saying that I really appreciate all the comments that were that came in this evening. I'm probably going to, it's late, so I'm probably going to say something controversial. We know that we serve at the will of of the voters. There's no doubt about that. And so it's hurtful when I feel that that is used as something that's going to change our mind or change a decision or change what we hear from our public. And I just want to say that, that's one of those things that kind of works the opposite for me. But I heard a lot of differences of approaches to what I believe we want the same thing. It's funny. My husband and I almost married 36 years, together for 44 years. And it took several years, decades, okay, maybe, in our relationship to learn that we really wanted the same thing, but how we were going about getting there could be very different at times. But we wanted that same thing. And I do believe that we want to teach our children to be accepting, to learn about historical context, to be able to be critical thinkers, to build confidence and kindness and inclusion, and to accept in diversity. We received a report today of the diversity of our district, and it's much more diverse than some people would think. It is. And so I think all of those things are important. And we also want to do it at the appropriate grade level. I have been sent a lot of things, and I have tried to read every one of them. And I will tell you that, yes, there are things that seem to be happening in some schools across the country at grade levels that I would not feel is appropriate. But that's not this district. That's never been this district. And, I believe that you've put your trust in us. Look at what has happened in the last 15 months. You put your trust in us. We found solutions. We found solutions for students who wanted to go back to school. We found solutions for students who needed and wanted to stay at home. That is what we do in this district. That's what we have done in this district. Mrs. Gatuli just received her 20-year pen for being on the board. She has always looked at the board that way. We have a tenet where we say we keep the main thing. And the main thing is our students and our community. And to that end, I do agree that a framework is needed, and staff has worked very hard and is looking for other tools to give teachers to help with these things. And I will say that full disclosure, I'm a Pollyanna, and so when I read the anchor standards, I felt that they were very much middle ground. And then because of a lot of comments and things that came from parents, I looked deeper and I realized that there is a syntax today out there that I don't live by, but other people do, and there are things that concern them. And so when I looked deeper into what we had, I really felt that personally, and I think for some members of our community, some tweaks that we could make to the anchor standards might really make some of our community members more comfortable and give them more reason to trust really what we're doing and why we're doing it. And there is, by no stretch of the imagination, are we looking at indoctrinating our students. That's just, to me, that's really absurd. And I really do believe that this is a partnership, and this is a partnership between our teachers, our extraordinary teachers, and our staff, between our families, between the community. I think we all have to come together. And so when I asked some questions about the standards, it was really, and I believe this. I believe that our staff and our teachers are professionals, and I believe they know their job. I have no doubt about that. But when I do look at these, there are some things that I think
would make me more comfortable, or I'd like to discuss, and I know it's late, that I think would clarify things for some parents. And even if we're not in agreement, at least discussion on them, I think would help clarify. And so, Mrs. Davidson, you tell me how you want to proceed. There's a number of probably 5 to 6 of the standards. I'm not going into any of the other, but the standards that I kind of like to discuss, and maybe discuss that we would have an opportunity to maybe wordsmith. And we don't traditionally do this when it comes to curriculum. I want staff to know that I really appreciate all the work that has been done and what has been brought forward. But I do think that we do owe it to our public to listen to all variety of sides. And so I don't know how you'd like me to proceed with what my comments are.
Maybe just take one standard at a time and people can comment and we can see if there's a consensus or debate.
Okay, so I can do that. Thank you very much. So I will start with, I didn't put them in that order, so I'm going to go.
We'll do whatever order works for you.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, I'll start with identity. So I know that when we first started talking about this, that's a buzzword, right? And so people were concerned. And I think that we gave really good examples of what we meant by identity and what we meant by identity at different grade levels, right? I've got to believe that there's not anybody on this board that wants kindergartners talking about topics that are related to, that should be talked about at the high school level, right? That I really believe that. And I believe our teachers don't want to do that. They're very professional with their students. But the number 5 under identity, where it says students will recognize traits of the dominant culture, I feel that is a bit, and I'm sorry, I don't have all the words, that could be a bit inflammatory. I believe, obviously, in history, if you look at history, there are dominant cultures. There's no doubt about that. So why could we not say students will recognize traits of dominant cultures, not the dominant cultures? Because the other thing that I really want to look at is that some of this does not have a positive tone to me, and I believe best intentions, and I believe positive. And so if we want our students to move forward in a positive manner, why would we put negative connotations in their mind? So to me, my recommendation would be to say students will recognize traits of dominant cultures, their home culture and other cultures, and understand how, instead of negotiate, I like value or represent their own identity in multiple places. I hope they don't have to negotiate for it. Why should they have to negotiate for it? They should value it and represent it. So those under identity, those are the 2 things I'd like to bring forward.
So I can see the cultures part, because I thought a lot about how cultures throughout history, whether you're looking at every continent has had dominant cultures. So I see that. I think negotiate has a different meaning, because negotiate also means how, like when you're going on a stiff, dangerous path, how do I negotiate my way? And I don't think I read through this, I understand how they negotiate their own identity in multiple spaces. Like, how do they navigate themselves? How do they negotiate the way they go through the paths? How do they fit in? How do they make it work? Whereas represent is just, this is where I am in this space. But I think negotiate has a second meaning, in that it's how you move through something, how you navigate through surroundings, and where you place yourself along the path.
I can see that. I did not look at it that way. And that's why I think that this dialogue is important. And I think this dialogue is going to be important for setting the tone of how we would want standards utilized. And I think that's a great point.
Um,
Do you want to?
I need to ask, so Mrs. Reed, how would we, if we change things, how do we change it and still be able to vote tonight?
So you can still vote on the standards as amended and revised per your consent.
Okay.
We're not changing the document. You're changing some words. So the standards are still intact.
What we may have to check is copyright, because obviously this was created by Teaching Tolerance, which is now Learning for Justice, and they do allow free domain for this. But we will just have to research whether or not any change does change any copyright aspect, but we can take a look at that.
Okay, and I'm sorry, maybe I should have let people know this ahead of time, but this is our time to discuss. And
No, that's okay.
And we have always made adjustments to, I mean, I've always felt, I mean, that's the other thing I want to say is that when we had a family life curriculum that needed to be brought forward, oh my goodness, what I put Mrs. Reed through. And I believe, oh, I know his name. It'll come back to me.
Dr. Keller.
Yes, in creating it, or what we did for Common Core and how we took that and molded it to what we are and what our community represents. And so I think that's where I'm trying to get to, and also just to discuss, as Mrs. Davidson just represented, that the way I looked at a word and the way that she looked at a word were very different, and they have different meanings in it, and I can see that. And I think that's one of those things that's difficult out there right now, is that these words, the syntax of them are being taken from in very different ways. And I want to be really clear about what we are trying to put forward.
Right. So does anybody else have comments on this particular one? My earphones are echoing.
Here. I was going to say, I like the idea of the cultures, and I actually like, instead of negotiate, I like navigate better. But we are totally wordsmithing here.
Right.
Just thought I'd throw that out.
So I'm good with navigate or negotiate. I just think that it has a different meaning about the person.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think probably we need to like make decisions, or we're going to be here till 5. So navigate, negotiate, Mr. Forehand or Mr. Fayette.
I'm fine with navigate. I mean, I like that. I understand that.
It might be more clear so that there's not the confusion of 2 different meanings
What
with
do you
negotiate.
You're negotiating back and forth, you know, I don't, yeah.
So let's put navigate.
Yeah.
So your next one.
I might also, I just want to add, because we don't have clarity tonight, I'm getting some information that it's possible that they don't allow us to change these. The direction that ultimately you give us to could be how we frame our professional development with teachers as well and with staff. If we can't actually change the words, we can certainly take a look at, because these are so subtle changes, we can use this guidance as how we roll out professional development for our staff as well, just as another way to expand the conversation.
I can deal with that. The next one that I really wanted to talk about was, and this is where it's a disconnect for me. So under justice, number 11, it says students will recognize stereotypes and relate to people as individuals rather than representatives of groups. And then half of these other standards up here talk about identifying what group you're in. So I'm not saying, I mean, there's no wordsmithing I'm trying to do in there. I'm just trying to understand how can we say, and I think this is one of the big things that we're having this conversation about, is that part of us are saying, we should all be loved and cared about by our character and as individuals. But this is the group I'm from, and so I'm just having a really difficult time putting those two things together. How can you keep telling me that I have to identify as my different groups, but I should just relate to me as an individual? Can somebody give me a little bit more clarity on that?
Meg, you want to?
I think you're missing to me, the most important word in that sentence is stereotype. Because a stereotype is different than being, okay, I perceive a stereotype is different than being part of a group. Whatever group you're in, they can have teenage girls can be a stereotype. They giggle, they're mean, whatever. But that doesn't negate that those are the stereotypes of them. And if you are a teenage girl, you are going to be you're going to be in situations where you can be stereotypes, but it doesn't take you out of the fact that you're a teenage girl. I don't know if I'm explaining myself clearly.
No, I think that's exactly right. It's
a stereotype. I mean, every group we're in, board members, they just love kids. That's a stereotype. And it's a good thing that we do, but it is a stereotype. I really think the word is stereotype, and I believe it's being used in the negative sense of whatever group you're talking about. Football players are all jocks. End up offending everybody tonight.
Yeah, no.
Football players are all this, cheerleaders are that, kindergartners are this. I mean, when you stereotype the people, yes, you can be part of that group, but that doesn't mean you buy into the stereotype of that group. Okay, that's how I took it, Diane. I understand what you're saying, but I didn't look at it like that. To me, the hot word was stereotype.
Okay. Because it is one of the things that I've heard from the public is that, there's a balance with identifying your membership in multiple groups, as Mrs. Catulli said, right? I'm sorry, which one?
I know it's late,
but I understand that, but that's also a place where I've felt, and maybe it's just being a 60-year-old woman that was raised in the 70s, is that the goal during that period of time was really to just look at people as people and not all these other things. And it's not that they didn't identify with them, but that didn't make up who I was. That didn't make up how you saw me. You should see me as this individual where we have these things that are in common. And I just want to make sure that we're not perpetuating the idea that we need to be putting people back in boxes, because I think that's harmful.
I don't think so. I think it's what it is that you can't let me in a group. So if I say that I belong, that I am a part of one faith, then don't automatically assume I believe a certain way politically. It's like, so there's that I am, and I may belong to one group, I may be part of what represent one group, but that doesn't mean you can define me.
You have to use your Venn diagram, right?
Yeah, you do. You do. I think it's exactly right. Stereotypes. So what do all the senior citizens,
Yeah.
So
I actually see it the way that you were talking about it, Mrs. Hill, in reality, in the sense that, to me, the key words there are also relate to people as individuals rather than representatives of groups. So as Mrs. Catulli earlier was sharing, she has all these different identities of being a dog person versus a cat person, a hiker, or a grandma, whatever. You don't relate to her just as a dog person or just relate to her as a hiker. You relate to Meg, as an individual.
Right. Okay. I'm good with that. Okay. Then under diversity, and this is more, we don't have to wordsmith this, but I just want to point this out, that on 7 and 8, if we read them, students will develop language and knowledge to to articulate and respectfully describe how people, including themselves, are both similar to and different from each other and others in their identity group. And I'm just saying, I think sometimes we're pushing this a little bit too far, that I think the first part, different from each other and others, students are respectful and express curiosity about history and lived experiences of others and will exchange ideas and beliefs, period. Why do we have to say in an open-minded way? And I'm not saying that I'm not asking to change this. I'm just saying, let's look at these and say, let's take it to the positive instead of saying, well, I have to tell you to look at it in an open-minded way because you're not going to look at it in an open-minded way. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yeah, I think it's awkwardly phrased there too. I think you could say students will respectfully express open-minded curiosity about the history and lived experiences of others and will exchange ideas and beliefs. I think probably the open-minded part is just reminding people that when we ask about people, it's not because I'm going to assume you're strange. I'm just wanting to understand why you do what you do. So I think it's just a reminder. It doesn't have to be there. It's not like a condescending or arrogant kind of curiosity, like, why are you like that? Or why would you believe that? Or it's an open-minded curiosity in the sense that I really want to understand where you're coming from.
Right.
So if it went in front of that and just made it open-minded curiosity or broad-minded, no, you can't say that. I think open-minded curiosity, and it dangles at the end of that sentence. And I agree with you. It looks too purposeful.
Right. So then number 10. Okay. So as I have said over and over again, I believe our teachers, I think that the rigor our teachers teach with is amazing. I hear it all the time. Especially when kids go to college and then they realize what kind of rigor they got in high school. It's amazing. So when the end of this sentence says, rather than in ways that are superficial or oversimplified, to me, once again, that's a negative. Why wouldn't we say, historical context in a deep, meaningful way, the positive, not the negative. And like I said, I'm not asking for wordsmithing on all of this. I don't want to put staff through a ton more work, but these are my thoughts when I read these, and I couldn't just go forward without talking about them and bringing those forward. But in some of this, it seems, I think, and I don't want this to sound arrogant, but I think our kids and our community are so far ahead of some of these ideas, and we're blessed to have that. And we might not think that after the 178 comments tonight, I don't know, but I really do believe that. And that's because I believe best intentions, and I know, and we know what our kids do. So some of them, to me, might relate more to other people that don't have the same perspective and the rigor that we have, and what we've already, as Mrs. Catulli said, have put into place,
I think superficial and oversimplified is kind of like either condescending or insulting. But what I think is that, having taught American history, we do skate over it. Like, Cherokee Trail of Tears could be skated over in 20 minutes, whereas you don't understand what happened to the Cherokee along the way. I think that it could be, students will examine diversity in social, cultural, and political and historical contexts, and then go to our depth and complexity, judging from multiple perspectives, and understanding the impact of the context of the time, something like that. I mean, you could just put in with depth and complexity. students will examine diversity in social, cultural, political, and historical contexts in the light with depth and complexity, because in our district, we know what that means. We're going to look at impact, ethics. You could approach it from a lot of different ways.
Right.
Rather than maybe being a little more insulting, superficial, and oversimplified. I think the textbooks are that way.
Yeah, so Diana, you're looking to more make the language more positive and kind of up, as opposed to don't go negative, instead be more positive and more uplifting and more applicable to our demographics in our community.
That's the conversation I wanted to have. Because I think that sometimes, we do that with various things. We'll do that with policies, right? Sometimes CSBA will tell us that's what a policy is and we put it forward. Other times we'll look at that policy and say, that doesn't exactly match who we are and what we do. And so, like I said, when I read this from my, by the pool with my Pollyanna glasses on, I'm like, oh, this is all good stuff. And we're going to have really positive kids and they're going to, be, I guess you're not supposed to use colorblind anymore. That's the way I was raised. So, but that's what I want. I want for our children to have that deep understanding, right? And the deep understanding that anything is possible and that I do want to understand your story. I want you to understand my story and I want to understand what your story is. And so, but when I started looking deeper, I just wanted to make sure that it did reflect, or I think Dr. Pulver made a really, really good point. Maybe it's the direction that we're giving staff to use these things, that idea of how we want to do that is really important. So, and then I just have one more, and then I'll let go, and you guys, we'll go where we go. So number 20, I so believe in this country, I believe more than anything that if you have an opinion on something, it is your right to be able to say that opinion. That's why we read 170 whatever comments this evening, right? We read them all. And that I want our children to know that they have a way to be able to have a voice and to go out there and to advocate for what they believe in and what they're passionate in. And so when I read this, I'm like, well, I want students to learn how to plan and to carry out collective action, and of course against bias and injustice in the world, but not why just limit it to that? Why aren't we teaching them that if you are against euthanasia, you get your group together and you go talk about that and you learn about that and you do things that makes a difference in those ways. It seemed, once again, to me, it seemed limiting. Why are we limiting the opportunities that we can help our children learn how to advocate and learn how to be, critical thinkers and take action on the things they believe are important to them and that they have passion for? So that's my last one. That's my last comment.
And I totally agree. The thing is I think if they were doing euthanasia, they could put it under injustice. If they were going out to fight that cause, I think we can't take away. I think we can't take away from the fact that we want our kids to learn how to. You're exactly right. But I also think that we have to look at our community, because that's exactly what happened here. Our kids, we told them how to stand up for what they believe. And what happened, it is not, I love the world too, and I will die on the sword for democracy, but we are hiding in a room somewhere, because in our community, the adults could not be models of civil discourse. And so I think we do have to teach them how, and we have to recognize when we failed. So I think I absolutely agree. It limits, but see, I think that the teachers will decide how you're going to approach these action plans. I think that's what you said, that it's not just what's on the paper, it's how you interpret it.
And if I could add, just to provide a little bit more context. So I think our students and our staff teach that already in many of our courses, just even in terms of our students, we encourage them to graduate with the gold, I think it's the gold color cords for community service hours, et cetera. Remember the purpose of this standards and these guideposts for teachers and students or administrators is based within an anti-bias framework. So it's not we're not using this one tool to cover every aspect of civil engagement, of making the world a better place, et cetera. It is a tool to help with some of our anti-bias. So I do understand why they're probably focusing on that there, but we might have, and probably do have, other tools as well to be able to further cement and carry out those principles that you're talking about as well. And this one tool won't be the only tool that'll help us create more culturally relevant instruction and anti-bias opportunities and pedagogy. So it's just one tool. I don't know if we can look to one tool to be all encompassing at the same time.
You raised great issues. You've raised great issues. Meg?
I was going to say, actually, that number 20 really jumped out at me as I couldn't understand why it was there. As it was like a plan of a call to action. And I was just thinking that it kind of like what Dr. Pulver said, we are not going to be teaching these standards and domains, you know, like every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, we're going to take one and go through it. We're going to be incorporating it with other standards that we have, because so I thought, well, what happens if you don't really care about bias? What happens if you sound like you care about euthanasia? What happens if you don't want animal testing for cosmetics? I mean, you want to save the earth. There's lots of things our kids are excited about that they should learn how to advocate for in a very productive way. That's really important, to learn how to advocate in a productive manner. But I'm thinking that Dr. Pulver is now taking notes and is going to be discussing this with Mrs. Reed on how we want this. And it's like what we said when we were talking about our ethnic studies class, is that we want it to be balanced. We do not live in a black and white world. We are just all different shades of gray, and we want to support our children and we want to support our community. And if we get too far away from, too far black or too far white, we are not going to be doing our children a service, and we're not going to be representing our community. So I think we are a forward-thinking community. We believe that we want to teach critical thinking. We want our kids to come out educated and to be good thinkers and to use more than one source and all that, depth and complexity that we use in the elementary schools. But I think that it's going to be in how it is presented. And I'm thinking I'm going to have to just stop talking and trust that when the teachers actually start looking into using them, and the in-service we give them will be done in the way that LaSalle usually does things, thoughtfully and inclusively.
Good. Scott?
I spent a lot of time working over my speech. I wanted to be able to give it.
You absolutely go for it.
All right, new guy speech. I spent a lot of time thinking about this. I did several revisions. Please bear with me. I know it's a late night. Hopefully this will be worth it. An elementary student is being bullied after they give their heritage report. One student in particular is leading the taunting, but others join in. The bullying is racist in nature. We're going to send you back to Mexico. You don't belong here. Bad things are going to happen over there, which was kind of interesting because the heritage report clearly stated that he was Cuban. This goes on for a while, the taunting, writing stuff on his desk, and he finally gets up the courage to go to the teacher. And it's just him and the teacher. and me in the classroom, because I volunteer a lot, over-involved parent, and he explains to the teacher what's going on. The teacher is backpedaling, saying, well, that must only be out on the playground. That's not in my room, right? Well, we got pictures of it written on the desk. There's pictures of it. Well, then the teacher says, well, that's not so bad. Why are you so upset by that? And I don't know if the teacher realized, or maybe the look on my face, or maybe the student's face, the teacher panicked and literally ran away. I was standing right there. I saw the whole exchange. I witnessed it. We need to train and support our teachers to deal with difficult situations. We train them about bullying. We train them about other things. We have to give them the tools and the resources so that they have strategies to deal with these difficult situations. It's not fair. Nobody wants it to happen. The teachers certainly don't. No parent wants it, and no kid wants it. During the public comments, I have to say the board does listen. As a new board member, I learned that we're not allowed to comment. We're also supposed to not to show any emotion, keep our faces blank, so we don't prejudice the speaker or the audience. And because of this, there's a misconception that we're not listening, we've already made up our minds, we're not engaged with the speakers. I had those same thoughts when I used to sit out in the audience and watch the board. But now that I'm on the other side, I can tell you it's not true. We do listen. I listen. I also have a terrible memory, so I write stuff down so I can think about it later. I like to think about things. I like them to settle and ponder and percolate. I had a great discussion. There was many comments made that made me stop and think, that made me reevaluate, that made me reread the social justice standards. I don't really like the name of it. Social justice is a loaded political word. Politics should have nothing to do with education. As soon as you add politics, it becomes muddied. Because left, right, center, everybody wants what's best for the children. The students, everybody wants best for them. What is best? I had a great discussion, and the discussions are wonderful because no one is trying to win a discussion. Arguments, people win. You want to win or you lose. A discussion is an exchange of information that at the end of it, you can walk away and both agree to disagree or to feel like you had your say. And I want our community to understand that we do listen. We did take into consideration the concerns. One of the greatest things about our district is we have involved, concerned parents. Our community is strong. Our community is involved. Our community cares. We listened. We made some changes. We removed the link to the tolerance website because we don't support everything that they said. LoSal has a strong and long history of going out and creating our own policies and procedures that are unique and tailored to our community. In my discussion today, it seemed like there was the biggest issue was that the parents, the community members, felt like they weren't heard. They felt like they didn't get an opportunity to have input. They didn't feel like they were part of the process. And because of that, they have great distrust and uncertainty. And I would like to remind them that at the end of the day, this is an optional, voluntary, supplemental guidepost that is put together by our fantastic staff that got us back into school in person, one of the first in Orange County. The great staff that has done amazing work for years and years and years that everybody is so proud of. The incredible teachers are going to be the one that's going to take whatever training they get, those tools that they get, they're going to be the ones that implement them. I don't believe that our teachers are into indoctrination. These people in our community care and are involved, and that is staff, administration, teachers, parents, and kids. They don't feel like they trust the staff because they didn't feel involved. I don't know how or what I can say to make you understand. We stayed here it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We read over 170 comments. The people on this board care. They are good people. They have great hearts, and they want what you want. What's best for our kids, what's best for our students, what's best for our staff, what's best for our administration, what's best for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I think everybody, and I love Diana's challenging the words, because we need to understand what it is we're promoting and what it is we believe. And so finally, I'm just closing out with, and like Meg, I wrote it down. I had to. So I'm approaching it more from the standpoint of all that we've heard so many different voices. And I think what we need to look at basically is why it's good for kids. And we have been doing that, but I think that it goes beyond just the issues of equity and diversity and inclusion. It goes to what happens when you have that in your schools. So our cabinet and board of education have received numerous emails and letters expressing diverse opinions. It has been our mission to listen to every voice, especially those from our community and those who have expertise in the field. We've heard from a number of educators at the college level. I would like to read a section of a letter sent to us. It comes from the University of California at Irvine, a truly respected institution of higher learning, which is very close to our own community. 7 professors from the from the UCI's Department of Education wrote a letter together, and this is one small section of it. We are writing to express our strong support for the adoption of social justice standards and the inclusion of ethnic studies in your course offerings. Our support comes from our shared value of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in schools and grounding students' understanding of democratic values and practices in the histories of the various groups that make up our nation. We support your decision also because research studies show that ethnic studies curriculum can have a large positive effects on students' academic achievement. A recent study conducted by one of us, Dr. Emily Penner, found that the San Francisco Unified School District's 9th grade ethnic studies pilot course substantially increased participants' end of the year attendance, credits earned, and grades in non-ethnic studies classes. Notably, these effects are positive for participants from all racial and ethnic backgrounds. These results demonstrate that providing students the opportunity to critically examine their own worldviews, backgrounds, and communities, key experiences provided by ethnic studies, can be a powerful lever for engaging academically marginalized students during the pivotal transition to high school and beyond. We understand that social justice standards are also on the table for discussion in Los Alamitos. As you have articulated, we agree that these standards offer fundamental pillars for guiding teachers in building inclusive classes. In fact, the keystone principle of the standards also guides the design of our teacher preparation programs at UC Irvine. We thus support your efforts to adopt them for the Los Alamitos Unified School District. And I'd like to thank Dr. Santigata and the 6 other professors from the Department of Education at Irvine that wrote a very detailed letter to us. Our school board has worked diligently for more than 2 years since before I joined this group to address equity, diversity, and inclusion in our schools. The programs we've already voted to support and those we still have on the table have been viewed through every lens available to us. At this table or on this screen with virtual learning sit 5 board members who together have over 140 years of dedicated service to the children and families of this community. Our hearts are in Los Alamitos. We trust the work of the educators of our district, but that trust has not been built by decades of, that trust has been built by decades of engagement, evaluation, collaboration, and dedication to a common purpose of providing the best educational opportunities possible for every child on our campuses. What I think it comes down to is trust. And so what we've heard is a lot, is from some parts of our community, an insecurity and a lack of trust. But I think if people remember, you came here because you thought this was a very good place for your children to grow up in. Nothing's changed. We've been here collectively for 140 years. We love this community. We are working as hard as we can to get to the truth and find the best programs. But social justice standards, I'm tired, and this ethnic studies curriculum, the work that it will include from TK through 12, that's at the heart of what our community needs. And I think if I ever had any confusion about whether it was appropriate, all of the anger and all of the confusion that has emerged just from trying to put a class together makes me think we need these conversations in our communities. But I think trust, if you trust this district to do what it's always done, put your child first, then I think that we will accomplish something really great together. So are there any further comments? So we'll take a roll call vote on this. I forgot something. Tina, take a roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to the.
I just want
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
clarify that the motion was already moved and seconded and then approved the supplemental resources. And the conversation, I think, is helpful for us as we continue to roll out professional development and training, and really how we contextualize the application for these resources. So I appreciate the conversation, and I think that'll be helpful for us as staff to help layer that in as we move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Pulver. Mr. Fayette, did you want to?
Yeah, I just got a question, a new guy question. When this gets developed more, and will we see it again, or would it go into because my flow chart ended with board approved.
So from
Hi,
here,
Mrs. Reed.
It's a great flow chart, Mrs. Reed. I loved it, by the way.
yeah, so from here, the supplemental resource has been approved. And then really what now happens is, like any good resource, how do we provide training and coaching and application support for our teachers and our administrators. So as we roll out trainings, our board members, it has been common to, if they wanted to, sit in on a training, or we could do a workshop about what some of the training looks like down the road, et cetera. I know many of you who've been on the board in the past have sat in on some trainings just to have a bird's eye view, to understand it a little bit more. So those would be the next opportunities I would envision.
Thank you. So.
And then I see Mrs. Hill's hand is raised.
Sorry.
I know we're not used to the hand raise on Zoom.
I know.
Yeah, like I said, I live my every day. I live on this thing, so I know where all those things are. So, and the one thing that I would also just like to comment and also say that it is also the public's responsibility, right? And so we have extraordinary staff, and I believe our staff will be trained properly, and I believe that things will be put out into as they start to roll out into schools and stuff. But if there are things that don't sit right with parents, we want to know what those are. And a lot of the times I believe that they are misunderstandings. And I think that that's something that I just want to, like I said, it's a partnership, and it's between the teachers and staff and the board and the parents and the community. And so we have to be able to continue to communicate about those things, right? So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we're moving on to adoption of retirement resolutions. We are approving the resolution of employees that are retiring this year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say, oh, sorry.
Mrs.
Roll
David,
call.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Our next is adoption of resolution 2020-2021. The Board of Education authorizes the move of the holiday observance of Lincoln's birthday from February 11th, 2022 to November 12th, 2021. Do I have sorry,
Or
Dr.
just-
Culver.
I'll just provide some context for that. So as a board, you are able to move federal or local holidays other than Veterans Day. So it's been our common practice for, probably well over 20 years. There are two presidential holidays in February, and we've often used one of them as a floater to align where it's going to make the most sense. And so the only holiday you can't move is Veterans Day on the 11th of November. And so we are funded by attendance as well. And so when it falls on a Thursday, we try to take the floating holiday of one of the president's holidays on the Friday, or if it falls on a Monday, or the Tuesday, we take a floater on a Monday to maximize student attendance. So it'll be moved to the 12th so that it would be a long weekend for our families, and we don't see a negative penalty in our attendance funding.
Thank you for that explanation. I probably think President Lincoln appreciates it being explained why he got his birthday changed. So all those in favor, oh, no, sorry, roll call vote.
A quick question. Do we
sorry.
have the ski week off in February?
Yeah, next year.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Next
so we'll
year.
have a week off in February.
I
Okay,
didn't
I
do
just,
a motion.
thank
Yeah,
you.
often, even when we've had that, we've had to move the day so that it takes 2 days that week and then 3 days, but yes.
Okay.
I guess I didn't ask for a motion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say, oh, never mind.
Mrs.
That'll be the
David,
last time.
Just goes to show how hard it is to break habits. We're so
Yeah.
used to this. This is not our norm.
Yeah, okay.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Moving on to approval of warrants. These are the bills we pay every month. And do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Move.
Everybody
Everybody's
moved.
moving now.
Okay, so is there discussion?
I need a
Okay.
second.
Oh, I
Yeah, we
seconded.
couldn't. Mr.
I
Fayette.
seconded.
Okay, so we'll have roll call vote.
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to acceptance of donations, which is always just so overwhelming in our community. Do we have we don't have a slide on that. Do we have a slide on that? No, we don't have a slide.
I'll
We do.
move,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I will move acceptance of our donations.
I'll second.
Okay, and in 1 second, we're going to see the wonderful donations for this month. Ah, look at that. So you can see that even in the midst of a pandemic and people, struggling and not unsure of things, they just keep giving to support our district, which is what makes it so special. So any discussion?
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Yeah. We all thank you. The total was $5,380.44, pushing us almost to $500,000 this year. Thank you, thank you. Mrs. D'Angelo, do you want to, sorry, so tired. Sorry,
Mrs.
Tina.
Davidson,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. And now we're moving on approval of classified management job classification. Are you handling that, Dr. Pulver? Okay.
Yes, well, this is a new classification. We actually had this position for the past few years when Mr. Bob Osman was our communications TOSA. But with his retirement, we are looking to fill the position, and this is the new classification in the job description. It's already been approved by our classified Personnel Commission, and it's we'll be beginning the recruitment once the board has approved the job description.
Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll move approval. Thank you,
Second.
Julie.
Okay, Mr. Forehand seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay, Ms. D'Angelo?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Well, it got me all the way to the last one, and I finally got it straight. So we now have our classified personnel and certificated personnel reports. Dr. Pulver?
And these personnel reports just represent the personnel actions from our last board meeting and some of our end of the year actions as well.
Do I have a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Get all that?
Mhm.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay, Tina?
Mrs. Davidson,
Aye.
Mrs. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
and Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Mrs. Cattouli?
I would like to propose that we table our board communication until our next meeting. Seeing how, oh, it isn't 1 o'clock yet, it's only 12:59. But I am at this point pretty sure nobody cares what I've done before this meeting, and I don't really care anymore either. So if it is an agreement of the board, I would suggest we just table the communications and we can bring them forward to our next meeting.
I second that.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh, no, we have to do a roll call vote. Okay,
Mrs. Davidson,
aye.
Ms. Cattouli,
Aye.
Mr. Fayette,
Aye.
Mr. Forehand,
Aye.
Mrs. Hill.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. And that brings our meeting to conclusion. Do I have to say anything else?
No, we do not have any closed session items, so you can go ahead and adjourn the meeting, Madam President.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh, Robert, Tina.